The night sky was tinged with gloom, and from a certain house, a shrill scream pierced the silent night. It was the voice of a man. He was sitting protectively in front of his wife. A severe burn mark from a hot iron seared onto his thigh. Panting from the pain, he stammered, begging, please, just give us one more month." The assailant, the thug holding the iron, looked down on the miserable couple with utter contempt. He growled threateningly, "If you borrow money from someone, you sell your organs to pay it back. That's just the way of the world." Then he slowly brought the scorching iron closer to the man's face, flashing a sadistic grin. "Yeah, I gotta let you taste some suffering. Then you'll understand the pain of someone who can't collect their money." At that moment, the wife, her whole body trembling with fear, quickly grabbed her phone to send a text message. However, this furtive action did not escape the thug's notice. He immediately snatched the phone from her hand. At first, he scoffed. "What? Trying to call the cops? Who? I told you. It's useless." But as he read the messages, his expression flickered with surprise. "Who?" It was an unfinished conversation between the mother and her son's son. "Mom can't reach you. Where are you?" Attached was an unsent message. "Whatever happens, don't come home. Understand?" After reading it, the thug burst into delighted laughter that reached his ears. Instead of torturing you two, how about I torture your son?" Hearing about their son, the couple immediately panicked, desperately pleading, "No, don't touch our son." But the other thugs quickly rushed in. Overpowering them, the leader coldly ordered, "Shut them up completely. Don't let them make any noise." His underlings obediently complied, using rope and tape to tightly bind the couple, gagging them so they couldn't cry out. Once done, the leader nonchalantly sat down to wait. "You know, I don't want to scare your son either." Just then, a knock echoed from the door. The thug's eyes turned dangerous as he glanced back. "Looks like he's back." Outside the door, Seonwoo stood there, his hand resting on the doorknob. He was silent, making no sound. Then he slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. As the door creaked open just a sliver, the bound mother tried to scream through her tears, "Please," but was immediately gagged again by another thug. The door swung fully open. What lay before Seonwoo was nothing short of hell. The underlings were hidden on both sides of the wall, just waiting for the chance to spring out. Yet, he acted as if nothing was wrong. He took off his shoes, set down his school bag, and announced, "I'm home." He slowly walked further into the house. Instantly, a thug leaped out from his hiding spot, swinging a club high in the air. He aimed straight for the nape of Seonwoo's neck, delivering a potentially fatal blow, causing Seonwoo's entire body to lurch forward. His tightly bound mother could only watch in horror, but she suddenly realized something was off. Despite taking the full force of the devastating hit, he didn't collapse. Instead, his body seemed unnaturally rigid, as if anchored to the spot. Before the attacker could even register what happened, he was met with a staggering punch to the face from Seonwoo. The force was so strong the club flew from his grasp. The thug standing behind could only stare dumbfounded as his accomplice flew towards him like a lifeless object. The face of the thug who was hit was nearly deformed, practically smoking, striking terror even into the heart of the leader. He gritted his teeth, his eyes betraying his fear. What is this? When he looked again, Seonwoo's entire body seemed to radiate a strange energy. Even as blood continued to flow from the wound on his head, the leader screamed frantically, "What are you waiting for? Kill that bastard for me." Hearing the order, the remaining thugs shouted in unison, "Kill him," and charged towards Seonwoo together. However, Seonwoo was incredibly agile. He ducked down, smoothly dodging two simultaneous attacks from two thugs. Immediately after, he drove a punch into the side of one of the thugs, just one punch, and the man's ribs shattered. The underling gasped in agony, the club in his hand clattering to the ground. Seonwoo retracted his fist. Then, he struck his ribs hard once more. His ribcage couldn't withstand it and completely disintegrated. The thug's eyes bulged, veins popping all over his body as he let out a scream of pure agony. At the same time, a kick came down from above, aimed at Seonwoo's head. He spun around extremely quickly, grabbing the attacker's leg mid-air. Instantly, he delivered a powerful kick to the man's remaining standing leg. His leg broke, sending him stumbling backward. just as another thug charged from behind. Wielding a chair, he smashed the edge of the chair hard against Xianwu's head. Xianwu gritted his teeth, enduring the blow, but the attack seemed to have no effect. He looked up at the attacker, his eyes filled with burning rage. That gaze terrified the thug to his core. Before he could react, he was sent flying backward, his back slamming hard against the wall right next to the astonished leader. Witnessing his men being brutally taken down one after another, the leader began to stammer. What is this?" He tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, his malicious gaze darting towards Xianwu's bound parents. The thug grabbed Xianwu's father's hair, yanking his head back, and spat out a vicious threat. "Let's see if this old man can still act tough after being beaten to death." Little did he know, that threat was the most foolish move he could make. Instantly, Xianwu snatched the still-hot iron from earlier and charged straight at the leader's face. With just one strike from the flat side of the iron, the thug's head was slammed directly into the wooden door behind him. The immense impact shattered the door, creating a large hole. His parents could only stare, utterly astonished. At their son, Xianwu pulled the iron back, leaving the thug's head embedded in the splintered door. His face was now a mess of blood, nearly half his teeth knocked out. He could only manage a hoarse whisper, pleading for help. "Ugh, my neck. Call 911. Is anyone here?" He continued to cry out in pain. Anyone. But it was useless. Inside the house, all of his underlings had been taken down by Xianwu. Not a single one was left standing. Xianwu stood there, panting heavily, his head still trickling blood. His parents looked at their son with weary and complex expressions. Xianwu knelt down and began to carefully untie the two of them, still catching his breath. He reproached them. "If you two didn't want me to fight, then you shouldn't have been this poor." He glanced at his parents sitting there. Having said that, Xianwu succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed onto the floor. His mother, utterly terrified, screamed his name. Xianwu. Kang Seonwu. Later, he was taken to the hospital, along with the sprawled-out, injured thugs. At the hospital, the thugs groaned and screamed continuously from their painful injuries. The scene was chaotic and frantic, their pleas unending. "Doctor, help me." Amidst this urgent chaos, a strange man appeared at the information desk. He approached the female staff member and asked, "What happened? What's all this chaos?" The young woman replied, "A debtor took down 10 thugs." The staff member adjusted her glasses, adding with disbelief, "And a high school student did it." Alone, hearing this crucial piece of information, the man's pupils contracted slightly. Meanwhile, the lead thug, despite his severe injuries, was still trying to order his remaining subordinate, "Find that bastard and kill him right now." The underling hesitantly replied, "Boss, he's in this hospital too." Hearing that, the underling added with a mocking smirk, "Black Bear just left. That kid's probably dead by now anyway." The strange man standing nearby overheard and started, "Black Bear." He immediately turned back to the staff member. "Which room is that student in?" The woman checked her computer and answered, "Yes, he's in room 202. In the hospital corridor, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed continuously. It was the strange man, running at full speed towards Xianwu's room. As he ran, he considered, if Black Bear is in this area, then that kid must be one of the 4 fighter candidates I'm looking for. This will also help me gauge the candidate's abilities. He stopped abruptly before the hospital room door, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. It's unfortunate that this involves... He looked up at the nameplate mounted on the door. It really is Kang Xianwu. Then, he pressed his eye to the small glass window on the door, thinking grimly, this kid is really pitiful, because the scene unfolding before his eyes was Xianwu standing face to face with a giant of a man, easily 3 times his size. That man was Black Bear. It seemed Xianwu had barely arrived at the hospital before being thrown into another fight. Black Bear growled, his voice thick with menace. "Calling me all the way out here just for some trashy student," he continued, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous red hue. "Don't hate me too much, kid. I just have a debt to collect." Then he looked Xianwu over again, assessing him. "But you're quite interesting." Black Bear grinned, revealing sharp, metallic-looking teeth. "Zaying me, and you're still not scared." Contrary to the giant's intimidation tactics, Xianwu said nothing, merely yanking the IV needle clean out of his arm. Black Bear raised his massive hand, preparing to strike down. All right then. Let me teach you a lesson. Let me teach you what fear is. Instantly, Xianwu also lunged forward, aiming his fist straight at the giant's face. Both struck out with terrifying speed, causing the young man watching from the window outside to exclaim in shock. So fast, but ultimately, Black Bear was faster by a split second. His massive blow connected with Xianwu's head first, slamming it hard against the floor. Xianwu's entire body crumpled forward. Fresh blood spurted from Xianwu's mouth, his eyes wide open, his gaze vacant as if his soul had fled his body. The young man outside adjusted his glasses, observing intently. Just as I thought. Black Bear looked down at the hand he just struck with, the killing intent still palpable. He snared. Kid, no matter how crazy you are, just closing your eyes and charging head first at me like that only makes me want to hit you harder. If you show nothing, and you don't know fear, then that's the fastest way to die. However, contrary to his expectations, Xianwu slowly pushed himself up with his hands. This caused Black Bear some surprise. You can still get up. Xianwu wiped the streak of blood from the corner of his mouth, replying coldly. You talk too much. That statement was like a splash of cold water to Black Bear's face. He gritted his teeth, letting out an irritated grunt. He decided to retaliate, launching his massive frame towards Xianwu. Now this is more fun. Seeing this, the young man outside couldn't help but worry. What? Is he really planning to kill the kid? I have to stop him. Now. But before he could intervene, Xianwu skillfully dodged Black Bear's punch. He lowered his body while simultaneously snapping his leg upward. A devastatingly powerful kick landed squarely on Black Bear's face, sending the giant off balance and crashing backward. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, the young man outside the window could only stare, his eyes wide, pupils constricting in utter disbelief. Black Bear's face looked wrecked. The bone by his temple caved in on one side, fresh blood pouring from his ear. The young man stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. I've never heard of Black Bear being taken down before, but Black Bear clearly wasn't the type to be easily defeated. He immediately braced himself on the floor. Quickly regaining his balance, the young man adjusted his glasses again, continuing to watch the unfolding events. That's right. How could Black Bear possibly lose? He's known as the King of Muscle nationwide. After all, Black Bear sneered. Do you really think I'd give up after being hit by some high school kid? Just when he thought he could gloat. Less than a second later, Xianwu struck Black Bear's face again. The impact was so forceful that the hospital room floor cracked where the giant's head slammed down. The young man outside felt his head spin. This is completely absurd. Xianwu gave his opponent no quarter, continuously landing direct punches, relentlessly hammering Black Bear's face. The giant's face was now flushed red from enduring the continuous onslaught. Instead of continuing to take the punishment, Black Bear suddenly wrapped his arms around Xianwu from behind, using his immense muscular strength to lock him in a crushing bear hug. He laughed savagely. Do I really have to use my finisher on a high school kid? The watching young man instantly recognized the dangerous technique. Isn't that Black Bear's signature move? The bone crusher. I have to stop him. Right now. Then Black Bear began to tighten his grip, pouring all his muscular strength into crushing Xianwu's bones. He threw his head back and roared. Ridiculous. Just then, the young man slammed the door open, rushing into the room and shouting, Stop! But neither Xianwu nor Black Bear paid him any mind. They remained locked in their struggle. Suddenly, Xianwu started to straighten his body. A powerful aura emanating from both of them. The young man froze in place, utterly astonished at the sight. The entire room seemed enveloped in a hazy mist, but the outcome of the fight was still undecided. Black Bear stared at Xianwu in disbelief. What? My body. It feels numb. No. I definitely used all my strength. To Black Bear's utter amazement, Xianwu slowly placed a hand on the giant's shoulder and gradually raised his head, escaping the crushing grip. Black Bear stammered. You can still move. Are your bones completely fine? Black Bear frantically tensed his muscles, tightening his grip even further, shouting, This time I'll crush you into 100 pieces. But Xianwu continued to push upward, his joints seemingly unharmed. This made Black Bear scream in desperation. What? They aren't breaking. In response to Black Bear's horror, Xianwu slammed his head with full force into the giant's face. The impact was like iron hitting cotton. Just one hit sent blood gushing frighteningly from Black Bear's nose. Black Bear's face was being severely damaged, his mind reeling in chaos. Are his bones made of metal or something? Xianwu slammed his head into Black Bear's face again. The giant's face was now completely distorted, as if smashed by a hard object. But Xianwu didn't stop, continuing to use his steel-like head to deliver more blows to Black Bear's face, until the young man finally intervened. Stop. He's unconscious. He approached, bending down and gently rubbing Xianwu's back. Calm down now. Then he glanced at Black Bear's motionless body and said, if you hit him anymore, the cleanup will be messy. With that, the young man took out his phone and made a call. Room 202. Building B. Head trauma from a traffic accident. Please help us handle this. Xianwu panted, looking up at the strange man and asking, who are you? Are you with them? The man just grunted. Whatever. Then he added, I was thinking of forming a team with you. Xianwu had absolutely no idea what was happening. What the hell are you talking about? Just then, the members of the medical team the young man had called entered the room. They stood silently for a long moment, observing Black Bear's inert body. Then one turned to report to the young man. Confirmation complete. Shall we conclude it here? The young man pushed up his glasses and replied, how can we be sure Black Bear won't just wake up? Hearing this, the leader of the medical team ordered, begin. They started professionally cleaning up Black Bear's body. Xianwu watched the scene, feeling incredibly strange and confused. He turned to the young man. Wah, what the hell are you guys doing? The young man didn't answer directly but handed Xianwu a red card, saying, this is someone who can give you everything you want. Xianwu took the card, examining it closely, surprise evident in his eyes. The young man explained further, all you have to do is fight in his service. But in response to the tempting offer, Xianwu just coldly waved him away. Get lost. He then crumpled the card in his hand and tossed it straight into a nearby trash can, stating firmly, I have no interest in fighting for money. He walked straight towards the door, his mind still full of suspicion. Trying to scam me again. Who? The young man just watched his receding back, clicking his tongue once more. TSK. You'll have to change your mind eventually. His expression darkened slightly, full of hidden meaning. A while later, Xianwu was in the hospital's men's restroom. He splashed cold water on his face, trying to regain his senses after the recent chain of events. He looked up at his tired reflection in the mirror, blaming himself. Damn it. Even if my life is a mess, I should have at least honored Mom's wish to never fight. Suddenly, the restroom door swung open. What are you doing here? It was his father's voice. Xianwu turned around. Surprised, he walked in, looked his son up and down, and asked, where do you think you're going in this state? Hearing the words this state, Xianwu seemed triggered. He whirled back around, his voice filled with anger. This state, he started yelling, venting all his pent-up frustration. Who do you think is responsible for this state? You were a boxing champion, weren't you? You were even invited to the national team. Why didn't you do anything? And in the end, you just brought home a pile of debt. What? Was your pride as a champion too big to accept working for some shabby gym? I don't know why you got kicked off the national team, but that useless pride of yours, was it really more important than my sick mother? Xianwu's rage was met only with heavy silence from his father. Finally, he turned to leave, leaving only a parting instruction. Don't even think about going anywhere. Stay in the hospital. This remark only fueled Xianwu's resentment. He clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. This is so infuriating. Suddenly, a sharp headache struck, making Xianwu dizzy and unsteady. He collapsed onto the floor, leaning against the sink, clutching his head, his thoughts racing. Ah, my head. Is it because I haven't slept enough lately? Then he whispered to himself again. No, it's probably just that my head hurts every time I see Dad. I hate him, he bitterly recalled. Just one critical week due to injury wiped out our entire fortune, bowing and scraping before the parents of the kid who bullied me. He couldn't help me at all. That's why I don't want to trust anything he does. But it feels like my life is falling into an abyss. As a high school student who can't even afford to rent a fishing boat, how am I supposed to turn my life around? I can't even cover daily living expenses. Another memory surfaced, a peer approaching him. offering, "Wanna be my underling?" Who? But busy with part-time work, Xianwu had refused bluntly. "I'm busy, so get lost." But they didn't give up easily. They came back as a group and smashed his delivery bike. The leader had even laughed contemptuously. "Well then, you're dead meat." Haha. He always remembered those moments of humiliation. "Thanks to those damn bullies. My debt with Dad grew even larger, and I can't just leave home and abandon Mom. My life really is at rock bottom," he thought despairingly. Xianwu suddenly shot up in his hospital bed. Drenched in sweat, he clutched his head in pain. Passed out again. Why did they move me to a different room? He quickly grabbed his phone. How long was I out? When he turned on the screen, he was surprised. Who? A message from Dad. The message read, "Dad. Xianwu. I think it's time I told you everything." Tonight, he bit his lip. Puzzled. Who? What else is Dad hiding from me? Xianwu then switched to his chat with his mother. What about Mom? He decided to call his mother, but the person who answered was his father. Xianwu took the initiative, asking first, "Is Mom okay?" His father replied with an urgent and worried tone. "Xianwu, don't come home. There's a bunch of thugs hiding here. It's dangerous." This news filled Xianwu with extreme unease. "What?" His father hastily instructed. "Stay put. I moved you to another hospital under a different name. You'll be safe there." Xianwu couldn't sit still, climbing out of bed while pressing. "Okay, so where's Mom?" His father answered. "Your mother is hiding in a motel near the police station, so don't worry about her. I can't talk for long." Then he gave a final warning. "Son, you can't go wandering around right now. Understand?" "I'm hanging up." The call ended, leaving Xianwu enveloped in an anxious and thoughtful silence. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself. Damn it. This is all my fault. If only I hadn't provoked those guys." With that thought, he quickly grabbed his phone and ran off. "First, I have to find Mom." Suddenly, his phone rang again. The call was from his father. This surprised him slightly. "Dad," he quickly answered. "Hello?" But the voice on the other end belonged to a strange man. "Are you Mr. Kang's son?" Xianwu replied. "Yes, that's right. But who?" Who are you?" "Xia." The strange man immediately delivered devastating news. "The situation is very bad. Mr. Kang fell and is unconscious." Xianwu froze, consumed by worry. What? Elsewhere, at a construction site, his father had fallen from a height while working. He appeared to have broken limbs, his condition extremely critical, with a high risk of death from excessive blood loss. In the intensive care unit of another hospital, Xianwu stood silently beside his father's hospital bed. His father's entire body was swathed in white bandages, his life now completely dependent on a ventilator and complex medical equipment. The doctor had informed him about the situation. Surgery is very difficult, and the surgery fee alone is 100 million won. After the surgery, it will take several more years for expensive treatment and rehabilitation costs. Just thinking about it, Xianwu couldn't hold back his tears. Grief and helplessness overwhelmed him. He collapsed beside the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. He clutched his head in despair. Why? Why did this happen? Amidst the sorrowful silence, he asked himself hopelessly, "What should I do?" But then, a spark of hope flashed in Xianwu's mind as he remembered something. It was the red card that the mysterious young man had given him. He recalled, "I'm not mistaken. I threw it in the trash can." That card. As soon as this thought occurred, Xianwu immediately stood up and rushed off. "I have to go back to that room." At the old hospital, late in the afternoon, Xianwu returned to room 202, where he had confronted Black Bear. He rushed to the spot, breathing heavily from exhaustion and stress. Xianwu slowly approached the small trash can in the corner of the room and pulled it closer. But the harsh reality struck him. The red card was gone. It's gone. His last hope extinguished. He completely broke down, slumping onto the floor, trembling and blaming himself. Damn it. This is all my fault." Tears streamed down Xianwu's face again as he constantly muttered, "I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do." Utterly desperate, he cursed himself again. Maybe it would be better if I died. As if by fate, just at that moment, the mysterious young man appeared right at the door, holding up the red card. Looking for this. Startled, Xianwu looked up. The man gave a slightly smug smile. Heh. Changed your mind. Who? Xianwu didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. How much can you pay me? The man repeated the staggering number. At least 10 billion won if you win. The astronomical sum astonished him once again. He emphasized further, even if you don't win but become famous, you can still earn a lot of money. So, do you agree to this offer? This offer, combined with his current desperate circumstances, plunged Xianwu into an intense internal struggle. At the mysterious young man's office, a large nameplate on the door clearly displayed the title Annex. Xianwu was invited in to speak privately with him. The young man placed a contract on the table, saying, "Read this. If you agree, sign it." Xianwu looked at the contract's title and read it aloud in surprise. Fighter Arena. The man began to explain. This is an underground tournament where fighters with monstrous physical strength, using stimulants provided by the hospital, compete against each other. Xianwu narrowed his eyes, his voice firm. Stimulants. I don't know about those things. Hearing this, the man immediately opened a box placed on the table, revealing it was filled with vials of solutions in various colors, causing Xianwu to stare intently in surprise. The young man picked up a vial, introducing it. These aren't ordinary stimulants. Depending on the type, it can make an old man on the verge of death become incredibly strong. Of course, he added, using stimulants is not mandatory. Only then did Xianwu remember the important question. Wait, who are you? Anyway, the man then formally introduced himself. Sorry for not introducing myself sooner. I am Kim Min-suk, a reconnaissance agent for a VIP client also involved in the tournament. Xianwu was astonished. Reconnaissance agent. Kim Min-suk brushed it aside. What's important now isn't who I am, but the stimulants, he asserted firmly. No fighter has ever won without using stimulants, but Xianwu maintained his stance. I said I won't use them. Kim Min-suk seemed to ignore him. You'll be briefed more thoroughly on the stimulants when you enter the competition area. Xianwu thought irritably. This guy isn't listening to me at all. Meanwhile, Kim Min-suk continued rambling on about the partnership. Regarding working with us, if you make it through the tournament and reach the top 20, you'll get a sponsor. At that point, you'll choose a VIP client as your sponsor and race towards the championship with us. Simple as that. Xianwu had to interrupt. Okay, I get it. Now give me the money. That's all I need. Kim Min-suk presented another condition. Oh, there's one issue. You only get paid while participating in the tournament. This made Xianwu shout angrily. What? He immediately slammed his hand on the table, shot up from his seat, and glared at Kim Min-suk, yelling, Are you kidding me? Why should I work with you then? Seeing Xianwu's strong reaction, Kim Min-suk seemed even more amused. He used Xianwu's weakness to try and calm him down. Oh, calm down. You need money for surgery and to keep your parents safe. Right. Hearing that, Xianwu froze, his voice filled with confusion. Who? Who are you? How do you know that? Kim Min-suk calmly replied. As long as you work for my boss, I'll take care of your parents' safety, as well as their surgery and treatment costs. Even, he added, dealing with the debt collectors. Hearing these attractive but almost unbelievable benefits, Xianwu remained skeptical. How can I believe that? Just then, his phone rang again. Xianwu looked at the screen. Is that Mom? He pressed the phone to his ear and answered the call. What's wrong? Mom. On the other end, his mother happily reported. Xianwu, I heard you paid your father's hospital bills. Did you send bodyguards here too? This information left Xianwu completely stunned. Ah, that. At the same time, Kim Min-suk added, I've already prepared a safe house for you to rest. He looked straight at Xianwu, saying, To be honest, I have no other choice but you. Kang Seon-woo. Xianwu tried to regain his composure and replied to his mother, Mom, those people, I sent them. Just do as they say. Okay, I'll be there soon. His face remained expressionless, as if his mind was frozen by the shock. His mother sensed something strange in her son's voice. Xianwu, He didn't say anything more. "I'll call back later." Then he hung up, his gaze lowered to the ground, lost in thought. After an intense internal struggle, Seonwoo raised his head, looked straight at Kim Min-sok, and asked, "What do I have to do to get 10 billion won?" Kim Min-sok replied, 10 billion is just a baseline figure. This statement surprised Seonwoo again. Kim Min-suk explained further, "Depending on the number of people betting on you, this number can increase. The winner could even receive 15 billion won." Seonwoo couldn't help but exclaim, "That's insane." Kim Min-sok nodded. "It's not impossible." It continued, his voice becoming more serious. "Compared to the price the fighters pay, it's actually quite small." Another truth was revealed, stunning Seonwoo speechless. Kim Min-sok said bluntly, "Many have become disabled, even lost their lives. In fact, only 10% of fighters from previous tournaments were able to leave the tournament without any injury." Kim Min-sok's words felt like both a promise and a threat, plunging Seonwoo back into internal conflict. He thought to himself, "Crazy. How can so many people die without anyone knowing?" As if reading his thoughts, Kim Min-sok replied, "Precisely because so many have died. It must be kept secret." Seonwoo was startled again. "What did you say?" Kim Min-sok pointed to the signature box on the contract. "Warning. Once you've signed this document, the first thing we do is create an alibi." Seonwoo's eyes widened in shock. "An alibi?" Kim Min-sok immediately explained thoroughly. "The hospital is the place that rescues the tournament because it's the best place to create an alibi. You can participate by letting cameras record you or buying something under your name to create an alibi. There's no death we can't fake disappearance. Fights, illness, or side effects from drugs, all are possible." Seonwoo gritted his teeth, trying to threaten him. "What if I report this to the police?" "Why are you telling me all this?" Kim Min-sok leisurely retorted, his voice full of confidence. "How hard would it be to dose you with addictive drugs? Do you think anyone would believe an addict rambling nonsense about a non-existent tournament?" Then he smiled benevolently, offering a chilling assurance. "Don't worry. You'll die before you can do that." This made Seonwoo just mutter, "That's insane." Kim Min-suk returned to a serious demeanor. "That's the beauty of the hospital system, isn't it?" He looked straight into Seonwoo's eyes, asking one last time, "I'll repeat it once more. This is entirely your choice. Gang Seonwoo, will you sign or not?" It was truly a grim and difficult choice for Seonwoo, Kim Min-sok added, as if giving Seonwoo time. Most people take a few days to think about it. However, suddenly, Seonwoo placed his hand on the contract and quickly and decisively signed his name. This action slightly surprised Kim Min-suk. Seonwoo's face now looked extremely menacing as he growled, "You better keep your word." Having achieved his goal, Kim Min-sok's lips curved into an incredibly cunning and satisfied smile. Unexpectedly, a nurse appeared from behind Seonwoo. The strange atmosphere and her sudden appearance made him exclaim, "What the?" just as his bad feeling suggested. She quickly injected him with some kind of drug. Seonwoo hastily pushed her hand away. "What is this?" But it was too late. His eyes began to see hallucinations, his mind growing dizzy as the drug took effect. His vision blurred, and he could only faintly hear Kim Min-suk's voice. "Don't worry. It's just an anesthetic to take you to the competition area." His eyelids grew heavy and slowly closed. At the same time, Kim Min-sok's voice echoed clearly in his head. "Gang Seon-woo. Remember this. Your parents will only be cared for as long as you participate in the tournament. You must ensure victory and solve all problems." After a deep sleep of unknown duration, Seonwoo groggily woke up. He wondered, "What's going on? Am I dead?" His heavy and tired eyes slowly fluttered open. The first image he saw was someone dressed as medical staff. Seonwoo wondered, "Where are they taking me?" But looking into the distance, he realized the person was pushing his hospital bed away from a door marked emergency exit, heading deeper into a dark, mysterious area. Seonwoo tried to look up and asked, "Where is this?" The medical staff member answered curtly, "Be quiet and keep moving. You'll soon find out where this is." Then he glared down at the prone Seonwoo, adding coldly, "This hellhole." Meanwhile, at the luxurious Hosen building one morning, the man sitting behind the imposing desk was Cha Yun-woo, the powerful vice chairman of the Hosen group. He glanced at a photo placed on the table, then looked up at the person opposite him, asking, "Do you think this is feasible?" A hint of reluctance tinged his voice. Using a high school student as our representative fighter, even if he did take down Black Bear, Kim Min-sok calmly replied. Of course. The vice chairman will laugh at this idea. Cha Yun-woo gritted his teeth, looking slightly annoyed. But why? Kim Min-suk raised his glasses slightly, explaining his strategy. The more ridiculous, the better. If we want the vice chairman, who's always been obsessed with the fighter arena, to get involved in this gamble, we have to let him underestimate us. Cha Yun-woo remained skeptical. Are you saying, just with this student alone, we can beat him? Kim Min-sok began recounting. We examined Kang Seon-woo's bones after he endured Black Bear's attack. He recalled the results, his face suddenly showing frantic excitement, one hand even messing up his hair. This surprised Cha Yun-woo even more. What do you mean? Returning to Seon-woo, he slowly opened his eyes. Waking up. Ah, my head. The first thing that met his eyes was a strange foot stepping on his head. He thought in panic. What is this? Who are they? Upon clearly realizing it was a foot stepping on his head, Seon-woo immediately let out a shrill scream. As soon as he sat up, a nearby guard immediately pointed a gun at the other young man, shouting, "Back off." The young man quickly raised both hands in the air, taking a few steps back, grinning foolishly. Ah, you's kidding. You's kidding. At the same time, above them, a drone hovered, observing everything. The drone brought its camera close to Seon-woo's face. A mechanical voice announced, "Player confirmed fully awake." This confused him even more. What the hell is this? He looked around, wondering, where am I? What's with this uniform? The drone announced again. The first random match is about to begin. Before Seon-woo could even prepare himself, he was thrust into an incomprehensible situation. What? A series of instructions appeared on some kind of virtual screen. The first match will determine the suitability of 200 fighters to proceed to the main competition area. Right before Seon-woo's eyes, a machine slowly rose from the ground. He looked over in surprise. On the machine's shelf was a syringe containing a strange solution. The mechanical voice explained, "This is the stimulant trial round. Each player will be randomly provided with a stimulant representing their sponsor. Each type enhances a different physical ability. From now on, the VIP guests watching the match may begin placing bets." The camera eye on the drone glowed bright red. As soon as the shout began, echoed. Seon-woo's opponent, the young man from before, quickly grabbed the syringe. Meanwhile, Seon-woo remained fixated on the vial on his own shelf, internally conflicted. I already broke my promise not to fight, along with the promise to graduate, but I can't break the last promise using stimulants. Suddenly, a savage scream rang out, causing Seon-woo to whip his head around. The other young man had injected the entire vial into himself. Blood began to seep from the injection site and drip onto the floor. His entire body trembled violently, muscles tensing unnaturally. His face twisted into a grotesque and crazed smile. He roared like a madman. Stimulants. Power. Seon-woo just stood there, completely baffled. What the hell? Before he could react, the man kicked out with both legs at incredible speed, forcing Seon-woo to hastily retreat backward. Luckily, Seon-woo managed to duck his head close to the ground, dodging the thunderous kick. The force was so strong that the wall behind him cracked, a large chunk breaking off. He slid across the floor to maintain balance. Only one question in his mind: what kind of monster is this? The other young man quickly regained his footing after the kick. Seon-woo panted, thinking, just seconds ago, he was scrawny with no muscle. Did he just gain muscle mass? The drone still hovered, its camera focused intently on the young man. The mechanical voice reported, "Fighter Han Cheol has successfully increased strength." Hearing this, the man laughed loudly. Satisfied. Hit the stimulant jackpot. Lucky me. Then he looked towards Seon-woo with malicious eyes. It would be a real shame not to win right now. I'll beat the crap out of everyone who ever called me a skinny loser. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Cheol leaped high into the air with extraordinary power. He landed right in front of Seon-woo in an instant. He slowly approached, looking down at Seon-woo with challenging and contemptuous eyes. Should I kill this brat for fun now? At that moment, Seon-woo threw a straight punch at the man's nose. But strangely, Han Cheol didn't dodge, taking the full force of the blow. A slight gust of air puffed out as Seon-woo recoiled. The other man stood firm, casually wiping his mouth, his voice mocking. Trying to pick a fight with me. Huh. Underestimating me. Right, Xianwu silently analyzed. It seems his reaction speed wasn't enhanced. He calculated. If I gradually close the distance and create an opening, before the thought finished, the young man lunged forward like a mad wolf. Surprisingly agile, Xianwu couldn't react in time, taking a devastating punch to the head. His whole body pitching forward, he gritted his teeth, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, telling himself, "Ugh, even if I can't keep up with this monster, I can still aim for his face." Instantly, he braced one hand on the ground to regain balance, then kicked upward in a counterattack attempt, but his opponent merely responded with a grotesque smile. A powerful headbutt from the man sent Xianwu flying before his kick could even reach its target. His back seemed to bend backward, fresh blood spraying from his mouth like a fountain. The man quickly grabbed his leg. Then he lifted Xianwu high, his expression gleeful and cruel. "I don't even need to watch how you move. All I need is this brutal strength." Finishing his words, the monster slammed Xianwu's entire body onto the ground. The impact shattered the floor tiles, sending fragments flying. His head and face were covered in blood. A truly frightening sight. The man continued to laugh wildly. "Beating you up feels great." After saying that, Han Chiel squatted down, raising both hands high, gathering momentum to jump. Let's see how much a person can be crushed. As he leaped, the force from his legs was so strong that surrounding debris was sucked upward. He soared into the air, directly above where Xianwu lay crumpled, and yelled, "Bring out all those bastards who look down on me." His face contorted into pure madness. Because now, I'm the king here. With just one landing stomp, he truly crushed Xianwu's chest cavity. Rocks and dirt were violently thrown upwards. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Xianwu's body seemed pinned to the ground. Han Chiel laughed savagely, full of delight. Breaking someone's ribs is the best feeling. Xianwu lay gasping beneath the young man's foot, mouth agape, seemingly half dead. In a flashback, Kim Min-sok's voice echoed. "We examined Kang Xianwu's body after Black Bear's attack, and the results were beyond imagination." Minsu had been so excited, then he'd even messed up his own hair. Cha Yun-woo had looked slightly surprised. Kim Min-sok immediately revealed the crucial information. His bone hardness is 10 times higher than a normal person's. This astonished Cha Yun-woo. 10 times. Minsu smiled with a confident, slightly ruthless edge. Kang Xianwu's bone hardness isn't human, and that was absolutely true. Returning to the present, despite taking the potentially fatal stomp, Xianwu's ribs hadn't broken. Instead, he could still move, struggling up and grabbing Han Chiel's leg. This utterly shocked the victorious young man. Before he could react, Xianwu instantly broke free from being pinned, threw himself up, and kicked straight at his face. Han Chiel reflexively tried to grab Xianwu's ankle to subdue him again, but Xianwu seemed to have anticipated this move. He immediately retracted his leg while simultaneously rotating his body sideways. The man's grab only caught empty air. Using that opportunity, Xianwu quickly backed away. Escaping his opponent's attack range, the other man now appeared tired and was panting heavily, while Xianwu, though covered in blood, was still full of energy. This made Han Chiel wonder in confusion. How is he still so strong without using the stimulant? Then he clenched his fist, thinking resentfully, "No, his body just hasn't adapted yet." Xianwu, his head bloodied, stood straight, sharp eyes fixed on his opponent, analyzing. This monster's attacks have slowed down. His stamina definitely wasn't enhanced. He got into a defensive stance, planning. As long as I can dodge, I can still aim for his face. I need to punch faster, instead of relying on power. Putting his thoughts into action, he moved up and down, bobbing and weaving agilely, making the other guy dizzy. Unable to track his movements, when Han Chiel started swinging his arm to grab him, Xianwu warned himself. He's coming. With an extremely fast duck, he evaded the attack. Not only that, but he countered with a punch to the man's face. When his opponent swung again to grab him, Xianwu quickly retreated just before the hand could seize him, then landed another punch on Han Chiel's face. The man was immediately stunned by the unexpected blow. Seizing this golden opportunity, Xianwu closed the distance. Then he landed yet another punch to his face. Han Chiel was almost completely dazed for a few seconds. Xianwu grasped the precious moment, deciding to deliver the finishing blow. All right. This one heavy hit. He pulled his elbow back, gathering all his strength. Just as Xianwu was about to unleash the decisive punch, the other guy suddenly surged up powerfully, grabbing Xianwu's raised arm with his hand. Holding him fast, Han Chiol sneered mockingly. Gotcha. Were you so excited you didn't realize I let you hit me on purpose? Xianwu frowned, replying without a hint of fear. You think I didn't let you catch me on purpose? This statement deeply offended the other guy. What did you say? Xianwu then posed a strange question. Do you know why a kangaroo holds its opponent's hands before delivering a powerful blow? This question slightly confused Han Chiel. Suddenly, something shot towards his face with extreme speed. It was Xianwu. Using his opponent's firm grip as a leverage point, he propelled his entire body upward and delivered a straight kick to the man's face, unable to retract his hand in time to defend. Han Chiel's face took the full impact of the kick, shattering and almost completely deforming. His teeth flew out everywhere, blood spraying from his mouth. He was mercilessly thrown backward by the force of the kick. Han Chiel slowly lifted his head, blood still pouring from his mouth. He tried to stand but failed, panicking internally. No, I can't lift myself up anymore. What's happening? He slammed his hand on the ground, lamenting bitterly. Damn it. How did my body end up like this? He couldn't believe it. How could I lose to someone who didn't even use the stimulant? Looking up in desperation, Han Chiel suddenly noticed something. It was the stimulant vial that Xianwu hadn't used. A crazy idea flashed through his mind. That's right. One dose wasn't enough for me. With that thought, he immediately dragged himself towards the shelf holding the vial, using all his remaining strength to reach out and grab the syringe inside. At the same time, Xianwu on the other side noticed his opponent's intention. He immediately rushed forward frantically, shouting in his head, "The stimulant meant for me." Just as Xianwu's foot reached Han Chiel, the man managed to inject the strength-enhancing drug straight into his own neck. The young man quickly absorbed another large dose of the stimulant. Both his eyes now turned a terrifying blood red. The observing drone immediately reported, "Stamina stimulant administered." Success. Immediately, Han Chiel sprang up, slamming his back hard into Xianwu's stomach. His monstrously sturdy body, combined with the unexpected impact, caused Xianwu to cough up a large mouthful of blood. Eyes widening in pain, Xianwu seemed completely drained of strength after this vicious blow. The other man didn't stop. He grabbed Xianwu's limp body, lifted him up, preparing to slam him onto the floor again, shouting resentfully, "Who are you calling a skinny piece of trash?" He immediately threw Xianwu forcefully onto the ground. A powerful surge of force emanated from the throw, demonstrating his terrifying strength at that moment. Due to the excessive impact, Xianwu continuously coughed up blood. The drone slowly approached his motionless body to get a better look at the situation, but the young man immediately swatted the drone away, still in a frenzy, yelling, "Get out!" Then he slowly approached Xianwu's sprawled head, his voice laced with malice. Not done yet. After that, he used both hands to squeeze Xianwu's neck, making him instantly gasp for air. The man mumbled in his ear with sick amusement. "There's something I've wanted to do for a long time. Yeah. This feeling. With scum like you. Only breaking your neck will satisfy me." Xianwu's eyes slowly bulged from lack of oxygen. In his final struggling breaths, only one image echoed in Xianwu's mind, Dad. Immediately after, a spray of blood shot into the air. Amidst the tense, blood-red scene, as the blood spurted up, the young man choking Xianwu suddenly froze, then rolled over dead on the spot. The remote-controlled drone approached again, closely observing Han Chiel's corpse. After a moment, it gave a firm announcement. Match concluded due to one player's death. In the control room, Cha Yan Wu, observing the events through the camera feed, looked puzzled. Death. What happened? Kim Min-sok, standing beside him, immediately explained. Due to a stimulant overdose, he adjusted his glasses again, explaining further from a technical standpoint, the survival rate when using two different types of stimulants simultaneously is less than 0.5%. Minsu analyzed deeper. Because he had already successfully used the strength-enhancing stimulant, but then injected another dose of the stamina stimulant, so death was expected. Through the camera feed, a group in protective gear could be seen moving in to clear Han Chiel's body. Cha Yan-Wu pondered for a moment, then said, "Tesk, I have to admit, he's really lucky. His opponent sought his own death, but Kim Min-sok offered a different opinion. Perhaps this wasn't entirely due to luck. His body is highly abnormal. Cha Yun-woo retorted. Isn't it just that his bones are hard to break? You know full well this place is crawling with monsters, far more terrifying than that. Kim Min-sok emphasized. With the stimulants we have, we can enhance muscles, organs, hormones, anything. Except for one thing, that is bones. Min-suk pointed out the crux of the matter, his voice resolute. There's definitely some special secret behind this. Hearing this, Cha Yun-woo said, let's see how effective it is when he enters the main tournament. What's the next step? Kim Min-sek replied. Since he passed the stimulant trial round, he'll receive emergency treatment first. Then we'll let him meet the other monsters. On the camera screen now showed Seon-woo being helped away by a group, his body exhausted, eyes weary and unfocused. Min-sok finished his sentence, his tone full of hidden meaning. Those whose various strengths have been enhanced. Seon-woo's eyes at that moment, though tired, remained fixed on the hovering drone. He was taken to the fighter arena's special treatment room. Currently, Seon-woo was sitting on a modern examination machine. Next to a medical staff member, he stared blankly at the floor. Saying nothing, deep down, he questioned himself. Did he really die? Because of me? No. I just wanted to knock him unconscious. The image of Han Cheol dying right before his eyes kept haunting him, replaying in his mind. The feeling of having just faced death himself briefly returned, leaving Seon-woo even more dazed and confused. I was the one who almost died. He immediately remembered the image of his father lying in the hospital bed, covered in white bandages with the ventilator. Telling himself to stay calm, Seon-woo clenched his teeth, his heart filled with determination. I'm the only one who can save Mom and Dad. When he looked up, that drone was pointing its camera straight at him again. It announced, all players who passed the match, please proceed to the main hall now. The medical staff member who had been with him earlier explained, from now on, this machine will answer all your questions. As long as you stay with it, you'll be fine. He added warningly, they are all equipped with a deadly weapon, so don't do anything stupid. He slowly followed the drone's guidance, heading towards a large door ahead. It led him out of the dark cave area where Seon-woo had initially been brought. He cautiously followed, his mind still full of confusion. What the hell is this place? As he approached the cave entrance, Seon-woo realized, an underground cave? They're making sure I can't escape. The drone pulled him forward. Seon-woo thought anxiously. Damn it. I wish I could call and check if Mom is okay. He reassured himself. At least they said Mom and Dad will be safe as long as I'm here. I have to survive, no matter what. He compared this brutal reality to the fights he used to imagine. This isn't like the fights I imagined at all. Outside, people thought I was a fearsome monster. He clenched his teeth. But here, some random guy off the street is at that level. Thinking back on the fight with Han Cheol made him shudder involuntarily. Seon-woo pondered apprehensively. Couldn't help but fear. Just how much more terrifying are the monsters here? The drone suddenly spoke. Opening the competition hall, he looked at it in surprise. The massive gate before him slowly opened, ethereal light spilling out from within. He cautiously stepped inside. Going from one surprise to another, the place was teeming with drones, similar to the one following him. They flew everywhere, clearly mobile cameras monitoring the players. Seon-woo couldn't help but feel astonished by the scale and technology here. His drone announced, all players have entered. The game will begin with 124 participants. Before him now was a true arena, filled with many hulking, muscular individuals and swarming with observing drones. It added, instructions will be given briefly, so please focus on the projector screen. He observed the crowd of fighters ahead, whispering internally again. What the hell? These monsters, he assessed. They're on a completely different level than the guy I met in round 1. Seon-woo's vigilance gradually increased. Seon-woo tried to blend into the crowd, moving quietly, telling himself, if I want to avoid unnecessary injuries in pointless fights, I should stay under the radar until the official match begins. Suddenly, a huge, hulking man approached from behind, his challenging voice dripping with superiority. Hey, high school kid. Brat. How did you get in here? Whew. Let Big Brother play with you for a bit. Okay, he thought irritably. Damn it. This uniform attracts too much attention. Start the instructions already. As he continued walking, passing two other men talking. He overheard them discussing, "Haha, I heard that student got in because his opponent overdosed on stimulants." The other man showed a mix of surprise and interest. "Wait, does that mean he hasn't used stimulants?" The first one continued. "Looking at him in that uniform, some rich folks probably want to watch someone suffer." The second man suggested, "I'm bored. Maybe I'll mess with that brat for a bit." But the first one quickly stopped him. "Hey, keep your head down and walk. Looks like someone else has targeted him." This surprised the man who wanted to cause trouble. Just then, from behind him, a voice called out, "Hey." Xianwu only glanced slightly sideways. Even without turning back, he could sense it was the big guy who had provoked him earlier. He kept naggingly following, deliberately trying to start something. When someone asks if you want to play, you should answer. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it." He unexpectedly grabbed Xianwu's head, growling, "If you don't answer, I'll have to kill you." Xianwu remained silent, but had already made up his mind to survive among this pack of lunatics. Then he gritted his teeth, his expression turning grim as he turned around, preparing to confront him. "I need to be crazier than them." Just as he was about to raise his fist while turning, the other guy was also ready, raising his massive hand. Suddenly, another arm shot out, blocking the thug's wrist. Xianwu couldn't help but be surprised. A powerfully built muscular man stood protectively in front of him. This unexpected action made the thug ask, "What is this?" The man said in a low voice. "Stop." The thug, unwilling to back down, used his other hand to grab the man's blocking arm. Then he squeezed so hard that the muscle fibers on the man's arm began to bulge noticeably. He smirked maliciously, asking, "Now what?" "Who?" Despite his hand being squeezed until it burned, the man remained calm, saying, "He's just a high school student." Then he forcefully pulled his arm back. A red burn mark from the intense friction was clearly visible on his forearm. The thug scoffed. "You want to fight me with just one arm pumped with stimulants?" Then he glanced at Xianwu, adding, "To save that brat." This statement made Xianwu feel belittled and looked down upon. He gritted his teeth, trying to tell himself, "Can't stand the humiliation. I have to pretend I don't care. That's better than getting needlessly injured." The thug started raising his fist, challenging, "Then feel free to come here and die for that student." The man didn't flinch, immediately raising his fist to confront him. Seeing this, Xianwu couldn't just stand by. He simultaneously turned back, preparing to support the kind uncle. "Damn it. How can I just let this happen?" Instantly, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed, splattering fresh blood right in front of him, leaving Xianwu utterly stunned. The drone with the camera attached was actually equipped with a gun barrel. It had just fired repeatedly, the barrel still glowing hot. The large thug, hit multiple times in the head, crumpled to the ground, dead instantly. The drone emitted its cold, mechanical voice again, like a warning. The orientation is about to begin. Anyone engaging in conflict outside of matches will be shot dead immediately. At the same time, on the other side, other drones were simultaneously aiming their gun barrels at the newly fallen corpse. This scene shocked and bewildered Xianwu even more. Damn it. Do they treat human lives like trash? Who could possibly survive in here? Suddenly, another strange sound echoed, drawing everyone's attention. A giant projection screen appeared in the middle of the cave airspace. The image of the supposed creator of the tournament appeared, addressing all the fighters. "Congratulations to everyone for successfully surviving the qualifying round. The recent stimulant check was just a simple round. As long as you survived, you wouldn't be eliminated. But from now on, every round will have eliminations. And elimination means being deprived of the right to compete in subsequent rounds." He changed the subject, setting that aside. "The reason fighters are here participating in this tournament is for the 10 billion won prize." Hearing the enormous sum, the crowd of fighters below immediately erupted in wild cheers, overcome with excitement. Only Xianwu stood there silently observing, completely devoid of emotion towards the prize money. His mind was currently focused only on getting treatment for his father. "With that money, my family could live like human beings." Thinking this, he subconsciously clenched his fist. The organizer added further, "Unfortunately, only one person can receive this prize. But don't despair just yet, because if you make it into the top 16 and survive, that fighter will receive 5% of the VIP guests' bets." He immediately displayed the number of VIP guests currently watching and betting. One fighter saw the enormous figure, excitedly clenched his fist, and shouted with immense determination, "The prize money and the betting money are all mine." The organizer continued the instructions. Each player will have their own broadcast channel. Each person is assigned a guide machine that also functions as a camera. Xianwu immediately shifted his gaze to the drone hovering right beside him. They are scattered everywhere, also serving as live recording devices. VIP guests will watch the channel of the player they think will win and place bets on them. He summarized. In short, the more attention you get from VIP guests, the more money you'll receive. Therefore, attract as much viewership as possible to bring home a massive fortune. Now, each person will be provided with a personal room to stay in until the game ends. You are free to choose roommates. Immediately after, a series of doors leading to empty rooms slowly opened. He concluded, "Any other questions will be answered by the guide machine. Now, move." Instantly, the crowd began buzzing with conversation. The two men from earlier spoke again. "If I want to attract VIP attention, I'll stay with the strong ones and throw a few punches. Staying with the high school brat won't get me a single cent." Xianwu stood isolated. Seemingly no one wanted to befriend him or share a room. He thought grimly, "Damn it. Even finding a room is difficult." But the muscular man who had helped him earlier quickly approached. He friendly draped an arm over Xianwu's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry too much, student." Xianwu looked at him, slightly bewildered. He continued, as if reassuring him, "I'll ensure your safety until the official match begins." Xianwu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the man's arm, still marked by the burn and trembling slightly. But suddenly, his attention was caught by someone with striking yellow hair in the crowd. He looked closely at the person's appearance, then whispered to himself in astonishment, "No way. Could it be?" Just then, the man's words cut off his train of thought. "Looks like that room over there isn't contested. Let's go check it out." Xianwu broke into a sweat, feeling a bit worried and guilty. He got hurt because of me, and now he wants to share a room with someone everyone else shuns. He just watched the man's retreating back, his heart full of conflict. I don't know what his motives are, but no matter which room I choose, danger lurks everywhere. Seeing Xianwu still standing motionless, the man turned back and asked, "Why are you still standing there?" Only then did Xianwu snap out of it, stammering, Let's go." Seeing the two of them seemingly allied and heading towards a room together, the others began whispering again. "Whoa, what kind of group is that? Guaranteed rock-bottom viewership." They hadn't stopped muttering since the orientation began. "That's why I chose the room next to the person most likely to have the highest viewership. Sharing a room is obviously dangerous, but being next door at least gets some screen time on the popular channel." Clearly, those with bulging muscles, looking strong and fierce, always attracted higher viewership. Inside another room, the atmosphere was dark and oppressive, like a deep black hole, true to its frightening appearance. The occupants inside were all large, massive men, radiating a particularly dangerous aura. Suddenly, a young man, appearing to be a teenager, walked in. His appearance slightly surprised them. He coldly shut the door behind him. Then, he walked straight towards where they were sitting, pointed to a spot, and said, "That spot looks good." They found this behavior strange and irritating, until he issued a brazen command, "Move aside." Now, they were truly astonished and angered by this arrogant attitude. One of the group stood up, approached him, his voice thick with menace. "The cameras aren't even on yet, and you already closed the door." Then he immediately raised his hand high, gathering momentum to attack, grinning menacingly, eager to die. "Are we?" But before he could strike, the young man instantly shot out two fingers like lightning. Those steel-hard fingers precisely pierced the man's carotid artery. Fresh blood immediately spurted out. The large man was instantly stunned, eyes wide. Then he collapsed onto the ground, his neck twisted at an odd angle. This sight terrified the remaining two, their faces turning pale. The young man spoke coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. Anyone else, they were so scared they became like timid rabbits, utterly silent, not daring to make a peep. Seeing no one dared to object anymore, he continued, "Good. Stay quiet like that." Then he nonchalantly licked the blood remaining on his fingers, speaking as if to himself, "The person I want to fight is someone else. introducing him Han Minsu, only 19 years old, skilled in harness. The next morning, inside a luxury car rolling down the road, Cha Yun-woo and Kim Min-sok sat in the back seat, with another driver at the wheel. Min-sek reported, "There's intelligence that the vice chairman will ally with Choi Ma-chun, the former champion from the previous season. Again, Mr. Yun-woo replied, his voice slightly annoyed. Damn it. Of course, he lamented. Who else could it be? But our alternative option is a high school kid. Min-suk quickly reassured him. If Kang Seon-woo can reach the top 16, he'll go through the second stimulant trial round. Then he showed great anticipation and a bit of boastfulness. With his body, there's a high chance the stimulant will maximize its potential. His bones are normally 10 times harder than a normal person's. Min-suk's eyes suddenly widened strangely, his voice filled with excitement. If he's injected with more stimulants, a monster that shatters all records will be born. Mr. Yeon-woo clicked his tongue at the prospect of competing with other powers for Seon-woo. TSK. Anyway, he's on our side now. I'm worried others will snatch him away. Min-suk seemed quite confident. I don't think we need to worry about that right now. Then he explained the reason. The 5-person room Kang Seon-woo is in consists of the 5 individuals with the lowest viewership from the stimulant trial round. This surprised Mr. Yun-woo once again. The car continued steadily across the long bridge, back in Seon-woo's group's room. After the muscular man brought him back, he started explaining some basics. Getting viewership seems difficult. The audience will only focus on the fighters they think will win. As for this group, he pointed towards a girl sitting in the corner. One of them is even female. Her chances of winning aren't expected to be high. He introduced her. The one sitting over there is Amanda Grosh, 23 years old, specializing in capoeira and jiu-jitsu. He then shifted his attention to another person with a small frame and yellow hair. That kid is the smallest in the tournament. He introduced. The young man with yellow hair is Kim Min-ho, already 25, from the boxing school. Finally, he introduced a young man acting strangely. The last one is, this young man was continuously trying to touch his elbow with his tongue, muttering like a madman. Elbow. Elbow. He is Menon, 28 years old. Menon maintained his bizarre posture, trying so hard, his face turned purple, even saying loudly, "Help me. Help me." Seon-woo watched this, speechless, unsure how to react. Just then, drones began flooding into their room. The muscular man looked up at the drone whose camera light was on, saying, "The guide machine has started recording. But, to earn money, you have to attract viewership." Saying only that, he unexpectedly stuck out one hand. Then he leaped forward, and abruptly landed, using one hand braced on the floor to support his entire body weight. This sudden display of strength left Seon-woo stunned. He then began performing one-handed push-ups as easily as a daily exercise routine. 1, 2, 1, 2. All of this unfolded before Seon-woo's astonished eyes. He scratched his head, seeming to judge the performance. This isn't very promising. When he looked over at Amanda Grosh, she had also stood up from her seat. Then she slowly extended one index finger, pointing straight down at the floor. To Seon-woo's amazement, Amanda plunged her entire fingertip into the hard room floor. Next, she began bending her legs, slowly lifting her body off the ground. Then she raised her entire body into the air, using only the strength of that single finger. This performance was even more incredible than the uncle's earlier display. He stared wide-eyed, wondering in horror, lifting her whole body with just one finger. Without even gathering momentum, both of them continued their respective 1, 2, 1, 2 exercises. Seon-woo still didn't understand what was happening, stammering, "Wait." Meanwhile, Kim Min-ho was already poised. He confidently declared, "Only idiots show off strength." This statement made Seon-woo extremely curious. What Kim Min-ho demonstrated was terrifying speed. With just a blur, he dashed to the end of the room in an instant. Then, in another flash, he was back in his original position before Seon-woo could even register it. Kim Min-ho didn't stop there. He continued repeating this lightning-fast movement, making Seon-woo inwardly admire. What? How is he so fast? Looking at the remaining corner, Menon was still like someone mentally challenged, constantly babbling while nearly choking from overexertion. "Okay, I touched it. I'm the best." Xian Wu could only break into a cold sweat watching him. In this bizarre room, every type was present, from those who liked endurance contests. 1, 2, 1, 2, into the super speed sprinter, and even eccentric attention seekers like Menon. At this point, Xian Wu began to regret his choice. He didn't know the goals or aspirations of this group, only that his current situation was awkward and difficult. What? What is this? It looks cool, but watching this makes me look like an idiot. Suddenly, the room door slammed shut forcefully. On the TV screen, a match announcement board appeared. The 124 participants had been paired up. He looked up at the bracket, again slightly surprised. The opponent listed right above his name was Kai. So, in this round, Xian Wu would have to face the fighter named Kai. At the company in the high-rise building, two familiar figures appeared again. Yan Wu, after seeing the bracket, asked, "Is it okay?" Minsu replied, "He has never lost a match as a Lethwei fighter." "Mr." Yan Wu turned, looking curious. "Lethwei," Minsu explained. "It's a martial art with some similarities to Muay Thai. However, the difference is it's more violent and has greater lethal force." Yan Wu questioned, "Isn't Muay Thai already one of the dangerous martial arts that allows elbows and knees?" Minsu replied, "The scope allowed in Lethwei is even wider than that." He listed the deadly advantages, not only fighting without gloves but also allowing headbutts. If you use your forehead to attack the opponent's face or head, the strongest bone in the human body will inflict a fatal wound. That's why official tournaments ban this martial art. Then, Minsu added, "But the most dangerous aspect of Lethwei lies elsewhere." This made Mr. Yan Wu even more curious. Minsu explained, "It also allows strikes to the nape of the neck and the spine. Getting hit by these blows means either becoming vegetative or dying. That's why this martial art is widely banned." Kai has arguably the most experience in the fighter arena among all participants. Besides his professional career, he's also recruited by other organizations to fight. Mr. Yan Wu heard the phrase organizations. Minsu explained, "It seems fighting in the official ring isn't enough to satisfy him. He started seeking out notorious street fighters to duel, which attracted the attention of underground organizations." Yan Wu asked directly, "Does Kang Xian Wu have a chance of beating him?" Minsu replied with a question of his own. "I'm curious about that too." This slightly surprised Mr. Yan Wu. "What?" Minsu presented his argument. Up until now, Kang Xian Wu has only fought debt collectors and types like Black Bear, those without formal martial arts training. The person he will compete against this time is Kai, 28 years old, from the Lethwei school. Back in the fighter arena, in the room of the group of 5, the examination machine slowly opened, releasing a hazy white smoke. He sat up abruptly after the examination process finished, wondering, "Phew, how long did I sleep?" Xian Wu was slightly surprised as he moved. What's this? Why does my body suddenly feel so light?" He rotated his wrist joint a few times, questioning further. "No, it's not just light. Is it?" "That's right. This feeling. It's happened before." Then he looked back at his hand. He recalled the events he had experienced. "When I woke up after fighting that guy, Black Bear," he kept thinking about being haunted by that strange feeling. "I had the same kind of feeling." He looked at his body again, like I had become stronger. From the examination machine behind him, which also opened, the uncle who had accompanied him earlier had also finished the process. Zaying him, Xian Wu jumped, but the uncle remained very calm. "What's there to be surprised about?" He smiled, touching his now-healed arm, and explained, "If muscles are pushed to their limit and then recover without permanent damage, they naturally become stronger than before." Then he stated firmly, "You definitely haven't done this before." He could only look bewildered, but internally he confirmed, "That's right. When fighting Black Bear, I reached my limit without even realizing it." Then the uncle spoke again, his gaze somewhat probing, "But the speed at which you recover is also abnormally fast. Don't you think so? Or have you injected some kind of recovery stimulant?" He evaded the question, saying, "More importantly, I've been wondering since yesterday." This made the uncle listen attentively. Xian Wu repeated the incident in the hall. "Why did you risk your life to protect me?" The uncle looked down at the ground thoughtfully for a moment. "Well, the thing is," then he replied, "you resemble my son. This answer slightly startled Xianwu. He added, his voice full of remorse, if I had been a better father, my son wouldn't have ended up deep in debt with loan sharks. He somewhat understood. So, you're here because… The man nodded. That's right. To atone for my mistakes. I have to pay off all that debt, he expressed further. But when I saw you all alone, I couldn't help but think of the son I ruined and abandoned. I couldn't just stand by and watch. After hearing the story, Xianwu became serious again, warning sternly. Stop wasting time. This remark somewhat surprised the uncle. Then he gritted his teeth and said bluntly, you have to live to take care of your son. If you do, nothing will change. He dared to speak such realistic words directly. Xianwu's words seemed to have touched the uncle. He even got so excited he put Xianwu in a friendly headlock. Joking, dare to talk like that, and I'll swallow you whole. This action made Xianwu stumble along. No, that's not what I meant. Suddenly, from a distance, a noisy commotion erupted. Ridiculous. This complaint drew the attention of both of them. It was Menon, complaining to the TV. Why aren't I in the main area? Then he turned to pick a fight with the drone. To the damn people watching. I'm the one who can touch my elbow with my tongue. He continued his frenzy, swinging his hand to catch the drone. Although unsuccessful multiple times, he kept trying, returning to where the two were talking. The uncle added, I heard that the match with the most views will take place in the main area. The rest will be in the stimulant area. Then he said, but there's this all of us. Except Menon. They glanced over at Menon, sticking his tongue out like a lizard, trying to catch the drone. Being in the main area means our opponents will be the most outstanding monsters. Hearing this, he wondered, isn't that good? This surprised the uncle. Good. What are you talking about? He slightly curled his lip, his expression showing interest at the thought of a tough opponent. It's a chance to attract all the VIP guests. Right. The uncle stared blankly at his somewhat excited expression, saying again, you really are crazy. Menon interjected his head between the two, casually saying, the main area doesn't just attract views. He immediately jumped back due to the sudden appearance. What? Menon continued with his bizarre smile. It's also where the 16 VIP guests will appear. Those superpowers ruling the world. Hearing that, Xianwu thought to himself, does that mean that reconnaissance agent will be there too? I want to hear news about Mom. Night fell. Outside an old warehouse, 3 luxury cars were parked. A group of people, including Yeonwoo and Minsu, stood before a container full of fiercely burning charcoal. Yeonwoo gritted his teeth, wondering, I thought we were going to the main area. What is this filthy place? Minsu explained. The location of the fighter arena is a secret known only to the organizers, so they surely want to meet us somewhere hidden. He stared intently at his tablet, adding, but it seems someone other than us has been watching Kang Xianwu's channel. Mr. Yeonwoo asked irritably again. What? Why so sudden? Is someone spying on us? Suddenly, from the other side, a woman's clear voice spoke. It seems someone has misunderstood. Both men looked up. Standing there was Cha Sung-yeon, 19 years old. Introduced as the youngest lady of the Hosen group, she smiled charmingly, saying, it's just that I'm interested in the student named Kang Xianwu. That's all. Yeonwoo clearly disliked this girl. He snapped. I was just kicked out of the company not long ago. Why are you following me around like a rat? Min Sok immediately teased. It seems this young lady is interested in the boss. This made Mr. Yeonwoo disagree, quickly shutting him up. Who are you calling a young lady? She's just an illegitimate child. Cha Sung-yeon slowly stepped down, still maintaining a leisurely demeanor, replying, so harsh. I dropped out of school to come help you two with the company. Then she added, her voice full of hidden meaning. Thanks to them, I found out about such an interesting place. So I guess I'm very grateful. Mr. Yeonwoo remained suspicious. Whatever scheme you're plotting, you better just keep quiet and leave. Suddenly, another car drove straight into the warehouse. Yet another drone flew in. That drone, along with the car and the accompanying entourage that just arrived, issued instructions. You will now be guided to the main area. In the darkness, a voice echoed again. Take off her blindfold. Sung-yeon slowly removed the blindfold. Before her eyes was a large, transparent glass pane. Sung-yeon was hit by the blinding light. What is this? Below was the fighting arena. Vast and clean. The bodyguard replied. Below is the fighting arena. The director has already gone to one of the 16 VIP rooms. Seung-yeon wondered to herself. So, it's time. She curved her lips. This playground will be difficult. In a room on this side, Yeon-woo sat on a chair praising. Indeed, the scale here is quite large. Isn't it? Min-sok stared intently at the tablet. Calculating. After the match here concludes. The match in room 10, where Kang Seon-woo is competing, will begin. Suddenly, it sounded like a landslide from below, making Yeon-woo jump. Below, Minsu was defeating a large man, smashing him into the wall so hard it cracked. Yeon-woo looked at him in surprise. What the hell? Min-suk replied. It's Han Min-su, a schoolmate the same age as Kang Seon-woo. Yeon-woo turned, asking in surprise. Still a high school student. Min-suk replied. He already dropped out. It's truly incomprehensible that the school has two monsters like this. Yeon-woo let out a sound upon hearing this. Humph, Min-suk added. That Han Min-su goes to the same school as Kang Seon-woo. Turns out he was also Seon-woo's classmate. A drone approached to examine, then reported. Match in rooms 9 and 20 has concluded. Victory belongs to Han Min-su. Next up is the match for rooms 10 and 3. Fighters, please enter. As the door opened, Seon-woo entered with his teammates. They observed the large crack on the fighting surface. Becoming surprised, the uncle spoke up. Looks like this match will be quite intense. The drone announced. Competitors from room 10 who are not yet on the floor will wait here. The first person to enter was Min-ho. He let out a sigh. The drone added, competitors who have finished, please leave the arena. Minsu simultaneously walked towards the exit door. Suddenly, Minsu raised his hand and flicked his hair. Min-ho paid some attention. The uncle on this side said again, hope Kim Min-ho stays relaxed, not tense. Suddenly, something shot past Seon-woo's eyes, embedding itself straight into the wall beside him, making Seon-woo's eyes widen in surprise. He gritted his teeth and looked over. Who? Where did that stone come from? Min-ho, on his side, kept his eyes fixed on Minsu. His Min-ho's sharp eyes had caught the sight. I saw it. That guy pretended to be fixing his hair. He was the one throwing the stone, with such speed that no one could detect it. It seemed Minsu had something against him. Min-ho was still thinking, unable to believe how much damage a stone could cause at such high speed. Suddenly, Minsu spoke up. You? Surprising Min-ho, then slowly looking over at Min-ho. Minsu said, you must be pretty arrogant to be here. Who? Min-ho turned and replied, not really. Then Minsu issued a challenge. Keep being confident. Bastard. Surprising him Min-ho. What? Minsu scowled at Min-ho, like looking at prey. You'll pay the price. Min-ho immediately stepped back quickly, putting both hands up to guard his face, getting into a ready fighting stance. This surprised everyone. Who? Why do those two want to fight? Amanda spoke up. Nothing happens without reason, surprising both Seon-woo and the uncle. Who? She added. For those with real strength, even a little bit of killing intent can be recognized. Facing Min-ho, Minsu simply walked past him, as if nothing had happened. He walked straight towards the main door, leaving Min-ho feeling let down. Who? Min-ho gritted his teeth. Is he really that strong? Making me put my guard up instantly. That bastard acted like he wanted to kill me. Min-ho had another bad feeling about him. Minsu was just like a monster targeting him for attack. Min-ho could only say to himself, okay, so I understand a bit about him now. But he's too strong. How can I possibly defeat him? Suddenly, another man spoke up. Where are you looking? Min-ho turned in surprise. That man was the wrestler Pa Yi-soo, with a large, muscular build. In the room behind him was director Go Woo-seon's room, holding a wine glass. He judged, fighting like that isn't poor combat. Why recruit someone like that to compete? His butler spoke up. Although he may be lacking, if the wrestler manages to grab them, the opponent is certainly dead. See, when caught, the opponent will be crushed to death. Their locking techniques are superb. Therefore, even in freestyle wrestling, many come from a wrestling background. In mixed martial arts like this, physical fitness is quite important. They have considerable strength and endurance. So in freestyle competition, A wrestler is also a formidable opponent. No one can escape if their whole body pins them down. It continued. Furthermore, the weight difference will help him, Yisu, defeat his opponent more easily. It can be easily compared with the naked eye. Yiso has tons of bulging muscles, while Minho has nothing. The drone spoke up. Opponents, get ready, it announced. The match between Kim Min-ho and Pa Yiso begins. The man Yiso quickly spread his arms into a wrestling stance. Seeing Min-ho put his hands forward in a boxing style, he, Yiso, spoke contemptuously again. Guarding like you're boxing. Let's see how long you can keep that guard up. Then he, Yiso, took the initiative to attack. To me, your punches are useless. But before anything, when he Min-ho threw the punch, he immediately struck one of the man's Yisu's eyes. Blood splattering. The man Yiso retreated in pain. Injured before the match even reached the middle. Hey, Yiso shouted loudly. His empty, bloody eye socket exposed. My eye, Min-ho scoffed. Keep being careless. Idiot. His middle finger knuckle was slightly extended. Like the body's natural knife. The man Yiso, dazed from the shock, tried to reassure himself. I still have one eye. Need to calm down. Not letting him Yisu rest. He, Min-ho, immediately moved in quickly. With an agile back and forth rhythm, the man Yiso widened his eye, trying to track Min-ho. He moves too fast. He's using my injured eyesight to stay out of my vision. At this moment, Min-ho moved relentlessly, again aiming for his Yisu's right side to strike, then delivered a blow right to the center of Yisu's face. The man Yisu roared in anger, wildly swinging his arms forward. Bastard! Min-ho quickly ducked and escaped his Yisu's attack range, immediately striking several more blows to vital points on his Yisu's body, causing the man Yiso to be continuously stunned, unable to even stand steadily. Now I can't see anything anymore. At this point, Yisu's remaining eye slowly started to blur. Feeling his own blood continuously spraying out, the uncle stared in surprise. The match ended that quickly. Amanda spoke up again. No. Surprising both of them, she said. That Pa Yiso guy has already caught Kim Min-ho's movement rhythm. They Xianwu and uncle hadn't noticed this point. Yet she knew. Until the next blow, Min-ho delivered. The man Yisu had instantly grasped his striking rhythm and blocked it. Without needing his eyes, Min-ho froze at that moment, feeling that the man Yiso could block him from all sides. Imagining this, Min-ho immediately retreated backward, scowling. He thought, I really can't take him down. It's like an illusion of him covering all my angles. How is this possible? The man Yisu currently clutched his right eye. Then, panting, he, Yiso, said, Now I'm used to your movements. Goosebumps rose all over his Yisu's skin. My body feels like it's gradually tensing up and getting excited. Suddenly, his Yisu's entire body seemed larger. Muscle tensing. This is the feeling I need. Finally, Yiso closed both eyes, surprising him, Min-ho. He closed his eyes, again, slightly suspicious. Like this, is he planning something? Min-ho continued his agile movements, then punched forward, yelling, D. Before Min-ho could touch the man's Yisu's face, Yiso instantly caught his fist. Wu Xian stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Even Min-ho's teammates couldn't believe it. Min-ho tensed up. Caught. Got the sleep left. Quickly, when Min-ho intended to continue moving laterally as before, suddenly, Yiso reached out exactly where he intended to move. Then Min-ho was lifted up as lightly as cotton. He was completely embraced by Yiso and lifted into the air. Then Min-ho's body was slammed down below, causing the ground to crack over a large area. The uncle's eyes widened in surprise. Shouting, he got grabbed. Wu Xian was excited, finding it interesting, and laughed. His eye is injured. Yet his reflexes are faster than before. The butler spoke up. It seems his fighting instincts have been awakened. Min-ho choked on blood, unable to close his mouth. Enveloped in shock, the man Yisu looked up at him, laughing grotesquely with his bleeding eye, saying, Truly, thank you for damaging one of my eyes. Thanks to that, I awakened my fighting instincts. Not stopping there, Min-ho continued to raise his hand, striking quickly to the left of the man's eye. Instantly, the remaining eye immediately burst. Significant blood spraying out. Pain instantly overwhelmed him. The man clutched his punctured eye, staggering backward in shock. Wu Xian was surprised, shouting, Now that he's lost the other eye, can he even fight anymore? The man lay on the arena floor, cursing loudly. Bastard. His eye socket wouldn't stop gushing blood. The uncle laughed, saying, "That kid is good at acting. I thought he was knocked out. Yet he managed to take out the other guy's remaining eye." The butler on this side said, "He can't fight anymore." Wu Xian, unconvinced, asked again, "Was that an unconscious punch?" But Minho now lay motionless on the ground. Amanda said, "If he doesn't wake up," causing them to turn to her in surprise once more. Amanda affirmed, "Then he will die." By now, Yiso managed to stand up, but he no longer had any vision. While Minho remained motionless, Yiso trembled, saying, "Damn it, now I really can't see anything." But suddenly, a strange sensation arose within his body, as if his senses had awakened. Everything around him was black, but he could visualize where he was standing. Yiso looked into his palm. A strange feeling. Wah, what the hell is this? His sense of smell became sharp, the scent of the floor and sand. His hearing delved deeper, the opponent's breathing. His sense of pressure through bodily touch also intensified. Even the slightest pressure difference could be clearly felt through his skin. "Now I can even see behind me." Yiso began to smile menacingly, feeling brimming with power. What is this? This surge of strength and this crazed feeling. Then he immediately burst into loud, extremely joyous laughter. I thought it wasn't a power boost, so I was disappointed. But now I realize this is the best thing, and it's getting even stronger. Yiso, with his two blood-clotted, gruesome eye sockets, said, "All right," as a way of thanking the one who made me like this, then began advancing towards where Minho lay. "I promise to give you the most complete rest." Instantly, he leaped high above. In Minho's consciousness, he was still very aware. No, again, as if submerged in the ocean depths. My body isn't obeying me. Suddenly, a voice called from the abyss. "Brother." It seemed old memories flooded back to Minho, being about avenging a loved one. The echoing voice appeared again. "You must find that dog." From then on, he decided to avenge his brother. Another memory fragment surfaced, the person from the organization extending an invitation. "If you want to find the one who killed your brother, come to this place, with that red card." "I must find him." The final voice echoed. "Brother, help me." By this time, Yisu had immediately lunged down towards Minho, his elbow aimed right at his face. The man's movements suddenly slowed before Minho's eyes. He was surprised, wondering inwardly, "What is this? Why is he moving so slowly?" Remembering again, "No, it's not that he's moving slowly. It's that I've become too fast." Instantly, where the man struck his elbow down was completely empty ground. He had quickly sprung up and shot backward, escaping the danger. They, the spectators, exclaimed in unison. What just happened? Yiso was still utterly surprised. "What? When did you get away?" Minho panted tiredly after the last move, saying again, "While you were rambling to yourself about this feeling and whatnot, I got some good rest. So now I feel completely energized." The man Yiso gritted his teeth. He's not bluffing. Compared to before, he has become faster. Minho immediately returned to a defensive stance, saying, "All right, now let's see how well you can keep up." Minho began. First, Step 1. The man seemed ready to block the blow. "Come on." Minho instantly dashed forward, aiming for his stomach. With lightning speed, the man, despite lacking sight, was able to block it, greatly surprising Minho. "He blocked my punch. Luck." He struck again, then take another one, but it was easily deflected by the man. Minho gritted his teeth. "Thumb it. Then let's add another step." Punching forward again, but this time, the man dodged sideways, escaping his punch, causing Minho to grit his teeth and shout, "How on earth?" The man, conversely, swung his arm forward. Minho instantly dodged and retreated. Minho couldn't believe it, asking himself again, "How can he keep up with my speed?" The man, confident of victory, thought, "I can feel it, from his heartbeat to every single movement of that kid. Now, to me." He then yelled inwardly, "There's no starting point. My senses are heightened to the extreme after losing my sight." Minho worriedly thought to himself, "As expected, at moderate speed, there's no hope. Right. Now, Even if there's risk, I can only go deeper with maximum speed. He bent his knees, gathering power, then leaped towards the man like a flash of light. He attacked combined with a forward lunge. His ultimate technique. Light straight, but suddenly, Minho froze. In his mind's eye, Yi So snapped his neck with his bare hands. Minho automatically fell to the ground due to the illusion. This somewhat confused the man Yi So. He looked at him again and asked, "What's this? Why did you charge at me and then just fall down?" Minho slowly steadied himself, fearful, then groped his neck, thinking worriedly, "What was that? It didn't work. Did I really break his neck? Damn it. Am I seeing illusions again?" The man smirked and said, "If I had attacked through, I was planning to break your neck too, but you fell down and escaped death. Lucky for you, kid." The uncle on this side looked at the state of the match and said, "Damn it. Kim Min-ho's speed is completely ineffective against that guy. It's like he can predict every attack. But how?" Suddenly, Min-ho's next move surprised him again. He was performing rapid, forward and backward hops. The uncle's eyes widened in surprise. What? Suddenly just doing normal footwork. Does he not have enough stamina to use his speed anymore? Min-ho kept moving constantly, advancing and retreating to deceive the man's senses. The uncle continued to marvel worriedly. If he just attacks at normal speed like that, how can he possibly win? Min-ho finally launched his attack, just as the uncle screamed, "Stop. You'll get yourself killed." But this time, Min-ho's attack was truly effective. He managed to hit the man's face without being blocked. When the man intended to use his hand to grab him, Min-ho immediately pulled back. This astonished the uncle. What? The attack already landed. Then Min-ho ran rapidly in a circle, as if surrounding the man like an iron cage. Min-ho kept moving constantly, preventing Yi So from grasping his next step. Although tired, he exerted all his strength to keep moving. The uncle pressed his hand to his head, feeling anxious. Why is he doing that? He doesn't even have the stamina to maintain speed. If he uses excessive feints like that, what will he have left to attack with? But his efforts were not in vain. Just then, Min-ho landed another blow on the man's face. The uncle froze. Another attack. When Yi So completely lost balance and orientation, he immediately exploited this opening, landing multiple blows on the man's face, blood splattering with each hit. Min-ho once again moved rapidly so the opponent couldn't grasp his direction. The uncle, again in disbelief. The attacks are working, so why use such excessive feints? Amanda spoke up, explaining, "It's precisely because of those feints that the attacks are effective," making the uncle slightly surprised. What? Min-ho immediately landed another blow to the man's face, causing Yi So to lose his balance further. Amanda explained, because the opponent thought he lost his sight, he unconsciously stopped using feints, and attacking directly became the problem. The uncle saw the trick, slightly guessing. So, does that mean he's making the opponent think he can still see and is deceiving him? Amanda replied, "No, it's more than that." The uncle uttered again. What? Amanda observed carefully. Kim Min-ho is deceiving his opponent's senses as well. Although it's not difficult to read simple attack patterns with his senses, because he just injected the sensory stimulant, he's not proficient yet. If faced with feints at Kim Min-ho's level, the mind will become completely chaotic. Kim Min-ho is causing that chaos for Pa Yi So. To grasp how much the opponent predicts his movements in such a short time, Kim Min-ho is scarier than I thought. At that moment, he kept repeating fluid movements, constantly changing the direction of attack. Min-ho lowered his body, then immediately struck straight upwards to Yi So's chin, making his teeth and lips seem to merge. Wu Xian, still unconvinced, asked loudly, "What is happening? Did they match me with an opponent who lost to someone useless like that?" The butler corrected him. "No way," making him pause. "What?" the butler cleverly said after observing the match. "Look at his expression. Is that the face of someone about to lose?" That guy Yi So started to smirk, then shouted again, "Gotcha," then embraced Min-ho's entire body, then lifted him up, the man roaring madly, "This is my victory," then flipped him backward. Min-ho at this point was in indescribable pain. His head was immediately slammed straight onto the arena floor, bursting open. Everyone was surprised by the result. Even the butler and Wu Xian didn't expect it. The imaginary images the man had conjured gradually disappeared, leaving him with a look of disappointment. Yi So self-destructed, unable to believe it. stammering. What? What? I definitely caught him. Minho at that time was still standing, watching the man smash his own head into the ground. Xianwu seemed surprised. Why did Pa Yisu throw himself backward like that? Amanda said. Because Kim Minho attacked Pa Yisu's brain. He was surprised. Brain, she replied. Because Kim Minho attacked Pa Yisu's brain relentlessly, each impact shaking the brain. If the concussions continue before the brain stabilizes again, even if he gains senses, it's hard to maintain sharpness. That way, Kim Minho created a short period where Pa Yisu's senses failed, making him think he had caught the opponent even though he hadn't actually touched him. Xianwu didn't expect he had such a tactic. Damn it. How could he? Is he stronger than me? Yisu's whole body trembled. The man seemed unable to stand, whispering, That guy doesn't even have physical enhancement drugs. Are his senses even superior to mine? This is truly unfair. In his final thoughts, the man's body also collapsed. The drone slowly approached to examine. It positioned its camera close to his face to check his condition, then reported, Pa Yiso is unable to continue fighting. The winner of this match is Kim Minho. He then let out a relieved sigh. Everyone cheered for Minho. Nice. While old Wuxian was furious. Damn it. Minho collapsed, looking up and breathing out exhausted sighs. In his heart, he silently called out, Brother, up above. In another room, Vasung Yun's room, she observed the entire match, assessing, this isn't a human fight. I didn't expect you guys would go crazy over it. The bodyguard beside her spoke up. It's not just a fight. She was surprised. He said, this is a place where corporations can achieve everything they want. From money, power, maintaining authority, to even traceless murders, and hallucinogens undetectable in tests. For corporations that no longer feel pleasure anywhere else, this is the only paradise. Therefore, the pride of the VIPs here is astonishing. She replied, I think I understand why third brother wants to defeat eldest brother here so badly. The bodyguard replied, he must have been very careful in choosing his fighter. Moreover, his fighter is known to be very familiar with this place and extremely talented. Seyon added, therefore, we also have to be very active. We will find out the extent of his talent in the next round. The next match was quickly set up. The main character of the match would be Xian Wu, inside the monitoring room, sitting at a computer desk replaying footage. A man entered the office, reporting, Director, the 16 VIP guests have all arrived at the hospital. The director turned. 100% attendance. Looks like we'll reap some rewards this year. Have the results come in yet? The man presented. We detected the secondary stimulation of the sensory enhancement drug for the first time and confirmed the short-term side effect index decreased by 20%. Huh. But the regeneration effect we aimed for still hasn't appeared in any drug. The director asked with some disappointment. So it's still a failure. The man replied. Not exactly. The time for the drug to reach maximum effect is just beginning. We'll have results soon. Then looked back at the report on the tablet. Moreover, this is also the first time the drug's effects have appeared. I think the test results can provide clues about the regeneration effect. The director immediately predicted. You're talking about the skin enhancement effect. Is that so? Then when can we confirm it? The man replied. It's coming soon. The fighter for the next round on the main floor is a rather strong fighter. A monster lying inside the waiting room, with a massive build and red hair. Xian Wu on this side was stretching, preparing for his first match. The uncle said, if it gets too tough, just fall down. He replied, that's not happening. Even if it does, I have to make it not happen. The uncle seemed surprised again and asked, aren't you scared? How come you don't seem nervous at all? Xian Wu confidently said, absolutely not. Not even a little. The uncle jumped, then felt weak all over. Huh. What a madman. The drone flew towards the gathering crowd. It reported, fighter Kang Xian Wu is entering the arena. He immediately stepped through the door leading to the fighting floor. While walking down to the decisive area, he thought again, since when did I stop feeling fear? Then memories echoed in his mind. When I was young, I had so many accidents it made others ponder, even if I was about to die. It wasn't strange. I always came out unharmed as usual. Back then, Xian Wu had cried out mommy. At first, I cried loudly out of surprise. However, after going through several years like that, no matter what difficult situation I faced, I became numb. Many people were bothered by that numbness, but no matter what they did, they couldn't see even a hint of fear in me. They slammed clubs straight onto his head, but the clubs shattered. His head bled, yet registered no emotion, and conversely, they became more afraid of me. The only thing that worries me right now is the safety of my family, not this opponent before me. Kai quickly appeared on the battlefield. The two faced each other, with two drones hovering nearby. Recording. Yanwu sat inside the waiting room, watching him enter the ring, starting to speak. Now it begins. What kind of skills does Kai have? Minsu replied. This is a skin enhancement drug, which I'm also seeing for the first time, making the uncle slightly curious. Skin. How does that help in a fight? Minsu immediately said. It's not just helpful. It has a major impact. The previous opponent had his entire skin and muscles torn. The man was confused. His skin was enhanced. So why was the opponent torn? Minsu explained. The skin was enhanced to the point that ordinary people couldn't damage it, because it's too rough and also tough. Just touching it could injure the opponent's skin. It said even muscles were torn. There have been cases like that before. VIPs are usually very interested in the fighters they bet on. The man became distressed. Heis. Damit. So where should we place our bets? I've practiced Lethway with enhanced skin. Is choosing Kang Xianwu over Kai appropriate? Minsu looked at the tablet screen. The betting results for both heavily favored Kai, which was expected. Indeed, only the bets on player Kai are increasing, while Kang Xianwu has 0. Suddenly, Minsu paused. He reported in surprise. Someone bet on Kang Xianwu before us. Even a whole 100 million won. This made Yanwu feel it was absurd. What? Who? Seungyun on this side was crossing her legs, waiting for the match to begin. The bodyguard, seeing her seeming tense, asked, "Are you alright?" "Miss," she replied. "The higher the risk, the higher the reward. Plus, I have my intuition. Right now, if I don't take a risky challenge, I won't be able to defeat my brothers." Then said, "Let's wait and see whether the reward is high or the risk is high." He stood there silently. The man also stood still. Not saying anything, the drone issued the command, "Begin Kang Xianwu's match." He slowly got into a defensive stance. No matter what, I have to win. When he was in a ready position, he noticed the man showed no sign of movement. He was puzzled. Why isn't that guy preparing? Then he had to speak up. "What is this? Are you going to fight or not?" The man glared at him and replied, "I am a man, not the type to beat up children." These principles of benevolence made Xianwu click his tongue. "TSK." The man leisurely walked towards him, adding, "I'll only hit you once with 10% of my strength." Kai finally instructed, "Absolutely do not stand up. Just one kick to Xianwu's stomach." Using merely 10% as the man had said, instantly made him feel like he died and came back to life. Yanwu immediately became anxious. Seeing him unable to get up again, he shouted loudly, "No, with just one blow, he can't even get back up. Is this a sign the match is over?" The uncle on this side also became accepting. "It really is too bad. Maybe he should just give up." Minho from behind spoke up, explaining, "That wasn't caused by a cry of pain," confusing the uncle. "Who?" he said. Kang Xianwu probably also sensed that Kai had no intention of attacking him, merely wanting to intimidate him. The uncle was surprised. Kai did that to save him. Minho sat down on the resting chair, saying, "I just felt ashamed." The uncle had never heard this term before either. "What?" I explained. Because fighting a high school student like that, perhaps Kai thought the match would truly disgrace him. Therefore, he proposed that Kang Xianwu fall to the ground and not get back up. The man Kai, seeing his Xianwu's acting wasn't convincing, said, "No good. Shouldn't you be screaming in pain and unable to stand up again?" Kai added, "If you don't do that, you might die. So I'll give you one more chance to do it again." But in response to his words, Xianwu snorted contemptuously, making Kai slightly confused. "Who?" He slowly stood up, dusting off his pants, adding, "Do I really have to do that just to survive?" This left Kai speechless, staring at him. Then the man said, "It seems you don't want to pretend to faint anymore. Right. In that case, I'll have to make you faint for real. The man immediately went on his toes. This time, no need for acting, then intended to kick forward, but was immediately blocked by his Xianwu's leg. Seong-yeon was utterly surprised. Yan-Wu was no exception. Even his teammates couldn't believe it. Xianwu then used his other leg to clamp the man's leg. Kai shouted again. Not bad. Didn't think your strength was that good. Then quickly spun around and delivered a blow downward. When his hand struck down, Xianwu tilted his head to the side, again leaving Kai surprised. Why did he tilt his head to the left like that? Xianwu immediately raised his hand high, making the man quickly realize he had fallen into a trap. When Xianwu brought his hand down on the man's head, Kai instantly ducked to take the blow. Yeonwoo and Min-suk's eyes widened in surprise. Zong-yeon, however, smiled proudly, seeming to have placed her trust in the right person. The man gritted his teeth, saying, "It seems I underestimated you," Xianwu said. "Giving a chance is your business, but I will act according to my will," then unleashed a barrage of retorts. "Someone who kneels before a high school student like you, what right do you have to look down on me?" Saying this made Kai notice his own leg. He was kneeling on one knee, Xianwu said, "against someone kneeling before me like this. I don't want to strike either." Kai, seeing the determined student before him, said, "If you think I've failed, you're mistaken. You refuse to act according to my script." Then the man placed both hands on his Xianwu's shoulders, saying, "Then I'll have to put you in the hospital." Xianwu was confused. Then sudden pressure bore down on his shoulders, pinning his whole body down. "How can I not move?" The man smirked, head held high, saying, 50% strength. Xianwu immediately replied decisively, "Damn it." Then the man slammed his head down hard on Xianwu, like a hammer driving a nail. His Xianwu's facial blood splattered everywhere. Xianwu collapsed as if losing his soul. Kai immediately worried. "Looks like he can't get up anymore." I unleashed much more strength, but looking down again, his Xianwu's leg had already shot up, then a straight kick from below the chin upward, making the man lose balance and stumble back. Xianwu did a flip. While the man looked like he was about to fall, Kai still gritted his teeth, maintaining his balance. Then thought, "Who? Attacked like that and still unharmed." Xianwu quickly landed on the arena floor, staggering again from dizziness. He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling as he looked forward. "My vision is a bit blurry. Hard to refocus quickly." He instantly became alert as Kai gathered power into a strike and swung forward. With just one hook, it immediately tore Xianwu's shirt. His blood also flowed from there. The uncle watched the match nervously. Just a graze and it already made him bleed. Minho spoke up, "It's not over yet." Kai then raised his leg towards him, then powerfully drove his knee into Xianwu's stomach. He immediately spurted blood from his mouth. The man continued, bringing his elbow down. The uncle worriedly shouted, "It's going to be a blow to the head." Hildi. Instantly, his Xianwu's head was slammed straight into the ground by the man, blood splattering messily. When everything fell silent, with Xianwu lying flat on the ground, the uncle couldn't hold back his voice. This is too much." But Minho suddenly let out a breath. Truly absurd. Making the uncle turn. "What?" he said annoyedly. "What on earth is that kid Kang Xianwu doing?" Kai at this point stood before Xianwu's body pinned to the ground, asking himself again, "Does a kid like this really exist? This guy dodged my elbow strike before it could even touch." At that moment, indeed, his Xianwu's nape was not hit by the man's blow. Then he slammed his own head onto the floor. Even Kai didn't understand. He slammed his own head onto the floor. Is he crazy? A moment of silence continued. The man muttered again. No. Surely he panicked and lost his cool while trying to avoid the attack to the back of his head. Even so, does he think his head is made of steel? Suddenly Xianwu pushed himself up again. To the man's astonishment, Kai wondered. He got up. So quickly. I heard even with doping it's impossible. But how on earth? He stood opposite the man, head completely unblemished. The uncle's eyes widened in surprise. What? What happened? Minho spoke up, explaining. Kang Xianwu isn't a kid you need to worry about. Uncle, he exclaimed again, although I don't know what it is. That kid gives me the shivers. Xianwu, with his trembling body, managed to stand up, eyes still fixed on the man in front. The man said, Hey kid, Don't push yourself too hard. If you pretended to faint for a bit, you could have lived. Why do you have to? Before finishing, Xianwu interrupted again. Too noisy. Making the man even more surprised, he got into a ready fighting stance, saying, "Let's see if your endurance is as strong as your mouth." Kai replied, "Huh. Alright. Let's see if you give up more easily when you realize your attacks are futile." Then opened his arms, letting him strike freely. "Come on. Hit wherever you like. I won't fight back," Xianwu thought. "If he looks down on me that much, it's beneficial for me. But why do I feel so annoyed?" Kai thought again. To become the strongest practical combat fighter, I bet everything. Slowly, his memories flooded back. I defeated all the fighters in the ring. But even so, I still couldn't be satisfied. I still thought that only by surviving real life or death battles could one be considered a true fighter. So I decided to face real combat against notorious gangsters or assassins. I infiltrated the organization of a strong opponent's rival, defeating them one by one and surviving as the strongest fighter. "So you think someone like me would really fight a high school student?" the man urged. "Hit wherever you want. It'll be useless anyway." He quickly gathered power in his fist, then delivered a powerful blow to the man's stomach. They all watched the next development in surprise. The entire arena floor was affected by the punch, but the man still stood firm like a pillar. Kai affumed. "Didn't I say so?" "Useless," then darkened his face and glared at him. "I'm not the type that students like you can deal with." Just having looked cool for a few seconds, the man felt his body crumbling. "Correct." Xianwu immediately raised his fist in preparation. One more. Just as the fist arrived, the man couldn't maintain his serious expression. His body could now feel the pain. Kai was knocked back, asking himself in surprise, "W-era, what is this?" As Xianwu continued kicking towards the man's face, Kai immediately blocked with his arm. Then the man angrily punched forward, shouting, "Insolent brat." Xianwu immediately wanted to get out of the attack position, gritting his teeth and thinking, "Have to dodge." But impossible. The man was faster than him. Xianwu quickly received another tear right across his chest. He scowled, calculating internally. "I thought I dodged. First, I need to widen the distance," then quickly ducked down and retreated. Both looked at each other silently. Kai spoke discontentedly. "How many more chances do I have to give you?" Xianwu just chuckled at the man's so-called benevolence, making the man feel even more looked down upon. Laughing, Xianwu then grabbed the torn part of his shirt. "Seems you forgot what you said to me earlier." He then tore his shirt off, revealing his muscular physique, along with the bleeding wound on his chest. Xianwu's teammates were utterly surprised. "What? What's that muscle?" He laughed, replying, "Didn't you say very clearly that you wouldn't fight back?" Kai quickly replied, "Yes, I admit it." Then he clarified, "I meant you're not just some kid dragged out as a sacrifice. But remember this, well, this is all your choice." Suddenly, the man's muscles tensed. Power seemingly activated around his arms. Xianwu at this point was also fired up. Smirking, Kai officially got serious, unleashing 100% of his body's power. The smile on Xianwu's lips was truly bizarre. Everything was captured by the uncle's eyes. He was slightly puzzled. That kid Kang Xianwu is laughing. Looks like he's losing control due to the situation. Amanda replied, "He's excited." Hearing this, he scratched his head. Excited. The opponent has increased his strength to 100% and is preparing to attack, she said. The reason is simple. He thinks that because the opponent is using his full strength to attack him, it means he acknowledges his strength, making the uncle slightly surprised. Incomprehensible. Putting himself in a dangerous situation and feeling excited, Amanda added, "What's so difficult? Every fighter thinks like that." "Me too." Making the uncle curious, she recounted, "Being a woman, I've suffered many physical disadvantages. Fighters never use their full strength against me, but when an opponent acknowledges me, I will fight with all my might alongside their seriousness." I became excited and fought to the end. As she spoke, she smirked at those memorable recollections. The uncle still found it strange. Oh well, it's hard to understand those thoughts. I think now is not the time for him to act like that, but rather worry about his own life. Minho added his voice. I understand that feeling too, making the uncle even more surprised. What? He said. I have a small frame, and my strength has been limited since childhood. In every ring, I never received any acknowledgement from my opponents. That made me angry and feel useless. Finally, after so much effort, Minho also reached his opponent's stomach, making him pant heavily and look at him with astonished eyes. He expressed with relish again. But when I got that moment of acknowledgement from an opponent, I felt a joy, an excitement, making the uncle feel like the odd one out, saying, "Is that so?" He sighed. "So that's why he acts like that. He can fight with that spirit. Then this match might bring a victory." Xian Wu at that moment stood firm, ready to fight the man twice his size. Kai's body continuously emitted a steaming aura, seemingly reaching its limit. He smiled while saying, "I'll attack first then." Finishing his words, Xian Wu dashed towards the opponent and threw a punch as fast as lightning. He landed a blow on the man's bicep, causing the uncle in the stands to gasp in surprise. Quite a strong punch. With that damage, can he achieve anything? Thinking hitting the opponent meant victory. His punch was nothing compared to Kai's flesh. Even he acknowledged. His skin is hard as cold steel. The man then raised his other hand, preparing to punch towards him. "You attacked. Now take this." Just one retaliatory punch sent Xian Wu's entire body collapsing onto the floor in a defensive posture. The floor beneath also cracked. The entire fighting floor suddenly emitted a surge of life, causing the ground and surrounding rocks to vibrate. Xian Wu finally spurted blood due to the man's extreme striking force. The uncle gritted his teeth. A punch strong enough to shake the ground. That power is unimaginable. The man suddenly swung his leg back, then brought his knee down where Xian Wu was pinned. Blood shot up from below, clearly visible. The uncle was extremely anxious, unable to speak. But looking closely again, Xian Wu was no longer lying there. He slowly stood up, continuing to face the man. The uncle shifted from one surprise to another. He dodged it. Mino diagnosed. "Not really. It looks like that." But he didn't dodge it. Xian Wu looked back at his own back. He panted, and was surprised to see a large scratch imprinted there, blood flowing quite heavily from it. Xian Wu looked back at Kai, saying internally, "This feeling is too strange. I feel like, standing before him, I suddenly feel small and pitiful." Kai looked down, asking, "Giving up now? Kid, against me? You never had a chance to win." Xian Wu, unconvinced, brushed off the man's threat. "Stop messing around. Against opponents like you, I also have my own way of fighting." He then squatted down, hand braced on the ground. "What you can do, I can do better." Saying that, he immediately leaped upwards using momentum from his hand. Xian Wu simultaneously raised his elbow high. He landed by bringing his elbow down below. But Kai simply tilted his head slightly and easily evaded his attack. Xian Wu was now in a kneeling position below. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it." The man started to get excited. "My turn?" Kai curled his lips, eyes also turning red. The uncle quickly realized what was about to happen. A headbutt. Xian Wu at this time simultaneously lowered himself, pushing off his heels. "Looks like we need to clash head on." Literally, instantly. As Xian Wu and Kai both leaped forward, they headbutted each other. A loud thwack echoed across the arena. Blood began to ooze from the point of impact between the two. However, the man's steel-hard head was unharmed. While Xian Wu was already bleeding, he immediately fell to his knees, bowing his head towards the ground. His entire body suddenly trembled, seemingly depleted of strength. The man said again, "Victory is decided. All your attacks are useless against me, relying solely on innate talent and instinct. You can't beat me yet." But instead of trembling from pain, Xian Wu was actually laughing. His body shook because he was laughing. Kai was slightly puzzled. "You're laughing," the man said. "All right, it's time to end this match." Then threatened again with his energy-filled muscles. "If you won't lie still, I'll help you." Suddenly, the man saw something. His Xian Wu's body was emitting an aura like steaming smoke, strangely similar to a heated iron bar. The uncle observed in surprise. "What? What is that? What's that temperature?" Blood and sweat are both evaporating. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes glowing red. Xian Wu remembered himself as a child. "I never liked fighting. I was always dragged into quarrels that made me feel like a monster, and I hated it. But being dragged here so unreasonably like this, have I finally been pushed to madness? I can't stop laughing." His mouth continued to curve upwards excitedly. He continued thinking while kneeling. I can't control the urge to fight him. Suddenly, Kai kicked at him. Xianwu's eyes widened, his nerves seemingly signaling. In just an instant, he dodged the man's sweeping kick with a full-body jump. Kai also didn't expect this scenario. Xianwu quickly flipped around. Using his hands to grab both sides of the man's head, Kai was bewildered. Fast. Too fast. While his guard was down, Xianwu had headbutted him instantly. The old scene replayed. But in reverse this time, Xianwu was the one initiating the headbutt against him. Kai, completely unguarded, easily took the damage. Quick as lightning, Xianwu flipped back over to the other side. Then a straight kick was launched. Xianwu's whole body shot forward horizontally, pushing Kai's entire body into the wall. He landed lightly. The man braced his hand against the wall, gritting his teeth, thinking, this is clearly not human movement anymore. Suddenly, he saw another fist flying towards him. Just after landing, Xianwu quickly dashed forward to continue the attack, giving the man no chance to counter. His entire head slammed hard against the wall, as if becoming one with it. The man, reacting quickly, managed to catch Xianwu's fist. Gotcha. Suddenly, Xianwu pulled his hand back, dragging Kai's entire body out. To the man's astonishment, then suddenly used his hand to punch his stomach. The punch so sharp it felt like an animal's claw, while the man's body was still suspended in midair. Along with the still hot fist, Xianwu punched his abdominal area again, making Kai recoil backward. The man could do nothing but receive the full force of the fist. Unable even to close his mouth, Kai was pushed backward. He maintained balance by dragging his knee across the tile floor to grip. He panted heavily, exhausted, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell is this? What on earth was that doping? Isn't that kid getting tired? While the man was talking to himself, Xianwu had immediately lunged forward, just moments after landing the blows. He continued punching forward. Kei quickly blocked his punch, then kicked back in retaliation. But Xianwu, matching the man's speed, quickly dashed behind him to continue attacking, taking advantage of the moment before the man could turn. Xianwu landed several blows on his face, hip, and stomach. Kai lost balance again, constantly cursing. This madman. When he looked again, what he saw was terribly familiar. Xianwu's fist. He threw his entire body forward, delivering a blow right to the man's face, causing Kai's face to explode in a bloody mess. This time, there was no defense. The man's weak point was struck, sending his entire body flying backward, his back sliding a long distance across the ground. Kai seemed unable to maintain consciousness and support himself. The uncle at that moment was stunned, speechless. Kai's body lay smoking on the floor, a long skid mark etched deep into the ground. From the audience's perspective, half of the man's body, from sliding across the ground, was drenched in blood, looking severely abraded. The uncle was curious. Looks like that guy bled a lot. Will he die? Suddenly, Amanda spoke up. That's not Kai's blood, making the uncle wonder. What? She replied. That's blood flowing from Kang Xianwu's fist. Looking back at Xianwu then, he still maintained his stance, his own bloodied hand dripping profusely. Kai's body seemed too much for him. Xianwu, though somewhat dazed, never took his eyes off his opponent. Thinking, what is this? This dizzy feeling. Xianwu looked down at his bleeding arm. Feels like all the muscles in my body are tearing apart. The man slowly stood up as Xianwu staggered. Xiongyan from the other room couldn't sit still. How is Kai still standing? The bodyguard beside her spoke up, explaining. Kai's skin doping seems to act as an incredibly tough armor. Moreover, his rough and sturdy skin caused Kang Xianwu's fist to tear open, exposing bone. These seemingly unbreakable theories made her grit her teeth. Does that mean it's impossible to defeat Kai? The man looked eye to eye with Xianwu. However, his body still poured sweat. Internally, he thought, I've never felt pain like this. Anyway, since my eyes can't even open properly, my body must have reached its limit. Kai began to entertain contemptuous thoughts. The man quickly got into a ready stance. Break his leg, then finish it. But Xianwu still had the strength to raise his fist, making Kai pause in surprise. Still able to react that quickly, the man gritted his teeth and blocked the blow with his arm. As his Xianwu's punch connected with the man's arm, it immediately bled even more, as if cut by a knife. Xianwu couldn't believe his eyes. Now he only had one last resort. All right, just keep hitting until he can't stand anymore. Just as he thought that, Kai rushed forward ferociously, raising his fist in retaliation. Both continuously traded blows. Like a slugfest, Xianwu kept punching without looking. Are my attacks landing? I can't feel anything in my fist anymore. He gradually lost focus, his eyes starting to droop drowsily. No. My head. Kai on this side also became puzzled. This brat is taking my full punches without flinching. It's like his skin is made of iron. The man's hand felt stinging numbness. Ark. What is this tingling sensation? Kai continuously searched for an ending. What's going on? It feels like my fists have no strength left. Can't drag this out any longer. Then his eyes widened, spotting an opening. Found it. The weak spot. All right. Now I'll end everything. My 10 years will be poured into, Kai yelled. This low kick. Then swung his leg back. He immediately kicked hard at Xianwu's calf, causing him pain so intense he stared up at the arena ceiling. The man again swung his leg back for the next blow. I'll break your leg. A loud thud shook the arena floor. Kai declared, then delivered a powerful kick to his Xianwu's shin. The man watched anxiously, stunned. Did he block a low kick with his shin? As the man pulled his foot back, a piece of Xianwu's skin and flesh tore away with it. Park Woo-sik couldn't help but worry. Continuing. Oh god. Listen to that horrific sound. His bone might break. Xianwu quickly lost balance. Collapsing to his knees, he stared wide-eyed at his leg. Where the skin and muscle were torn open, Xianwu stared intensely, thinking frantically. My muscle is torn. I can't move anymore. As he looked up, Kai continued kicking forward. The man shouted loudly. Finishing blow. Woo-sik shouted loudly. No, but things seemed to deviate from calculations. By some force, the man's kicking leg, before reaching Xianwu, slammed straight down onto the floor and snapped in two. To Kai's utter astonishment, the man froze, wondering, what is happening? Losing balance. He quickly collapsed, bracing himself with his hands, only one leg remaining, but simultaneously, his forearm also quickly snapped upon hitting the ground. Extreme pain washed over him, making Kai's mind reel in confusion. Am I just dreaming? It was clear there was no popping sound to indicate bone reinforcement. From the beginning, did he accept sacrificing his own flesh to aim for my bones? He immediately collapsed face down. Everyone was utterly surprised by the complete turnaround. Yeon Woo and his secretary couldn't believe their eyes. While Sung Yan seemed very proud, Kai lay with a stiff face pressed against the ground. Meanwhile, Xian Woo slowly stood up, breathing heavily. Yeon Woo exclaimed, truly astonishing. Min Sok explained the fight. Kai could still fight without sustaining injuries thanks to his tough muscles and skin, but it put too much strain on his shoulders. On the surface, it looked fine, but deep inside, the bones were like taking direct hits from a sledgehammer. Plus, the pain sensation was reduced due to the doping effects. Seeing his body without wounds made him attack more confidently. Now, all the joints in Kai's arms and legs are completely broken. The drone began to approach closely to examine Kai's condition, then concluded, player Kai is no longer able to compete. Therefore, the victory belongs to player Kang Xianwu. Just hearing that much, Xianwu was overjoyed. Looking up and roaring, Park Woo-sik observed from start to finish, unable to understand his mechanics. Is that guy a zombie or what? How can he take such a beating and not go down? Min Ho said. That friend Kang Xianwu must be hiding something. Xianwu finally relaxed his muscles, collapsing backward onto the floor. Though panting exhaustedly, he was happy inside, saying, Mom, just wait a little longer. Observing him from the security room, the director had figured out his ability, confirmed this. Kang Xianwu isn't using doping. Right? He asked. The male medical staff member replied, Yes, sir. According to his file, he indeed isn't using any. After round 1 ends, there will be a physical examination. We'll confirm again then. The director continued. But before that, we need to investigate this student Kang Xianwu's background first. Then his eyes lit up dangerously, stating the objective bluntly. Go find his parents. At the hospital on a heavily rainy night, Xianwu's mother sat sleeping beside his father's hospital bed. Suddenly, someone appeared behind her. She looked up, turning around. She frowned, thinking it was Xianwu. Still have time to come back. A moment later, Xianwu's mother fully registered. She saw two large bodyguards standing side by side, facing her husband's hospital bed. She immediately panicked. Who are you? Back at the arena, they sent staff to push Xianwu on a gurney for recovery. He lay on top, eyes closed tight, breathing laboriously, his body bleeding. In the other room on the guest side, Yunwu rested his chin on his hand, asking, even though he defeated Kai, with those injuries, can he possibly win the next fight? The secretary replied, there's a physical examination next. It's not too late to decide after confirmation. More importantly, this examination, I intend to conduct a secret doping test. Yunwu was surprised. What? Minsu replied. For example, if the second popping test passes, then Kang Xianwu will be the strongest candidate for the championship. Yan Wu doubted. Can that test really be done secretly? According to the rules, if the player refuses, the test cannot proceed. Minsu then produced a syringe, saying, the drug only checks if there's doping in the body. Even after the doping check, we can still proceed secretly without anyone knowing, because it doesn't change anything too significant. Yunwu frowned, bringing up the worst-case scenario. What if it fails? Minsu replied seriously. If it fails, he's worthless. Best to prepare a backup plan. At Kang Xianwu's recovery room, he was placed inside the recovery chamber. Outside, a spy medical staff member approached with the familiar syringe in hand. When the chamber door opened, inside was Xianwu, sleeping soundly. Just the time for him, the spy, to begin the test. In Yanwu's room, he was still waiting patiently. He calculated, no, we just need to do well and win one more match to make it into the top 16 teams. Afterward, he looked towards Minsu and asked again, you mean if we win one more match? Among the 31 people ranked by betting odds, we can enter the round of 16. Minsu replied, that's right. Yunwu wondered again. Do you think someone injured like Kang Xianwu still has high betting odds? Minsu argued, you don't think so. He's already won more than twice without needing to use doping. In this competition area, no one has managed to win even a single match without doping. Just the fact that he made it into the group of 62 without doping is enough to catch the attention of the VIP clients. If he wins again this time, we'll definitely make a killing. Yunwu scowled. Even so, if he doesn't use doping in the end, won't it be impossible to win? Isn't now the time we should secure an advantage with a guaranteed match? Minsu pushed his glasses up slightly. By now, Kang Xianwu himself must have realized it too. If he wants to win and find his parents, he absolutely must use doping. Yunwu continued hypothesizing. For example, if Kang Xianwu's body can't handle doping, then no matter what happens in the next match, we'll have to give up. Minsu reassured him. From the moment he fails, I've already prepared to immediately cut off the protection costs, hospitalization fees, and all support for Kang Xianwu's parents. Yunwu finally agreed. All right, fine. Even so, there's no way Kang Xianwu will be able to hear news of his parents. Minsu added, now, just wait a bit longer. The assistant will report the doping test results. Yunwu seemed skeptical. As expected of a secretary assigned by the arena, even sneaking a test like this is possible. Minsu's eyes sharpened. That's not it at all. This is something I risked my life to do. Yunwu was puzzled. Ultimately, what reason do you have to risk your life like that? It's certainly not because of me. Is it? Minsu replied. Isn't it the most interesting part? Dealing with the vice chairman, surpassing your older brother, and becoming the master of your own fate. Yunwu was surprised. Is that so? Minsu continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. I feel the same way. Discovering the most skilled individuals in these matches. To achieve that kind of enjoyment, I can do anything, even if it means my own life. He smiled mysteriously. Or the lives of others. Yunwu smirked, looking at him. Huh. You really do think like a madman, don't you? Suddenly, the room door burst open. Both men looked towards the back. It was the spy they had sent out. He had returned with the test sample. It's time to leave now. See ya. Minsu immediately asked, what about the doping results? He closed the door and reported. It was somewhat unexpected. Then he got straight to the point. He showed no reaction at all. He slowly brought the sample over. Min Sauk questioned. So his body truly doesn't react to doping? The spy replied. That's correct. Yan Wu slammed the table angrily. Hey. What did I tell you? Quickly erase all evidence related to Kang Xian Wu and cut off aid to his parents. But then he suddenly changed his mind. His voice turning cruel. Ah, no. Perhaps making his parents disappear would be faster. Inside the recovery pod, Xian Wu had quickly made a full physical recovery. In the competition area waiting lobby, the atmosphere was bustling as usual. Min Ho stood amidst the crowd, remarking, with everyone gathered in the waiting lobby like this, it seems the 62 winners have been decided. Park Woo-sik added, looks like Kang Xian Wu hasn't recovered yet. He hasn't returned here. Amanda, warming up to the side, stretched her leg and said, either way, maybe this is a blessing in disguise. The matches can only proceed after all the athletes have fully recovered anyway. She continued, taking this chance to rest fully is good too. Hearing this, Min Ho's jaw dropped. Thinking, just how far does she intend to go? Amanda added. He looked exhausted from the start. Min Ho replied, actually, for people like me and Kang Xian Wu, fighting here inevitably leads to injuries. You two made it into the group of 62 while staying remarkably clear-headed, especially Mr. Park Woo-sik's arm. He looked towards Mr. Park. No one could have imagined that right arm could get so big. Mr. Park laughed somewhat awkwardly. I didn't know my arm could transform like that either. Min Ho looked towards Amanda. As for Ms. Amanda Grouch, her opponent underestimated her because she's a woman and didn't even bother fighting seriously. But the outcome was shocking. She took him down in a single blow. Amanda nonchalantly replied, actually, it happened too fast and was chaotic. So even now, I don't really know how I knocked him out. Min Ho asked curiously. I wonder if you could tell me how to take down opponents. Amanda answered curtly. You think I'd tell you? Min Ho was surprised. What? Amanda glanced sharply. You mean I should tell my opponent my weaknesses before I even beat them? Hearing such words, Min Ho was completely stunned, frozen stiff. Before he could recover, Menon jumped out from somewhere, startling him with a loud shout. Why are you excluding me? Causing Min Ho to jump. Whoa. He leaped up again, raising his hand high proudly. The first winner was Menon. Right here. Just then, on the lobby's large screen, the administrator's image appeared. Congratulations everyone on making it into the group of 62. Now, with just one more victory, we will grant that winner the opportunity to enter the round of 16. In this next round, if you win and reach the 31st match, you will then be ranked according to betting amounts and proceed to the round of 16. Just by entering the round of 16 and surviving, that person will immediately receive 5% of the betting prize money. Instantly, everyone in the lobby erupted into chaos, cheering with immense excitement. The administrator continued, if you want higher betting stakes, risk your lives and show your strength to the fullest extent in this round. Don't worry about injuries, because this place is the largest hospital preceding the competition area. Now, let's announce the match bracket. At the Hoshin Group Tower, Yunwoo asked Min Sok. So, besides Kang Xian Wu, have all the other candidates been decided? Min Sok stood before the desk, replying, naturally, Sire. Then he pointed at the screen displaying a competitor's image. Indeed, this competitor looks very suitable. Yan Wu was surprised. Who? Min Sok introduced. Ichika Ryo. He's Kang Xian Wu's final round opponent. Back in Kang Xian Wu's recovery room, the recovery pod lid slowly opened. Simultaneously, Xian Wu shot up anxiously, subconsciously calling out loudly, Mom. But ultimately, he realized it was just a dream. He clutched his head, gasping for breath, insisting, not a dream. I definitely heard it. Beforehand, he recalled the image of the medical staff member standing right outside his recovery pod, holding a tablet and talking to someone on the other end. If he doesn't react to doping, just make his parents disappear. Yeah. Even so, there's no way Kang Xian Wu could hear news about his parents. Xian Wu recalled that conversation, grimacing, thinking silently, I have to get out of here. Fast. In the combat zone director's office, the director asked, has student Kang Xian Wu's body been examined? A man in a lab coat replied, yes. Sia. There's definitely something very strange. The director was surprised. Strange. The man explained. Bone density. Something we cannot enhance with doping. Has increased tenfold. His expression became extremely serious. The director could only sigh. Huh. That's insane. The man continued. It doesn't stop there. The director questioned. There's more. He pushed up his glasses. Observing the tablet screen as he replied, his recovery ability is truly rapid. No. This isn't recovery ability. It's more like regeneration. On the screen was a detailed analysis of Kang Xianwu's body and bone structure. Hearing this, the director froze. The man added, perhaps this student is the very clue to bodily regeneration we've been searching for all this time. The director then remembered, asking, it's true. There's something very strange. So, have student Kang Xianwu's parents been secured? The man could only bow his head, saying apologetically, I'm sorry. This surprised the director. Ultimately, why? He replied. By the time we arrived, someone else had already intervened. His face clearly showed regret. Returning to Kang Xianwu's recovery room, he slowly stepped out of the pod. Xianwu gritted his teeth. Worried sick. If I don't get out of here quickly, something bad will happen to mom and dad. He looked towards the room's door, thinking again. Damn it. There are no ventilation shafts in here. Xianwu decided to approach, grabbing the doorknob. I need to find an exhaust fan outside the recovery room. As he opened the door slightly, a strange light shone in from outside. It was the appearance of a woman. He froze slightly. She spoke, her voice seemingly amused. More interesting up close. It was Cha Seung-yeon. She smiled warmly, extending her hand for a handshake and introducing herself. I'm Cha Seung-yeon. Responding to the introduction, Xianwu, in a great hurry, waved her away dismissively. Quick, get out of the way. But Seung-yeon stood firmly blocking the door, calmly stating, if you're planning to look for your parents, there's no need. This statement made Xianwu stop short, then yell, what? Seung-yeon calmly replied, because I've already taken them away. He was completely surprised, stammering, what did you say? In the office of Vice Chairman Yun Woo, second son of the Hoshin Group, he asked Min-sok. Someone dealt with Kang Xianwu's parents already. What do you mean by that? The secretary reported. Judging by how cleanly they vanished without a trace, it was likely the people from the combat treatment area who took action. He questioned again. The combat treatment area? Min-suk replied, yes, because they always handle difficult elements beforehand to ensure there are no troubles. Yan Wu's lips curved slightly in satisfaction. Indeed, a bunch of clever folks. Perfect timing. Saves us the trouble of doing it ourselves. He looked up, asking further, have you approached the next fighter yet? The secretary reassured him. Vice Chairman need not worry. In the combat zone treatment area, if a VIP wishes, they can summon fighters to the VIP room anytime. Furthermore, even though it's a restricted area, they can still go anywhere they please. Yan Wu was surprised. They would go amidst those monsters. Min-suk replied, yes, that's correct. Among the VIPs, there are those who, out of curiosity, are willing to pay just for a tour. But touring the combat zone isn't a good idea. Even excluding the VIP rooms, Min-sok added, absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. Returning to Kang Xianwu's recovery room, Seung-yeon slowly closed the door. The truth made him lose his composure. Yelling, you said you took my parents away. What do you mean by that? She quickly covered his mouth with her hand, bringing her index finger to her lips in a silencing gesture. Shh. Keep your voice down. If you want to save your parents, run now. Now isn't the time to save them. He quickly pushed her hand away, his voice still laced with anger. What are you talking about? Seung-yeon replied. As you know, Cha Yeon-woo, your former master, is trying to sever all ties with you. He's trying to deal with your parents. Moreover, the loan shark you bankrupted is also hunting for you. This made Xianwu click his tongue in annoyance. She continued, because I wanted to speak with you privately. I didn't bring a guide. From now on, listen carefully to what I say. I sincerely wish for your parents' safety. Xianwu still couldn't contain his anger. Who are you? What do you really want? She calmly said, I am Cha Seung-yeon. I only want one thing, you. This undeniably surprised him. Xianwu gritted his teeth. What nonsense are you suddenly spouting? Zheong Yeon said. I'm also one of the 16 VIPs, so I need a reliable fighter. He was even more surprised. You're a VIP, Seong Yeon smiled. Although I'm young, not long ago, I was one of the owners of the Hoshin Group. If I say I'm the half-sister of Vice Chairman Cha Yeon-woo, the second in command of Hoshin Group, you'll understand better. Right? He couldn't help but be shocked. What? Seong Yeon continued. I've now been kicked out of Hoshin due to the divisions caused by that second brother. Anyway, I was planning to quit already. My current business is doing well, so it doesn't matter. But that crazy second son keeps siphoning money from my father's company. So I can't just stand by and watch. Seon-woo asked indignantly. What does that have to do with you taking my parents away? She continued explaining. Therefore, I've always suspected and monitored those brothers, especially that clumsy second son. But when I saw him pouring all his attention into you, I investigated and tried visiting your parents. Seong Yeon smiled. You're more talented than I thought. That's why I couldn't let him steal you away. I mean your genes. Seon-woo was stunned again. What? Seon-woo stammered, asking again. Hines. My genes, she said. Right now. What's more important is that the forces targeting your parents haven't stopped. He tilted his head up, his voice tinged with despair. If running away doesn't work either, then what should I do? She answered firmly. There is certainly only one way for you and your loved ones to survive. He gritted his teeth, asking, a way? What way? Seong Yeon replied. That is victory. This answer left him bewildered. She laughed and said, I'm betting everything on the victory of the combat treatment zone. I plan to execute a major deal to take down my two brothers. This ambitious plan astonished Seon-woo. She continued. Specifically, the second brother will be ruined in prison and become incompetent. At that point, he'll no longer be a threat. As for the loan sharks, we can easily bribe them with money. It looked terrified. What's the point of a secret deal in a place like this? Seong Yeon said seriously. Here, people must abide by the fair trade rules of the combat treatment zone. Otherwise, everything will have to be resolved quickly in the way of this place. He scowled, glancing at her suspiciously. Are you planning to risk such a life or death deal with me? Seong Yeon crossed her arms. It's not just me who needs you. When entering the round of 16, fighters not chosen by a VIP will be immediately eliminated. Seon-woo immediately protested. Then how can I be sure my parents will be safe? How can I trust people like you? Song Yeon explained. Phones or any communication devices are not allowed here. Therefore, I can't show you proof right now. Hearing this only made him exclaim in disappointment. What? Seong Yeon mysteriously continued. However, if it's someone capable of sharing deep secrets with your parents, they would surely be very trustworthy. Right. Seon-woo froze again. What? Seong Yeon emphasized. Especially information related to your genes and your parents' past. Seon-woo started to panic, his voice cracking. What do you ultimately want? What is it? Suddenly, the room door opened again. A drone slowly entered to inspect. Seong Yeon quickly leaned in close, whispering into his ear. Remember this. I will protect your parents at all costs. Therefore, you are not allowed to run away. Simultaneously, the drone emitted a voice announcement. It's time to return. Seong Yeon quickly turned and left, not forgetting a final reminder. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just win alongside me. That's enough. Seon-woo could only stand there, gritting his teeth as he watched her retreating back disappear. In combat treatment zone number 10, the room for 5 people, Woo-sik looked at the ranking board, saying, this has significantly boosted our prize rankings. Currently, the board showed the rankings Amanda 19, Woo-sik 22, Minho 28, Minong 45, and Seon-woo 62. He pondered. Kang Seon-woo is in 62nd place. Minho analyzed. Perhaps the injury and having to go to the recovery room significantly affected him, no matter how outstanding his combat performance. Surely no one would dare bet on an injured competitor. Suddenly, the room door opened. A drone slowly flew inside. Finally, it announced, player Kang Seon-woo has returned to room number 10. Seon-woo slowly appeared at the threshold. Woo-sik happily opened his arms in welcome. Oh, what's this? You seem healthier than I thought. How well did you rest that your face? His words abruptly stopped, his expression turning surprised. Xianwu now gritted his teeth, asking with desperation, "How can I win without getting injured?" He trembled, continuing, his voice filled with determination. "I have to enter the round of 16 at all costs. If I can't make it, my family will. Whatever it is, please tell me. I'll do anything I can. Please help me." Xianwu spoke loudly, his resolute voice echoing throughout the room. This made Wu Sik call his name worriedly. Xianwu. Xianwu lowered his head, speaking to himself. "Indeed. It's impossible. Isn't it?" Immediately, Amanda interrupted his train of thought. "A spéciale technique." Her words made both Xianwu and Wu Sik turn their gazes towards her. He asked in surprise. "A spéciale technique?" She explained. "Someone without their own special technique finds it very difficult to gain an advantage in a match. This is even truer when facing the giant monsters in this combat treatment zone," she asked pointedly. "So, what's your specialty?" Xianwu stammered. I. Surprisingly, Wu Sik suddenly knelt down, carefully examining his leg. Then asked, "What about a low kick executed with the shin bone?" He looked at the older man in confusion. It continued, "Very few people can control their steps as softly and precisely as you. In the fight with Kai, you trusted your shin bone so much that you dared use it to block a low kick from a properly trained opponent." Wu Sik lightly threw a kick into the air, saying, "Lately, low kick techniques have become much more sophisticated. Many opponents have been defeated with just one precise kick. Kang Xion Wu, would you like to try mastering the low kick?" Hearing this, Xion Wu didn't hesitate, quickly throwing a straight kick forward. Instantly, an extremely powerful force was generated, accompanied by a whistling sound of wind. Wu Sik couldn't help but feel joy mixed with astonishment. What was that? What was that loud sound? He scratched his head, laughing heartily. "You really are a crazy one." Suddenly, from the other side of the door, loud noises echoed again, drawing everyone's attention in the room. Wu Sik froze, listening intently. What sound is that? Ultimately, what is this noise? The sound seemed to be coming from the end of the hallway, specifically, from a room with a closed door. Inside that room, a man was furiously throwing punches into the air. The power from his punches was so strong it created powerful gusts of wind, causing a minor tremor that destroyed the surrounding floor tiles. That man was Ichiko Ryo, ranked 15th, a formidable Judo fighter. Wu Sik smiled, adding to Xianwu, "If you can take down opponents with a kick like that, your odds in hand-to-hand combat victory will increase significantly. That way, you might be able to advance to the inner rounds more safely. And the prize money will also increase accordingly." Suddenly, Menon spoke from behind Xianwu in a peculiar tone. "It's not that simple." This immediately made Xianwu jump and turn around. "Who?" Then he jumped back, startled, as he came face to face with Menon leaning in close. What is it?" He lifted his chin, speaking with a self-satisfied air. "You know very well what Kang Xianwu's real special move is, don't you?" He was surprised. "What?" Menon pointed straight at his forehead. "It's the headbutt." He flashed a disturbingly eerie grin. "How many headbutts can you take? From the strongest champion? The fact that you can fight normally after taking headbutts like that proves your skull is quite hard." Having said that, Menon stuck out his tongue, adopting a bizarre posture, then oddly reached out and rubbed Xianwu's head. Wu Sik looked at Xianwu struggling against Menon and said, "You know, headbutts are strong, but the person using that move also takes corresponding damage." "Right. And when headbutting strong opponents in this combat zone, the chances of sustaining brain damage yourself are quite high." Hearing this, Menon interjected, "You really talk strangely, old man." This surprised Mr. Day. Wu Sik. "What?" He grinned arrogantly. "Once you're in here, who doesn't put their life on the line?" His words stunned everyone around. It continued, "If you keep hesitating and can't decide, you won't accomplish anything." Then Menon made a throat-slitting gesture like a madman, stuck out his tongue, and said, "Huh. At that point, you've already accounted for most of the failure yourself." Wu Sik could only grit his teeth at his brazen attitude. Menon continued, "But it seems like right now, that's not what Kang Xianwu is worrying about. Is it?" Wu Sik was surprised again. "Who?" He then looked towards Wu Sik. "Your next opponent. Have you looked him up yet?" On the tournament bracket now displayed the match schedule Han Minsu, Rangkat ninth, facing Park Woo-sik. At the same time, in the management area, in the security room, the director picked up a tablet to review information. This fellow's reaction to the stimulant testing was truly terrifying. On his tablet screen was detailed information about Han Minsu. Bringing him here was indeed a good idea. He joyfully spread his arms, looking smug, while behind him was a giant laboratory housing biologically engineered fighters. The director turned to speak to a staff member standing nearby who was Minsu's father. "That's the doctor's son, isn't it?" The man could only lower his head, his expression full of sorrow. Finally, he uttered a "thank you." Then he bowed deeply. "It's all thanks to your help. See ya." His face began to contort, conflicting thoughts rising within him. I did the right thing, because I had no other choice. Before I knew about the combat zone, painful old memories flooded his mind. He remembered the past, when he was just an ordinary employee, going to work and coming home. He opened the door, calling out loudly, "Dad's home a bit late. Sorry, son." My son was afflicted with a rare muscle atrophy disease. He recounted mentally. Back then, the scene before him was Minsu, thin as a skeleton, lying sprawled in a puddle next to a accidentally dropped and broken cup. He could only weakly, gauntly say, "Dad, I fell. I can't get up." That sight broke his heart completely, tears streaming down his cheeks. I couldn't do anything. I was just an ordinary doctor back then, when I had completely lost hope, thinking everything was over. I received a message from the director, someone I had never met. I never expected they would summon me to the morgue of the hospital they operated. He pushed the door open. It was a secret passage leading down to the basement. And the insane thing happening here was a long line of the director's human test subjects, contained in giant tubes, constantly supplied with breathing tubes and liquid solutions. At the place the director summoned me to, there was a list of famous scientists and businessmen whose names were instantly recognizable. I didn't care why they were doing these things, but when I saw the results of the doping tests here, I couldn't hold back my tears. My son could be saved. Just then, the director appeared behind him, asking, "Doctor, what do you think?" He immediately jumped. Turning around, he extended his hand, saying gently, "The matter of your son participating in this project." He was deeply moved at that moment. I was too excited and forgot many things. But thinking back, I couldn't let my son become a guinea pig. At that point, I started running towards my son. By then, my son had lost all hope. Arriving home, he had to witness the heartbreaking scene, his poor son attempting suicide, trying to hang himself to end his life. He immediately ran to embrace him, pulling him away from the rope. I saved him just in time, and simultaneously realized the desperate situation I was in, holding Minsu in his arms. The boy weakly begged through tears, "Dad, please, let me die. Have felt immense pain." Ultimately, I couldn't do anything. I had no choice but to participate in that experiment. In that situation, did I have any other option? I did everything just for my son, but now, he has become a monster. Behind the shadow was the current image of Minsu. He stood before the arena gate. A drone hovered above, announcing, 12 fighters. Take the field." Minsu coldly walked towards the wide-open gate. He slowly appeared before the crowd, his eyes with unnaturally black irises, filled with killing intent, and waiting readily on the arena floor was Woo-sik. He rotated his wrist to warm up, his face becoming extremely serious as he said, "Let's begin." The announcer's voice rang out. Park Woo-sik, ranked 22nd, fighting Han Minsu, ranked 9th. The drone officially announced, "This is the match between competitor Park Woo-sik, ranked 22nd, and Han Minsu, ranked 9th. Begin." As soon as the command finished, Minsu instantly shot forward to attack like lightning. Woo-sik hastily raised his arms to defend, but things turned out differently than he anticipated. Minsu attacked straight at the weak point on his shoulder blade. Just using a finger to press firmly drew fresh blood. This sudden and vicious attack was completely unexpected, making Woo-sik exclaim in surprise, "My arm!" Those watching the match were also immediately shocked by this turn of events. Minho watched, grimacing, using dagger techniques in hand-to-hand combat. Mr. Park Woo-sik surely didn't expect this. Suddenly, Minsu realized his finger couldn't be pulled out. This made him grit his teeth in annoyance. What? Is he clamping down on my finger with his muscles? Woo-sik spoke in a low, strangely calm voice. Hey, buddy, don't you think you're standing a bit too close? At this moment, his giant arm rose, palm open wide, further unsettling Minsu. Instantly, he struck straight with his entire hand towards Minsu's face, unable to block or retreat in time. Minsu was immediately caught by his initiative. Woo-sik quickly slammed his fist down onto the arena floor, intending to smash his head down simultaneously. The force was so strong that the tiles underneath cracked into pieces. Minsu struggled for breath under his power, but luckily managed to evade the deadly blow just in time. Immediately after, a strong gust of wind from his fist pushed Minsu back several meters. Finally, as the wind subsided, both fighters had a brief lull amidst the intense battle. Minsu panted heavily, sweat pouring down like rain, thinking inwardly in astonishment. What was that? That old man? Mr. Woo-sik smirked coldly, saying sarcastically, using dagger techniques in hand-to-hand combat. Truly outrageous. Well then, now it's my turn to return the favor. Then Woo-sik assumed his signature defensive stance, resembling a shield, a Krav Maga move. He said, I'll use my dagger technique now. Witnessing this confrontation, Yeon Woo in the VIP area was somewhat impressed. Park Woo-sik. Who is that person dealing with Han Minsu? Ranked 9th. So easily. I was even considering Han Minsu. But who is this Park Woo-sik ultimately? Min Sok, standing beside him, quickly provided information. He's a former bodyguard specializing in Krav Maga. Sire. Yeon Woo showed surprise. Krav Maga, Minsu explained thoroughly. In the mid-20th century, as violence against Jews escalated, this was a martial art created by a former Jewish soldier aiming to protect innocent civilians. It's a practical combat martial art, synthesized from various martial arts around the world, aiming to maximize effectiveness in real combat situations. It's known as a martial art particularly effective in close-quarters combat. Yeon Woo frowned suspiciously. If it's a martial art created for defense, does that mean it's weak offensively? Seems our candidate isn't as expected. Min Sok replied enigmatically, I'm not so sure. Surprising his boss, he continued, his tone becoming dangerous. What if that defensive method could also kill the opponent? Min Sok's expression at that moment revealed the hidden brutality of this martial art. Back in the arena below, Woo-sik held his stance ready, arms bent at the shoulders, eyes sharply focused. Then, he rapidly lunged towards his opponent, his hands held rigidly like sharp blades. His swift speed brought his fingertips close to Minsu's eye. Suddenly, Minsu coldly uttered, slow. Instantly, his head tilted slightly aside, narrowly dodging the attack. Minsu grinned with interest. Slow, then quickly raised two of his fingers. He proceeded to aim those two fingers straight at Woo-sik's head. Mr. Woo-sik couldn't help but wonder, what are you trying to do? Instantly, Minsu's two fingers stabbed hard into Woo-sik's temple. Blood immediately spurted from the wound. Causing him so much pain, he dropped the glasses he was wearing. Woo-sik quickly reacted with a horizontal slash, using his entire forearm as a weapon. But Minsu agilely retreated backward to evade the counterattack. He didn't give up, quickly rushing forward, grimacing inwardly. I have to catch him at all costs. Minsu dodged while mocking. With that deformed body, just one giant arm like that, can you possibly catch me? No matter how hard you try to run, it'll be useless. Woo-sik suddenly stopped, planting both his deformed hands onto the arena floor. Yelling, up, he commanded his body, then used every ounce of strength to lift his giant, already sprained, arm high. He quickly gained momentum, then leaped towards Minsu with terrifying speed using all his remaining strength. For a moment, his giant hand managed to touch Minsu's face. Although the impact didn't significantly affect him, it did create a slight scratch on Minsu's cheek. He continued unleashing consecutive strikes, but Minsu dodged smoothly and easily. He quickly darted out of Woo-sik's attack range, laughing. Useless. Woo-sik saw Minsu had moved to stand parallel to him, becoming anxious again as he followed, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Minsu immediately took advantage of the moment. His arm was still raised after the missed punch, swift as lightning, delivering several finger stabs into Woo-sik's side. Minsu easily dodged his blows while saying smugly, With that sluggish body, you're still trying to move to avoid hitting vital spots. Let's see how long you can endure. Instantly, Minsu moved like lightning, launching countless similar attacks. He seemed to split into multiple shadows, surrounding Woo-sik and continuously stabbing his body from all directions. Woo-sik became dazed, completely unable to respond to his opponent's terrifying speed. I can't keep up, he told himself in despair. Then, he landed a final blow on Woo-sik's bloody body. Instantly, another deep wound spurted blood from his side. Everyone watching the match couldn't stop being amazed by Han Minsu's lightning-fast skills. Minho frowned worriedly. Is this what rank 9 is like? Isn't there any other way? At this point, Mr. Woo-sik still struggled to stay standing, refusing to collapse. But his body was riddled with wounds, bleeding relentlessly, his whole frame trembling from exhaustion and pain. Minsu looked at his bloody state and mocked, still holding a fighting stance even now. Gotta admit, you're tough. Seeing you clench your fist like that, looks like you've given up on the dagger techniques. Woo-sik had no strength left for anything but trying to hold his giant arm out a bit wider. Seemingly in defense, Minsu looked disdainful, speculating aloud. Trying to widen your guard, planning to grab me if I get close. He sneered, then raised his two deadly fingers again. Then, he quickly dashed forward, unleashing a powerful strike at Woo-sik, yelling, "You think that can deal with me?" Instantly, as his razor-sharp fingers streaked across the older man's body, a paralyzing pain shot through Woo-sik, and blood spewed from his mouth. He could be seen pressing his remaining fist hard into the center of his own chest, leaving a deep impression. Before coughing violently, Minho watched from above, starting to worry for his teammate. Did Mr. Park Woo-sik punch himself in the chest? Amanda, standing nearby, observed closely, then calmly explained. He wasn't harming himself. He was aiming for the opponent's fingers, not his own chest. Right after her explanation, the two fingers Minsu used for the attack visibly snapped, causing him to recoil in shocked, speechless pain. Minsu's face contorted with pain and anger. This crazy old man. Woo-sik seized the opportunity, quickly throwing another punch. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Immediately, he took a devastating blow to the stomach from the older man, blood spewing from the impact. The punch was so forceful it sent Minsu staggering backward, slamming hard into the arena wall, causing large cracks to spiderweb across it. Minsu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in pain. Simultaneously, Woo-sik was also drained of strength after that blow. Blood trickled from his mouth as well. He thought, this brat isn't going down easily. Have to quickly land one more blow. However, his giant arm now refused to lift. Koko. The muscles around my right arm are too heavily damaged. Woo-sik strained, trying to force his muscles to raise the arm. Somehow, have to land one more blow. I only have one strike left now. He immediately mustered his remaining strength, lunging forward to prepare the final attack. Woo-sik yelled, just this one blow. He prepared to unleash the decisive punch. Just then, a sharp, paralyzing pain suddenly shot through Woo-sik's entire body. He staggered, lost his balance, and pitched forward. Seon-woo, in the observation area, yelled out anxiously, hang on a little longer. Mr. Woo-sik could see the target right before him, but his body no longer obeyed his commands. He couldn't complete the attack. His vision began to blur. He thought in despair, damn it, losing too much blood. Can't even lift my arm. Finally, his eyelids grew heavy. Impossible to lift. Woo-sik began to black out, a weak voice echoing in his mind. Son, I'm sorry, but for a brief moment, sheer willpower jolted him partially awake. What am I thinking? The match isn't over. Snap out of it. But as he forced his eyes open, what appeared right before him was Minsu's face, closing in fast. His remaining two fingers aimed straight at his eyes. Woo-sik was utterly horrified, his mouth and eyes widening in that terrifying instant. Minsu yelled maniacally, I'm right-handed. You know, immediately. He plunged his two remaining intact fingers hard into the older man's chest. The shock and pain hitting Woo-sik made it impossible for him to close his gaping mouth. Seon-woo, in the stands, screamed continuously, Mr. Woo-sik's body stiffened for an instant, but luckily, With a final reflex, he managed to raise his palm, blocking the fatal blow aimed at his heart. Even so, Minsu's 2 fingers remained embedded deep in his palm. Minsu snared, speaking sarcastically, trying to block even with your palm pierced. How admirable. Wu-sik strained to resist, but Minsu showed no sign of easing the pressure, even laughing mockingly. Since my fingers are a bit long, immediately, he pushed his fingers even deeper, piercing clean through the palm, forcing the older man to endure excruciating pain that seemed to pierce his very skull. Mr. Wu-sik then collapsed onto the arena floor in utter defeat. That sight made Xianwu freeze solid. Mr. Right then, Minsu looked up towards the glass viewing area where Wu-sik's teammates, including Xianwu, were standing. He laughed maliciously, then loudly called out Kang Xianwu's name. Instantly, Xianwu looked as if struck by lightning. Freezing once more, he said loudly, his voice full of cruel glee. Look closely. This old man died because of a useless kid like you. As soon as the words were out, he quickly yanked his 2 fingers out of Wu-sik's palm, leaving a deep, gushing hole. This action only fueled Xianwu's anger and indignation. Quickly, memories of training days with Wu-sik flooded his mind. The older man had once draped an arm around his neck, gasping after practice. Hey, aren't you tired? I need to rest a bit. He, still energetic, had urged, can't we go a little longer? Mister, I still have more things to ask. Right after, the older man had burst into long, hearty laughter, leaving him somewhat confused at the time. Wu-sik had looked at him with an expression both fond and regretful, saying, if only I could spend time with my own son like this, maybe things would be different now. That was when Xianwu seemed to grasp a part of the man's situation and feelings. Right. If Dad and I were close, would it feel like this? Do I still have a chance? Just when he was lost in uncertain thoughts, Wu-sik had clapped his shoulder encouragingly. Don't worry. With a son like you, your father definitely won't die. Just like how I can't die, because I still have my son, he had said, smiling brightly with conviction. Back in the cruel reality, the person he felt closest to and most connected with in this arena was collapsed on the cold floor. He was exhausted to the point of passing out. All this happened under Minsu's smug gaze. The drone quickly flew closer to assess Wu-sik's condition. Then, it made the official announcement, match end. Victory player Han Minsu. Immediately, he displayed his victory by planting his foot firmly on the unconscious Wu-sik's face. Afterward, he stretched with satisfaction, letting out a wild laugh. Kakaka. This place really is interesting. Instantly, Xianwu witnessed his shameless attitude and cruel actions. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted with such anger that veins bulged. Without a shred of hesitation, he immediately launched himself from the viewing area, leaping straight onto the arena floor before anyone around could react to stop him. Xianwu's action only further excited Minsu. That's more like it. He landed on the arena floor, standing face to face with Minsu. Procedurally, the drones slowly converged on Xianwu, but they didn't seem to make an immediate move to attack. Minho watched from above, thinking anxiously. What? The drones aren't firing. Does that mean as long as they don't directly fight, the drones won't shoot? He wondered about their operating rules. At this point, Xianwu stood facing Minsu, extremely close. He scowled, his face dark with fury, snarling threateningly. Get that foot off him now. You bastard. Minsu kept his foot pressed on Wu-sik's head, smirking challengingly. Make me move it yourself. That provocation completely ignited Xianwu. He quickly tensed his muscles, preparing to charge. At the same time, the nearby drones simultaneously deployed their weapon barrels, ready to fire. Xianwu roared in fury as he threw a punch. Get that foot off him now. You bastard. Minsu looked equally charged up, raising his 2 bloody fingers to counter. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Minho immediately dashed out of the viewing area, yelling, "We have to stop the fight." Suddenly, he felt a shadow flash past him very quickly. What was that? It was Menon. He was a step faster, rushing forward and grabbing Xianwu firmly from behind in a bear hug, causing Xianwu to stagger and lose his attacking momentum. Menon tightened his hold around his neck from behind, forcing Xianwu to stop moving forward. He immediately struggled, yelling, Let go. He maintained his eerie grin, saying, "Hey, you have to use the headbutt I taught you before you die." Xianwu strained forward, wanting to keep moving, forcing out each word through clenched teeth. "I said let me go. You damn bastard." Instantly, Min Ho, rushing from behind, managed to slide in and trip him, causing Xianwu to lose balance and fall to the floor. Then he clung tightly to Xianwu's legs like glue. Thus, Xianwu was held fast by the two of them. Unable to move, Minsu stood there, watching with amusement as they wrestled to restrain Xianwu. Menon tightened his arm around Xianwu's neck even more, saying slyly, "You should take a little nap." In just a moment, Xianwu's eyelids slowly closed due to lack of air, his mind cursing one last time. Damn it. Before completely losing consciousness, the last image Xianwu saw was Minsu's eyes, but his vision slowly blurred. And then, once again, memories of Wu Sik flooded back. "Mister," he remembered Wu Sik once asking him seriously, "I mean, if something happened to me, could you look after my son?" He had been surprised. "What?" the older man had said, somewhat sheepishly. "It's just, I wish he had a friend who could advise him, help him not stray too far off the path." He, wiping sweat with a towel at the time, hadn't hesitated to reply, "Of course, sire," which surprised the older man. "What?" he added sincerely. "I still have a lot I want to learn from you. Sire, being friends with your son is fine too. That way, I can learn even more from you. Right?" Wu Sik looked slightly surprised, standing, stunned for a moment. Then he quickly broke into a bright smile, reaching up to affectionately ruffle his hair. "This kid, still planning to boss me around even after we get out." Huh. Back in the harsh present, Wu Sik remained unconscious beneath his enemy's foot, and Xianwu, having also passed out, lay still on the arena floor, placed there by his teammates. Minsu clicked his tongue and sneered, looking at the scene with contempt. What a pathetic display. Just then, Amanda quickly spoke up, her voice cold. "You've gotten all the attention from Kang Xianwu now. Can you scram?" Seeing her attitude, Minsu looked over. "What?" she asked seriously again, her eyes sharp. "What? Do you want even more care and affection from Kang Xianwu?" He scowled, snarling. "Cook. You want a D too?" Amanda pointed up at the recording drone hovering overhead and said, "All right then. Go ahead and mess with me and die by the drone's hand. Or more accurately, D by my hand." She glared straight at him, her voice full of menace. Faced with Amanda's firm stance, Minsu immediately took a step back, forcing a laugh. "Oh, I already told you to wait." He finally lifted his foot off the unconscious Wu Sik's head. Then, he turned his back to leave, not forgetting to throw back a threatening remark. "Either way, I'll kill all of you eventually." Finishing his words, he quickly left the arena floor, heading towards the gate. As soon as Minsu was gone, Amanda immediately knelt down to check Wu Sik's condition. She whispered with relief, "As expected, he's not dead." Amanda raised her hand, signaling the medical team waiting outside. "Over here. Hurry." She looked at the large hole punctured through his left hand and remarked, "That left hand definitely saved him." He used the same hand that was stabbed in the fingers earlier to skillfully avoid hitting a critical weak point. The medical staff quickly placed Wu Sik's body onto a stretcher and hurriedly carried him off the arena floor. In the VIP area, Yan Wu was still stunned. That Han Minsu really is a monster. How can he use his fingers like sharp weapons like that? Min Sok pushed his glasses up slightly, replying, "It's because Han Minsu's type of doping is very special. Sire, most common types of doping only increase muscle strength, mainly stopping at increasing muscle size. But Han Minsu is different. He has developed connective tissues surrounding his bones like tendons, ligaments, and muscle sheaths that have grown unbelievably. It could be said that his body's adaptability and enhancement capabilities surpass even Kang Xianwu, who only has specially enhanced bones." Hearing this, Yeon Wu quickly decided, "Then we must recruit him to our side immediately." However, the secretary replied, "Han Minsu is a fighter managed directly under the director, so approaching him won't be easy at all." Sire. This information only made Yanwu feel more regretful and annoyed. "Damn it," Min Sok spoke again to reassure him. "Please don't worry too much. Sire, There are still many strong fighters behind. I mean, including the fighters who will appear in the next match. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, the next match? Ah, isn't it that female fighter who uses capoeira? A bit of side info. For those who don't know, capoeira is one of the most famous traditional martial arts of Brazil, but its origins trace back to Africa. The secretary quickly confirmed. Yes, it's that female fighter. Sia. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth. What? Isn't capoeira just a flashy dance? What combat practicality does it have? Minsu began to explain thoroughly. The fact that capoeira resembles a dance isn't due to entertainment or fun factors. Sia. When Portugal still occupied Brazil, African slaves brought here for forced labor collectively created a special martial art for self-defense and to find a way to escape the oppression and hardship of heavy labor. They cleverly used movements that looked like dancing as a ploy to deceive the jailers and supervisors. In reality, it wasn't just a simple martial art. It was one filled with resentment and the spirit of resistance. After Brazil gained independence, capoeira was even misused more often by some elements in criminal activities. It became so serious that the Brazilian government once had to outright ban the martial art for a time. Therefore, capoeira's combat practicality is not just good, it's considered extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, on the arena floor, the next match was about to begin. Amanda Grouch slowly walked onto the floor, currently ranked 19th. Specializing in capoeira, the supervising drone slowly flew to the center position. It announced that all fighters for the next match were ready to enter the arena. Amanda glanced towards the opposite side. She carefully observed her opponent, a man with straw blonde hair. Go Hyuk-soo, currently ranked 10th. Specializing in mixed martial arts, MMA. Instantly, the drone announced loudly, match between Amanda Grouch and Go Hyuk-soo. Begin. She quickly adopted capoeira's signature defensive stance, ready to fight. However, her opponent made no preparatory moves whatsoever, just standing still. Realizing this, Amanda thought, he's really underestimating me. He's not preparing at all. Then I'll strike first, she thought, then immediately placed both hands on the floor, launching herself into a fast and powerful kick towards him. However, instead of dodging or defending, Go Hyuk-soo just stood there, even flashing a strange, airy smile. In the VIP area, Yeon-woo contemplated the match. Amanda Grouch using capoeira is acceptable, but what about her opponent, Go Hyuk-soo? The calculation screen now displayed Go Hyuk-soo's info. Ranked 10th. He began to speculate. If he climbed to rank 10 inches, the prize money rankings, he's definitely not ordinary. Minsu provided detailed information. He used to be an MMA fighter, but his career wasn't very successful. After succeeding with a special doping that enhanced senses, he developed an outstanding ability to observe opponents' movements. He was even nicknamed 10-Second K. Oh, by the VIPs. And recently, the betting amounts for him have increased significantly. Yeon-woo was very surprised. 10-Second K. Oh, what's that? What a strange nickname. Minsu explained further. It's because all his previous matches ended in K. Oh, knockout victories, and never lasted more than 10 seconds. See, this information genuinely intrigued the Hoshin tycoon. Is that so? That's incredible. Minsu continued analyzing. Because each match ended so quickly, he barely sustained any injuries. This very fact caused a lot of bets to be placed on him, and the reputation of cleanly ending matches within 10 seconds helped him climb to such a high rank. Yeon-woo said, if he maintains that reputation in this round, Minsu chimed in. Then if everything goes as expected, he won't just receive enormous prize money, but could also shoot straight up to rank 5 quickly, maintaining that unique 10-second K. Oh, moniker is crucial. Back to the action in the arena. The man standing opposite Amanda was Go Hyuk-soo. Rank 10, specializing in mixed martial arts. The drone once again announced, Amanda Grouch versus Go Hyuk-soo. Begin. The time on the main screen officially began counting down, continuously ticking from the first seconds. However, after a few seconds passed with still no movement from the enemy, Amanda thought to herself again, is he still looking down on me? Completely unprepared. Fine. He'll attack first again. As soon as that thought flashed, she once more placed her hands on the floor and launched a powerful kick. As her foot was about to crash down on Hyuk-soo's head, he still stood there smirking, thinking silently, Huh. Even high-ranking people like this are easily lured by my seemingly loose defensive stance. Aren't they? Just as that thought ended, he instantly leaned aside with extreme speed, continuing his internal calculation, attacking too freely. My superior motion perception can see through everything. Even without needing to defend, the clock hand pointed exactly at the 8th second. Go Hyuk-soo quickly grabbed Amanda's attacking leg, thinking confidently, I can react instantly at any moment. He laughed maniacally, preparing to deliver his finishing blow. It's over. However, as the clock hand moved to the 9th second, go, Hyuk-soo suddenly realized his face was hurtling straight towards the floor at breakneck speed. This made him freeze completely for a second. Why am I on the floor? Swift as lightning. His head was smashed brutally by Amanda's other leg, the previous supporting leg, embedding it straight into the hard floor, splattering fresh blood. Go, Hyuk-soo didn't even have time to understand what was happening to him, his eyes wide with horror, only managing to stammer mentally. My 10-second K. Oh, and precisely at the 10th second, this supposedly formidable opponent finally slumped onto the ground. Completely unconscious, the drone flew closer again to check Hyuk-soo's condition. It quickly announced the final result, match end. Victory Amanda Grouch. There are techniques that cannot be predicted by common sense alone. This surprising result immediately made Yeon-woo in the VIP area exclaim in astonishment. What? What the hell just happened? Minsu, standing beside him, calmly explained. It's because he simply thought that avoiding one attack step was enough to count as a successful defense, and he was too hasty in immediately switching to a counterattack. Yeon-woo was still confused. But avoiding an attack and then launching a counterattack isn't that standard in combat? Min-suk replied. Yes. Go Hyuk-soo also thought simply like that. Normally, powerful kicks intended to knock out opponents require compressing energy on the side, opposite the point of impact, and only then releasing all that compressed energy towards the final point of the attack. If the first attack fails or is dodged, the fighter won't have enough time to recompress the necessary energy for the next kick. Therefore, it's very difficult to attack faster than the opponent's counterattack, and also very hard to focus full power into that kick, especially when both fighters are airborne. This becomes much more difficult. The reason is that when airborne, they lack a stable foothold to compress and add extra force to the kick. Mr. Yeon-woo asked again, but wasn't Amanda Grouch in a similar situation? Clearly, both of them were in the air, and her first attack also failed. Min-suk confirmed. Yes, that's correct. Sia. It's precisely for that reason that Go Hyuk-soo was so confident in launching his counterattack. However, Go Hyuk-soo overlooked one extremely important thing about Amanda Grouch. Yeon-woo looked curious. What was that? A explained. It's because the martial art capoeira allows its practitioners to use their hands as a pivot point, like legs. Furthermore, the type of doping Amanda Grouch uses isn't the common muscle mass increasing type, but one that drastically increases muscle density. This allows her to become extremely powerful and fast, without the limitations caused by excessive muscle mass. In other words, at this moment, Amanda Grouch is an almost unpredictable fighting machine. She has the ability to generate maximum power in any combat stance or at any moment. After hearing the explanation, Yeon-woo started laughing heartily with satisfaction. Haha. Luckily, it seems we still have some very potential fighters to use, Min-suk added. But for her, approaching and recruiting now won't be easy anymore. Sia. This slightly surprised his boss again. What? Min-suk replied. She ended the opponent's 10-second K. Oh. Record in exactly 10 seconds. According to the unwritten rule here, she inherits that moniker. This means that all the massive bets the VIPs previously poured into the 10-second K. Oh. Will now automatically transfer to Amanda. Amanda is receiving immense attention. Her prize money will skyrocket, and her ranking will continuously climb. Hearing this, Yeon-woo clicked his tongue in annoyance. TSK. You mean we can barely compete with the other VIPs to acquire her? Min-suk smiled and replied, you don't need to rush. Sia. There are still many other powerful fighters waiting. He probed again. So, the fighter in the next match. Isn't it that guy who was a 10-time champion in underground tournaments? He confirmed. Yes. Seer. This match will definitely be very interesting, Minsu said, while looking at the information on his tablet, because his opponent this time will force him to use his maximum strength. As Xianwu slowly opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Minho's face looking down at him. He stood right in front of him and asked, "Hey, are you awake?" Hearing the voice, Xianwu immediately sat bolt upright in anxiety and confusion. He looked around only to realize he was in a recovery room. Having just been taken out of the pod, he stammered, his body still stiff from the earlier shock. What? Why? Why am I here?" Xianwu gasped for breath, the shock and fear still lingering. Then he immediately turned to Minho, asking urgently about their teammate. How is Mr. Offair?" "Wu sick." He started sweating profusely, a fear of the worst possible outcome arising within him. Could it be? Just then, the room door suddenly swung wide open. Amanda stood at the entrance, answering Xianwu's question curtly. "Still alive?" Seeing her return so quickly, Minho looked quite surprised. "Who? The match is over already," Amanda added with certainty. "I definitely heard him breathing just now." That statement acted like a calming dose, finally allowing Xianwu to breathe a small sigh of relief. She then looked towards Minho and reminded him, "Hey Kim Minho, your match is coming up. Aren't you going out to warm up? Stretch a bit first." He simply replied curtly, "I know." But inwardly, he had already been thinking about the upcoming match. The opponent this time, very likely the real reason I had to come to this hellish place. His mind flashed back to the words of the broker who had invited him to this arena previously. "You will definitely meet the one who killed your brother right here in these matches." But Minho back then had been full of doubt and skepticism. Easier said than done. How could I possibly know who it is among hundreds of fighters here, when I don't even know his name? He revealed one definite truth: that guy had entered the combat zone and was a former boxing fighter. This news utterly shocked Minho. He then laughed, saying he'd provide more details later, but assured him that there were only a few former professional fighters in the combat zone. Minho's opponent this time was Choi Won-woo, the 16th ranked fighter, a boxer. Yeon-woo asked, "So, among the monsters here, who exactly are the ones in the top 5? The secretary looked at the tablet and replied, "First off, the fighter ranked 5th is Lev. Lev, rank 5, uses Sistema." He provided some additional background. Sistema is a Russian combat martial art, originating from the country's military, serving not only as self-defense but also as a system for physical, mental, and emotional training. It continued. Lev is a bodyguard originating from Russian special forces. It's said that when he worked as a bodyguard, no one who threatened a client's life survived. In the past, while on protection duty, he ended up in a dangerous situation and was investigated for excessive force, taking down 8 attackers simultaneously. His former employer immediately cut ties with Lev, who was in a state of frenzy at the time. The person who cleared Lev's name and hired him as a bodyguard is also attending this tournament. That person is Michael Lee, chairman of the Pioneer Military Company. Yunwoo clicked his tongue. "TSK. As expected. You need connections of that caliber, don't you?" he added. Now, having succeeded with vitality-boosting doping, Lev inevitably landed in rank 5, and at rank 4 is someone connected to Han Sang-soo, chairman of Iran Construction, the country's largest construction company. That's Go Hyuk-soo. Rank 4. Practical Taekwondo. He elaborated. Practical Taekwondo focuses on actual combat and self-defense capabilities, distinct from performance aspects or rule-based competition. It's applied to handle real confrontation situations without rules or referees. Minsu recounted. Go Hyuk-soo grew up respecting and admiring his father, a Taekwondo dojang master, but for unclear reasons, he broke away, switched to practical Taekwondo, and entered the combative martial arts world. Yeon-woo was surprised. "Taekwondo? Isn't that just a martial art used in tournaments?" He replied that there was previously a documentary about capoeira, where many masters of famous martial arts participated to test the speed and power of each discipline's kicks. While many martial arts generated kicking power around 400 to a maximum of 700 kilograms, the capoeira kick reached 860 kilograms, astonishing everyone. And finally, Taekwondo was tested. The power reached a terrifying level, up to 1,043 kilograms. Hearing this, Yeon-woo froze. "What? Minsu continued. Especially Go Hyuk-soo. Being a practical taekwondo expert, now successful with elasticity-enhancing doping, means no one can match him in the power of a single kick. Next, rank 3 is Ryan, a doping addict brought in by Go Yi-soo, chairman of the pharmaceutical company CT Bio. He stops at no means or methods just to enhance physical strength. A madman crazy enough to implant steel into his body just to get stronger. Currently, due to drug addiction, his mental state has become disordered, and he's now a frenzied warrior. And the current rank 2 is Mate Rim, a wanted fugitive holding this position. Profession assassin. The one who hired this person is Park Dong-soo, chairman of the loan shark company Pine Life. Yeon-woo frowned. A dimwit like Park Dong-soo actually secured rank 2, Min-sok stated. Although Mate Rim is a lesser-known fighter, one thing is certain, he's a lunatic who came here to hide from the police and satisfy his brutal passion for killing. His fighting methods are overly absurd and powerful. Most opponents are killed before they even understand what's happening. This made him exclaim, "Damn it. Nothing but monsters." He then continued observing the screen. But the previous tournament winner and current rank 1 is truly a monster. Yeon-woo began. If it's rank 1, suddenly, a massive fighter burst through the door, surprising both Min-suk and Yeon-woo. He scowled. Who is it?" The man flashed a terrifying grin, saying only, me apologies. I have trouble controlling my strength, judging by his physique. He could be considered a wrestler. Simultaneously, he was the very person they were discussing. Cam. Rank 1. Gurkha mercenary. Yeon-woo was so frightened he fell backward, shouting, "Guidance drone." Instantly, a drone flew over. Surprisingly, another man entered, hands clasped behind his back, standing behind Cam, calling out to Yeon-woo, "You good for nothing." Yeon-woo immediately recognized him. "You?" he said. "You think just by following me here, you can defeat me?" He was Cha Ik-hyun, the first executive director of the Hoshin Group. "Don't forget our bet, and be ready to face the consequences." Yeon-woo could only grit his teeth in silence. He laughed. "Haha, a bet about quitting the company. And you bring back a high school student. Ignorant beyond cure." Yeon-woo endured the insults without being able to retaliate. He sneered contemptuously. "Do you know what happens when you break a bet in the combat zone? Better not think about quitting, just start begging for help." Afterward, he left with his rank 1 fighter, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Haha. Well then, have fun playing with the high school student. This made his face darken. That bastard. Then he turned to Min-sok. "What are you doing? Quickly find someone who can defeat this Cam." But then he suddenly clutched his head, trembling. "No. Isn't it too late? Anyway, the winner will still come from the top 5. "Right," Min-suk replied. "The probability is high, but not certain." Yeon-woo was surprised. "What?" A explained. "Because doping effects are unpredictable. Some fighters suddenly become championship contenders after the second doping test in the round of 16, though it takes some time. I am searching for such fighters." Yeon-woo questioned. "So, have candidates appeared?" He replied. "A total of 5 candidates have been selected. The first is Ichigo Ryo, who will face Kang Seon-woo, and there's Amanda Grouch, along with the judo master Chu Woo-gang. And yes, the 5th candidate is the 2 boxing dark horses facing each other this time. In this period's match, Kim Min-ho, rank 28, fighting Choi Won-woo, rank 16. The match quickly began. Min-ho stood opposite Won-woo. He quickly got into a ready stance, asking, "Do you know someone named Kim Min-sung?" Kim Min-ho, rank 28, is a boxer. The guy opposite, Choi Won-woo, rank 16, also a boxer with a black mark on his forehead. Retorted, "How could I not know?" Min-ho immediately clenched his teeth, looking furious. Min-ho's face darkened. "You mean you knew my brother?" He thought. "Just because I met him, I threw everything away." Immediately, he rapidly gathered power within his body, then leaped high, surprising his opponent. Taking advantage of Won-woo's lack of preparation, Min-ho quickly lunged in to attack. Instantly, with just one hook punch, the unprepared Won-woo took the full blow. He yelled loudly while preparing the second punch. "Who the hell are you?" "Damn it." Right after, Min-ho continued landing blows on Wonwoo's stomach, rendering him unable to retaliate. The guy coughed up blood at that moment, eyes wide with shock. Min-ho pulled his hand back, then again gathered momentum in his arm, shouting inwardly, "Why did it happen like this?" Instantly, another punch landed on the opponent, sending Wonwoo completely staggering backward. Before he could even move a muscle, he slid far back. His body slammed hard against the wall, splattering blood. Min-ho slowly approached, asking seriously, what was the reason? Ultimately, why? The guy spoke up. Now that's enough. Min-ho was surprised. What? Power rapidly formed within the guy. Wonwoo tilted his head back, laughing maniacally. I need to take a little pressure for the doping to take effect. Immediately, he powerfully pushed off the wall, greatly surprising Min-ho. He laughed. I really want to know. With the same type of speed doping, are there different levels? Just as he landed, Min-ho quickly gathered momentum for a punch, but when he struck out, Wonwoo was nowhere to be seen. In an instant, he had appeared from the side and hooked Min-ho in the face, splattering blood. He reflexively dodged out of the attack range with extreme speed. Wonwoo also used his agility to pursue Min-ho. Where do you think you're going? Min-ho's eyes widened in surprise. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't create distance. The guy moved back and forth, laughing and concluding, as expected, there's a difference in level. Immediately, after just a few steps, he closed the distance and landed a straight punch to Min-ho's face. He laughed, quickly retracting his hand for more momentum. Here's a punch at maximum speed. Brat. Right after, Min-ho took consecutive blows to the face from him. Even he didn't expect to be controlled by his opponent like this. Thinking inwardly, no. Min-ho's entire body quickly slid down to the floor. Wonwoo looked at his body, lying prone on the arena floor. He opened his mouth wide in a loud laugh, saying, even with the risk of taking hits until activation, my speed doping really is top-notch. Suddenly, his body lying sprawled on the floor began to twitch continuously. Wonwoo felt genuinely annoyed, saying seriously, hey, if you keep moving, what am I supposed to do? The guidance drone can't rule a victory. Well then, the only option left is to kill you. Right after saying that, he raised his foot, preparing to stomp down for the finish. In that instant, a memory flashed in Min-ho's mind. His brother's voice echoed, bro, His older brother stood there watching his exhausted younger sibling, saying, when you think not just the opponent but you yourself are finished, take one last breath. His older brother took a deep breath as an example for Min-ho. It will give you one last chance. One final breath. Right after the memory, a surge of energy flashed through him, quickly reaching his heart. Min-ho's heart pounded faster than ever, intending to finish his opponent. Wonwoo was utterly astonished when Min-ho vanished right before his eyes in an instant. He moved with the speed of lightning. Flashing from one side to the other, Min-ho lowered his stance, planting his hands on the floor. The opponent gritted his teeth, scowling, shouting, "Damn it. Does that brat need to take a beating too before he activates?" Just as he finished speaking, Min-ho launched forward at maximum speed, fist aimed straight at Wonwoo. Warning lights flashed in Wonwoo's mind. Must dodge at maximum speed. The thought barely formed before he instantly turned and ran backward. But Wonwoo's speed now was nothing compared to Min-ho's. With just one sliding step, he cut off his escape route, easily tripping him before Wonwoo could react. Seizing the moment as he fell, Min-ho immediately attacked. Wonwoo could only curse silently. Damn it? With eyes wide with worry, he thought, can't avoid it anymore. Min-ho threw the punch while yelling, why did my brother die? You bastard. He was quickly shaken by something. What is this? While still processing, Min-ho's fist connected with Wonwoo's stomach. A powerful blow pinned him straight to the arena floor. Yan Woo, watching from the spectator seat, was also amazed. What was that? The director, monitoring through cameras, was equally surprised. A second awakening. Back in the arena, Wonwoo now lay flat on his back, motionless. Min-ho took this opportunity to wind up his arm again. He gritted his teeth. I'll ask one last time. Why did my brother die? The guy, now completely drained, widened his eyes, stammering. Kim Min-sung. Murdered. Is that true? This statement quickly made Min-ho feel something was strange. What? Minho couldn't believe it. What? It wasn't you. Then how do you know my brother? He gasped for breath, replying, how could someone who used to box not know the record-holding defending champion? He grew even more confused. Then who did it? Wonwoo revealed. There's an addict. Specializes in hunting down boxing masters. Hearing this, Minho suddenly froze. Then, his eyes widened in fury. Who the hell is it? Before you collapse, tell me who it is. A drone quickly approached. After scanning the situation, it announced, this round concludes due to Choi Won-woo's inability to fight. The winner is player Kim Min-ho. Followed by a series of dings, signaling increased game currency. In the management room, a male medical staff member reviewed Min-ho's information on a tablet, exclaiming, this Kim Min-ho fellow is truly amazing. The director concurrently said, a second awakening without additional doping. The staff member replied, it seems the experiment's results are starting to show, though not matching the first awakened one who surpassed all limits 20 years ago. There are now people reaching 80% of his stats. The director stated, even though after the first awakened one disappeared, we continued development based on his genes. Surpassing him completely is very difficult. Then, he spoke in a dangerous tone. If only he hadn't disappeared back then. I wonder where he vanished to. In the team's private room, Seonwoo was diligently practicing his leg techniques. While practicing, he encouraged himself. Just a little more. Menon, sitting in a nearby recovery pod, asked, hey, why don't you stop? This made Seonwoo turn slightly puzzled. He laughed. Are you planning to destroy this place too? Seonwoo then took a moment to look around the room more closely. Indeed, it was nearly falling apart. Menon continued, planning to collapse before the match. Seonwoo's face was covered in sweat, his breathing slightly rapid. He thought, if I want to become as strong as the monsters here, he remembered Wu Six's words. If you push your body to its absolute limit, then recover. You'll gain much stronger muscles than before. And the best thing for muscle recovery is sleep. If you divide a day into two, use your muscles to the max, then sleep deeply. If you can do that twice a day, then maybe you can get stronger twice as fast as others. Of course, that's only possible for someone with monstrous recovery abilities like yours. He returned to his thoughts. No, twice still isn't enough. Seonwoo looked down at his palm. He slowly sat down beside the recovery pod. Menon looked curious. What is it? Sleeping again. Seonwoo removed his heavy leg weights. They immediately fell straight down. To the impact, so forceful it cracked the floor. Menon watched this with amusement, saying, Huku, I said you'd be determined to the death, but I never said you should actually die. Finally, Seonwoo curled up inside the recovery pod. The pod door slowly closed. Inside, Seonwoo gasped, thinking, this is the third time, trusting my recovery like Mr. said, believing. Slowly, his thoughts grew faint, then ceased completely. Menon looked at Seonwoo's pod, saying, Cuckoo, training to exhaustion 3 times a day, then hoping to recover with 3 short naps like that. If he succeeds, he'll become very tasty. He said this while sticking his tongue out with immense relish. The drone flew over, announcing, Player Menon, please proceed to the main arena. He looked up. All right. Will a tasty morsel appear now? I wonder. Afterward, he left with the drone. In the arena at this time, a fighter was seriously meditating. He dug his fingers deep into the wall to maintain his posture. That was Ju Woo Kang, rank 15. A judo fighter. Additional info. Judo is a modern Japanese martial art and sport, focusing on throwing techniques, takedowns, locks, chokes, and ground control. Punches, kicks, and weapons are only studied in kata, not applied in competition. Yeon Woo sat in the spectator seat, looking down at the arena, asking, Ju Woo Kang is one of the candidates you chose. Right, Minsu replied. He has achieved terrifying grip strength, thanks to strength doping. Once grabbed by him, muscles and bones will be crushed. At that moment, the will to fight also disappears. But the truly fearsome thing is the judo technique enhanced by that grip strength. Even someone using doping, when thrown to the floor by him, will have all their bones shatter. Yeonwoo frowned, asking, so this Menon facing Ju Woo Kang, what kind of person is he? Rank 45 doesn't need concern. Right, the secretary replied. There's no information on this person. This surprised Yan Wu even more. What? It continued. It seems he was recruited through direct combat. Where he came from, or what martial art he uses. There's really no information whatsoever. I've never watched any of Menon's matches either. There's one strange thing about Menon. Though, he's still awaiting a doping verdict. Back in the arena, Menon had appeared. He was ranked 45, and still attempting the challenge of licking his own elbow. He landed on the ground, stomping his foot forcefully. As introduced, his opponent was Ju Wu Kang, rank 15. Judo fighter. The drone flew between the two. It announced, match between Ju Wu Kang and Menon begins. Wu Kang extended his hand, entering a judo stance. Then said, no need to drag it out. Let's end this in one round. Before Wu Kang could attack, Menon actively rushed forward. Okay, in just an instant, Menon used speed to trick his opponent's vision, then slipped behind him, raising his hand high to attack. Your neck looks tasty. But Wu Kang reacted extremely fast, tilting his head aside, waiting for the exact moment Menon's hand shot out. Wu Kang seized it firmly, lifted him up, and loudly declared, 1 round. Immediately, Menon's entire body was lifted into the air by Wu Kang's judo throw. He was completely overpowered. Cursing, Sonuvabich, Menon's entire body slammed hard onto the arena floor, creating a small tremor. The force of the throw was so powerful, it made Menon's eyes widen in surprise. Right after the throw, smoke rose from where he had been slammed down. Yan Wu, watching the match, was astonished. What was that? He got hammered into the ground. Even the secretary Minsu didn't expect this. Although I knew he was strong, ending it so quickly. The drone slowly flew towards the fighter's position to assess the situation. It began announcing, this round ends due to player Ju Wu Kang being unconscious. Right after, Wu Kang's body quickly collapsed to the ground stiffly. The drone updated the announcement Menon wins. Meanwhile, he remained motionless in the crater created by the throw, diligently trying to touch his elbow with his tongue. Yan Wu's expression changed rapidly. What is happening? Why Ju Wu Kang? The secretary was speechless. No. I don't know. This is the first time I've encountered a situation like this. Utterly incomprehensible. Menon licked his lips with relish at that moment. He rested his head on his hand, thinking to himself, it must be about time for Kang Xian Wu to wake up. Right. Let's see. Is Kang Xian Wu ripe yet? Inside Xian Wu's recovery pod cam, the pod lid slowly opened. Xian Wu gradually felt the normal room temperature again. He let out a small sigh of relief. He slowly opened his eyes, looked at his fist, and thought, it's different. Did I finally succeed? Xian Wu sat up, telling himself that whether he succeeded or not, he had to act. He fretted. Is Mom really safe? Can I trust that woman? He gritted his teeth. Determined, I have to meet that bastard Minsu. Just then, a drone slowly flew over. It spoke. There is a message from Minsu. Xian Wu was extremely surprised. A while later, having arrived at the meeting place, Minsu spoke up. You can remove the blindfold now. We finally meet. As soon as he saw Minsu, Xian Wu immediately grabbed his collar, yelling loudly, Who is it? You bastard. Minsu grabbed Xian Wu's wrist, saying, Calm down. If you here, you can't accomplish anything. Xian Wu gritted his teeth in response. You'd better answer my questions straightforwardly. I've risked my life too. Do you know where my parents are? He replied. Of course. Don't I? Xian Wu was surprised. What? Minsu said seriously. I am taking care of them. Xian Wu yelled. Don't Li. I heard everything about dealing with my parents in the recovery room. Minsu explained. While it's true, there was a request from the VIP to handle them. After lying that your parents had disappeared, I have still been secretly taking care of them. Xian Wu was stunned. What? What are you talking about? Minsu replied. Either way, I bet everything on you. Kang Xian Wu. Regardless of the doping issue, Director Cha Yan Wu will ultimately follow my choice. He was so shocked he slowly backed away. Impossible. She definitely. Minsu cut him off. Mr. Kang Xian Wu, do you truly believe the person you heard talking about your parents in the recovery room was my employee. Hearing this news shocked Xianwu even more. What? Minsu continued. Hearing talk about dealing with your parents in the recovery room, and then right as you wake up, Ms. Cha Zongyun appears before you. You think that's a coincidence? Did she say she was taking care of your parents? Not a single word from that woman is true. It's true, the chairman had to personally kick her out because his two sons could only meekly endure her. Xianwu gritted his teeth, scowling. Do you think I'm an idiot? You think I'll be fooled again? That woman definitely knows my parents. Minsu asked back. So what proof did Cha Seung-yeon show you that she is with your parents? Xianwu could only stammer. Because nothing can be brought here. Minsu immediately rolled up his sleeve. Is that so? Then how about this? Then. He held out his arm for Xianwu to see. Clearly engraved on it were his mother's words, son. Mom is fine. So don't worry. Xianwu was instantly stunned. This is definitely Mom's handwriting, Minsu said. Since the date is written, now you know who they are with. Xianwu lowered his head slightly. Still skeptical. Handwriting. Anyone could, Minsu said seriously. Believe it or not is up to you. Kang Xianwu. First, let me share my plan. Then he pointed towards Xianwu. Our VIP has high hopes that you, Kang Xianwu, can regain attention. And they specifically emphasized paying close attention to the opponent in the next match, happening right now. If you can beat that opponent, VIP Cha Yunwoo cannot help but choose you. Kang Seon-woo. If you race with us like that to the final victory, all problems, including your parents, will be smoothly resolved. Seon-woo gritted his teeth. The next opponent, on the arena stage now. Seon-woo's opponent was revealed Ichika Ryo stepping onto the floor. Min-sok had added a reminder then. Remember, Cha Zong-yeon. That woman doesn't care about victory. Her goal is precisely to ruin her brother's plans. She has no reason to protect Mr. Kang Xian-woo's parents. If you don't choose us in the round of 16, I won't be able to protect Mr. Kang Xian-woo's parents anymore either. Returning to the present, Xian-woo clutched his head. Damn it. Damn it. Bastards. Who the hell is telling the truth? He pushed aside the confusion. Doesn't matter who. I don't have time to think. Anyway, if I can't beat him, it's all over. His opponent was Ichika Ryo, ranked 15. Using Kudo, Yan Wu observed the arena. Smirking. If Kang Xian-woo gets eliminated in this match, Cha Seung-yeon's expression will definitely be worth seeing. On the other side of the viewing area, Cha Seung-yeon silently observed the match. She sneered. Let's see who has the last laugh. On the arena floor, Ryo assumed a Kudo guard stance. Xian-woo simultaneously entered his stance. Eyes sharp. Thinking, is that stance offensive-oriented? Adding a calf kick might be better. Besides, I'm in peak condition today. Immediately, he rushed forward to attack. He threw his signature calf kick, but Ryo managed to lift his leg to block it. Then, he used his knee to counterattack. Xian-woo was momentarily surprised. A kick? After blocking, he counters. But contrary to Xian-woo's prediction, Ryo didn't use a kick, but instantly changed posture, using his hands to grab Xian-woo's shoulder and leg. Before Xian-woo could react, Ryo directly slammed his head hard onto the arena floor. He immediately coughed up blood. Ryo leaned down, raising his fist again, preparing to add another blow. But in that instant, Xian-woo quickly slid out of the attack range. Yan-woo watched with great interest. What was that? Isn't that guy supposed to specialize in stand-up striking arts? What are those ground moves? The secretary explained. Ichika Ryo practices Kudo, a martial art with no attack restrictions. Yan-woo was surprised. What? Min-sok continued. Kudo includes not only standing techniques but also grappling and locking techniques. Not just that, he also practices headbutting and striking opponents' weak points. Yan-woo frowned. Striking weak points. That's crazy, because almost all blows can be used bare-handed during practice. Facing Ichika Ryo empty-handed is like facing hell. Down in the arena, Xian-woo was getting up, returning to face Ryo. Ryo was slightly surprised, noticing a detail. Who? That kid, he's not scared. Although his face was slightly gaunt from the recent attack, Xian-woo seemed completely undaunted. While Ryo was still thinking, Xian-woo immediately launched another attack. Ryo couldn't react in time, taking a strong punch to the forehead. But in just an instant, He quickly ducked his head down to avoid Xianwu's follow-up hook. Ryo bent lower. Using his hand as a pivot point, his other shoulder thrust forward powerfully, driving straight into Xianwu's stomach. Making him gasp in pain, he spat blood in agony, then fell, sliding across the floor on his hands. Yanwu said with satisfaction. As expected, that high school student's time is up. Ryo slowly backed away, observing Xianwu. Now it was his turn to be surprised. Who? It was Xianwu. He wore a smile as he slowly pushed himself up. Ryo wondered. Still smiling, thinking this, Ryo immediately pushed his leg back, preparing to launch a straight kick at his face. Thinking, let's see how long that mouth can stay curled up. But unexpectedly, Xianwu suddenly sprang up from the floor, rushing straight forward with both arms outstretched. Ryo yelled, "You think closing the distance like this will work on me?" Ryo then grabbed Xianwu's neck, saying, "I don't just have stand-up techniques." But below, Xianwu's action now was to bite down hard, tearing a chunk of flesh from Ryo's leg. Ryo was furious and in pain. This crazy bastard. Then he used his other knee to drive forcefully into Xianwu's stomach. Ryo raised his hands high, yelling, "Are you some kind of beast?" Xianwu immediately yelled back, "Crazy." Ryo instantly kicked him hard in the face. Xianwu was sent flying. Sliding backward, Ryo panted heavily, eyeing Xianwu defensively. Thinking, was I caught off guard? His leg had a large tear. Bleeding. Ryo thought again. Because the stance wasn't right. That last kick lacked power. KHK. This guy, is he really some kind of beast? Opposite him, Xianwu still maintained a victorious smile. Despite his face being bruised as well, Yonwu shot up from his seat, growing impatient and annoyed. What is this? What the hell is happening? Minsu adjusted his glasses, replying, I had forgotten. Kang Seon-woo, that fellow, has never been constrained by anything. On the arena floor, Xianwu quickly seized the initiative, charging straight at Ryo. Ryo tightened his fists, preparing to defend, yelling, "You think I'll fall for the same trick?" Subconsciously, Xianwu recalled a conversation with Amanda Grouch. He and she stood face to face. He spoke up. Among the strongest capoeira techniques, pointing at himself, he requested, "Could you hit me once?" She stared at him intently, slowly replying, "Any technique. I can take it. Are you deliberately looking down on capoeira?" As she spoke, she suddenly crouched down before his surprised eyes. Simultaneously, she planted one hand on the ground for balance, raising the other leg high to kick straight at Xianwu's head. Unable to block in time, he took the full brunt of her devastating kick, then fell hard to the ground. She looked down at him, saying, "You knew you could copy techniques exactly after being hit, didn't you?" Hearing this, Xianwu said nothing, just smiled with a mischievous expression. Back in the present, he immediately mimicked Amanda's capoeira move. Crouching down before Ryo's surprised face, Ichika Ryo looked at him, gritting his teeth angrily, thinking, is he planning to bite my leg again? With that thought, Ryo raised his fist, intending to strike Xianwu's head, asking, "You think that move will work again?" Before Ryo could punch his head, he suddenly noticed Xianwu's leg hurtling straight at his head from above. Unable to dodge in time, he took the full force of his devastating kick. In the stands, Director Yunwoo gritted his teeth, saying with utter astonishment, "That's capoeira." Down below, Ichika Ryo's eyes also widened in disbelief. After taking Xianwu's fiery kick, Ryo regained his composure, quickly using both hands to grab hold of his leg. While holding Xianwu's leg tight, Ichika Ryo brought his other leg back for momentum, intending to kick straight at his head. Cha Yeong-woo, from the stands, excitedly yelled, "Kick him in the face." Just as Ichika Ryo's kick arrived, Xianwu's head snapped up high to evade it. Ryo watched in astonishment, wondering, how can he move like that? Xianwu used his free leg to kick straight into Ichika Ryo's face. A mixture of surprise and anger flashed across Ryo's face as he took the unexpected kick. After the kick, he was sent flying backward, not allowing himself to fall freely. Ryo planted his hand firmly on the ground to brace his body's weight, causing the surrounding tiles to shatter and scatter. Xianwu also jumped back down, regaining his balance in a low stance. Ready to pounce, he stared intently at his opponent, exhaling, thoughts racing. My body is moving as I wish. Just one high kick could end this. Suddenly, he looked bewildered. Questioning something, Ichika Ryo leaped back up. Returning to his guard stance, Haeyed Seonwoo sharply, saying, "Your inhuman movements were truly beyond my prediction. From now on, I'll treat you as a beast and hunt you down." Right after finishing his sentence, Ryo threw a punch. His arm grazed past Seonwoo's face by a hair's breadth. He quickly backed away slightly, thinking, "A punch with my current power. I can definitely evade and counterattack." Suddenly, Ryo lunged forward with a powerful headbutt towards Seonwoo. Seonwoo was instantly shocked, unable to react in time. A headbutt. Right after, Ryo punched straight into his stomach again. Seonwoo spat blood, telling himself, "Ack, gotta stay conscious." Ryo let out a sharp breath. Then he retracted his fist, preparing for the final blow, declaring, "From now on, your organs will shatter." Immediately, Ryo unleashed a combination, hitting 4 vital points on Seonwoo's stomach and chest. The force seemingly piercing through his body, Seonwoo instantly spat out a large amount of blood. Red welts clearly visible on his stomach and chest. Ryo whispered, "It's over." Then he raised his leg, kicking straight into his stomach with great force. Seonwoo's face was now gaunt and pale. Ryo observed Seonwoo's condition, thinking, "He's unconscious. It's finished." Yeonwoo watched Seonwoo's pathetic state, laughing with relish. Kang Seonwoo and Cha Sung-yeon have lost. Cha Sung-yeon on the other side still held on to hope. "It's not over yet. If what I heard is true." Instantly, Seonwoo grabbed Ryo's ankle tightly, a bizarre grin spreading across his face. This made Ryo shout in astonishment. "Why could you suddenly wake up like that?" But it changes nothing. Suddenly, Seonwoo drove his head hard into Ryo's body, using the opponent's own headbutt technique to counterattack. The headbutt made Ryo cry out in pain, instantly forcing him backward. He thought in terror, "This guy even practices headbutting." Seonwoo seized that opportunity to dart behind Ryo. This action worried Ryo, telling himself, "This movement isn't beast-like. It's monstrous. This guy's internal organs must be completely ruined by now." His eyes constantly tracked Seonwoo's movements. Right now, it's just temporary convulsions due to doping side effects. Just need to block one attack, then I can finish him with a counterattack. Lost in thought, Seonwoo abruptly stopped, then lunged. He intended to throw a kick, but Ryo caught his leg. Ryo yelled, "Gotcha!" But that wasn't enough to stop Seonwoo. He violently yanked his leg back, tearing a piece of his pants fabric in Ryo's hand. Ryo quickly realized the danger ahead. Damit. Ahead, Seonwoo's other leg was gradually kicking towards Ryo. Hepanixed. "If I can't avoid it, then just take the hit." Indeed, with Seonwoo's speed, Ryo couldn't dodge in time. His supporting leg took an extremely powerful short kick. The bone structure shattered under Seonwoo's steel-reinforced shin. Instantly, Ryo's leg bone snapped into a gruesome curve. Yeonwoo watched furiously, tearing at his hair, yelling, "Damit!" His leg is shattered, but Ryo still didn't fall. Instead, he used his hand to grab Seonwoo's shoulder, slightly surprising him. Still moving, Ryo let out another sharp breath, tightening his hand into a fist, saying, "Too bad, but this is the last blow." Finally, Ryo delivered a powerful punch right into the center of Seonwoo's stomach, where he had already taken significant damage. Seonwoo suddenly grinned even wider, a defiant smile. Quick as lightning, he twisted his body aside, making it impossible for Ryo to track his movement. Immediately, he delivered another short kick to Ryo's remaining good leg. This vicious blow made him scream in agony. Spitting blood, the Kudo fighter quickly crumpled to the arena floor, but simultaneously, Seonwoo was also heavily affected by Ryo's final punch to his stomach in that instant. Both fighters were now collapsed on the floor. The drone slowly flew towards their position. It announced, "This match concludes with victory for Kang Seonwoo." Due to Ichika Ryo's inability to fight, Seonwoo gasped for breath. Looking towards his motionless opponent, Yeonwoo was instantly agitated, yelling in fury. Damit, Cha Seong-yeon, on the other side, laughed proudly. "As expected. I told you I liked him." Right after, Seonwoo also succumbed to exhaustion and passed out. Yeonwoo quickly spoke up. "What?" Kang Seonwoo collapsed too. "So they're both equally injured." "Right. Secretary Minsu replied. It seems not. Yan Wu was surprised. What? Minsu adjusted his glasses. Assessing the situation. Currently, Kang Xianwu is sleeping. He had now closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. Song Yon's bodyguard, after looking, stared wide-eyed in shock. Not the time to sleep. This is bad. Cha Seung-yeon observed the monitor screen. The prize money really isn't increasing, the bodyguard explained. Probably no one wants to bet on a fighter so severely injured he collapsed. Now that the 31 are determined, the round of 16 ranking based on prize money will be announced soon, since he's ranked last. Moreover, if the round of 16 is announced right here, while Kang Xianwu hasn't woken up, the VIP selection right could also be invalidated. Perhaps we should find another fighter. Seung-yeon looked at him, asking, how much cash can I withdraw right now? Her question puzzled him. Who could it be? She stated decisively. If the problem is lack of prize money, then I'll put in my own money. Seung-yeon said this. Yet a confident smile remained on her lips. This worried the bodyguard even more. If we lose such a large sum here. She just cut him off. Looks like it's about to start. A drone quickly spoke up. Announcement regarding the round of 16 is imminent. Requesting the 31 winners to gather, all the fighters who passed the qualifier round stepped out into the main lobby area. Swarms of drones followed, closely observing each person. Among these monsters was Minho. As he walked forward, he instinctively turned back to look at Xianwu. Still lying unconscious on the floor behind him, Minho immediately thought, have to wake Kang Xianwu up. Fast, a large screen placed in front of the arena lobby lit up, displaying the familiar image of the host. Welcome, 31 winners, and thank you to the 16 participating VIPs. Immediately, the images of the VIP guests were displayed on smaller screens. It continued. As previously announced, the round of 16 will be ranked based on prize money amounts. Esteemed VIPs, please place your bets on the fighters you believe can bring in the most prize money in the round of 16. Now, I will give you a final 30 seconds to place your bets. He began the countdown. 30. Zeong-yeon, in the VIP area, asked, currently, what's the prize money gap between Kang Xianwu and rank 16? The time continued ticking. 29. Arshaba. Arshati. The bodyguard checked the information, reporting, it's up to 20 billion won. Ma'am, the gap will likely widen further in the final 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the countdown number kept dropping. 26. Arshawu. Arshasi. She ordered, bet all the cash we can withdraw right now. This stunned him. Who? He immediately said loudly. That's up to 40 billion won. Zeong-yeon replied. If we don't make it into the round of 16, the loss will be much greater. At this point, the number on the screen dropped rapidly. 18. Shurzi. Shirlu. Shirwu. The bodyguard loudly pleaded. Right now, it's best to drop Kang Xianwu and find another fighter. Ma'am, Seung-yeon remained firm. It's fine. Just place the bet. The final numbers appeared. 9. Ba. T. The bodyguard still tried. That's not it. Why are you going this far? Immediately, the decisive moment arrived. 5. Su. San. R. Zeong-yeon snapped. Hurry. And finally 1. Ling. The entire arena fell silent. The bodyguard could only curse silently. Damit. 40 billion won has been deposited. He thought silently. She probably spent too much money suppressing her brothers already. Why did it have to come to this? She asked. So, what's the prize money ranking now? He replied. The ranking board was hidden when the final 30-second countdown began. Ma'am, Seung-yeon continued looking towards the stage. Then we can only wait for the announcement. The host spoke up. Now then, I will announce the official prize money ranking. First, from rank 1 to rank 5. Immediately, the images of the 5 most bet-upon fighters appeared on the large screen, along with their respective prize money: 159 billion, 120 billion, 105 billion, 90 billion, and 80 billion won. Minho observed the ranking board. Grimacing, he sweated, thinking, indeed, they're all boxing guys with massive backgrounds. The host continued. Next, I will announce ranks 6 through 10. 5 more players were announced with prize money of 76 billion. 7th place was Amanda Grouch with 73 billion, followed by 70 billion, 64 billion, and 62 billion won. Minho glanced at Amanda standing behind him. Thinking again. Amanda Grouch is rank 7. Does that mean I've been eliminated? The host continued. And now, I will announce up to rank 15. Rankings and prize money continued to be announced. 60 billion, 59 billion, 53 billion, 51 billion, and 47 billion won. Sung-yeon's bodyguard watched the screen, sweat dripping profusely. Now only the final rank 16 remains. Song-yeon remained silent. Waiting, Seon-woo was still lying unconscious on the cold arena floor. The host said, and finally, I will announce rank 16. This fighter achieved 46 billion won in prize money, originating from the street fighting scene. Immediately, the image of the rank 16 fighter appeared on the screen with the number 46 billion won. And it was not Seon-woo. The bodyguard gritted his teeth in disappointment. The host declared, thus, the 16 players in the prize money ranking have been selected. Seon-woo still showed no signs of waking up. This gave the bodyguard an even bigger headache. Damn it. Now, all that's left is the company building, for deposits under the company name, and stocks. She spent all the readily usable cash. He turned to reproach his employer. Why did you make such a choice? In response to his questioning, Seung-yeon said nothing, just maintaining her tense expression. In the other VIP area, Yeon-woo burst out laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. He looked extremely pleased. Cha Sung-yeon's expression right now must be priceless. Lost 40 billion and still got eliminated. Haha, but Minsu suddenly cut off his laughter. It's not over yet. Yeon-woo was surprised. What? What are you talking about? Seong-yeon, on the other side, suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. The host spoke up. Alright. Now we will begin the additional recruitment event. This announcement only fueled Yeon-woo's indignation. Additional recruitment. What's that about? We've already selected 16 people, the host explained. In the selection event for the 16 players by the 16 VIPs, to expand the joy of selection, we will choose 4 more. Hearing this, the crowd of eliminated players in the arena lobby immediately erupted in excited cheers. He then displayed the player numbers from rank 17 to 31, explaining the selection rules. The method for selecting additional members is that all 15 remaining players will simultaneously participate in a battle royale until only the final 4 survivors remain. All the previously unselected fighters started getting bloodthirsty, ready to jump into the new fight. But as for Seon-woo, he was still deeply asleep. Completely unaware, the host quickly opened the gate leading to the stands, announcing, the 16 players confirmed for the round of 16. Please proceed to the spectator area. Minho followed the crowd forward, but he hesitated, looking back at Seon-woo lying sprawled. Kang Seon-woo, is this guy still knocked out over there? Finally, he decided to turn back and try to wake Seon-woo up. Hey, wake up. Do you want to die? A drone suddenly appeared right next to Minho. It aimed its weapon barrel at him, issuing a warning. Before the battle royale begins, contact with other players is prohibited. Please step away. Minho immediately stood up straight, gritting his teeth. Damn it. He gritted his teeth thinking, someone who just collapsed after a fierce battle. There's no way he can wake up immediately. Guess I'll just have to leave it to his massive luck. Meanwhile, Seon-woo was even snoring softly in his sleep. Then, over by the fighters preparing for the battle royale, a fog suddenly began to swirl. The host said, this battle royale features a special change to the arena floor. Immediately, the arena floor began to separate, sections collapsing downward, leaving only a circular central area. This unexpected change threw all the remaining players into confusion. Now, the arena was just a circular platform, surrounded by a deep, dark abyss. One fighter peered down into the abyss, exclaiming in confusion. What is this? The host explained. Beneath the abyss of the arena floor are embedded countless sharp steel spikes carrying extremely powerful electrical currents. Now, you must not only fight for survival, but also be careful not to fall down there. And ironically, Seon-woo was currently sleeping right near the edge of this dangerous circular platform. Sung-yeon's bodyguard exclaimed nervously. Damn it. If the match starts right now, Kang Seon-woo will die. As for Yan Wu, he looked extremely excited. Haha. This time, that persistent fly must finally meet his end, the host announced loudly. Well then, the Battle Royale of the Dot, 15 eliminated players, officially begins. Instantly, the remaining fighters charged at each other like starving beasts. The arena quickly descended into bloody chaos. Everyone fighting frantically to claim one of the final 4 spots. Blood splattered everywhere, even landing on Xianwo. Despite him still lying motionless there, the bodyguard felt a sliver of luck. Good. Everyone isn't attacking Kang Xianwu, because the situation is so intense. They don't seem to notice the unconscious Kang Xianwu. Sung Yeon leaned back in her chair, her voice filled with excitement yet tinged with worry. But how long will that last? Now, he really needs to wake up. Amidst the chaotic arena, a burly guy delivered a powerful kick, sending another opponent flying off the circle. The unfortunate soul plummeted straight into the deep abyss below. He was impaled by the sharp steel spikes and convulsed violently from the powerful electric current in utter agony. At this point, the screen displayed 2 eliminated fighters, numbers 21 and 24. While one fighter was busy attacking another, he suddenly noticed a young man sleeping soundly right near the edge of the abyss. The large fighter with a ferocious expression immediately approached Xianwu, flashing a grotesque smile. Hey, someone's trying to sleep through this for an easy pass. Well, let me lighten the load by getting rid of one. He raised his leg, preparing to kick Xianwu into the abyss. Seungyeon's heart immediately skipped a beat, anxiously shouting silently, "No!" But right at that moment, Minho appeared just in time, delivering a devastating punch to the fighter's face. He gritted his teeth, standing protectively in front of Xianwu. This action surprised Seungyeon, making her exclaim, "Kim Minho!" Minho yelled towards the motionless figure. "Kang Xianwu, if you don't want to die, then wake up already." But right in front of Minho now, 3 other fighters were charging forward, wanting to finish him off immediately. Just as Minho let his guard down, another fighter seized the deadly opportunity. Lunging at the immobilized Xianwu, he roared like a crazed beast. Another one dead, without even breaking a sweat. But swift as lightning, Manon intervened, unleashing a vicious double kick with both legs. Aiming straight for the attacker's ribs, he added mockingly, "That Kang Xianwu is as fragile as Snow White." Minho froze, unable to believe his eyes at Menon's sudden appearance. The man Menon struck down let out one final scream before his body plummeted into the abyss. Meanwhile, the other fighter struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth. "These damn bastards." Menon gave him no time to recover, issuing an arrogant challenge. "Try keeping up with my maximum speed." As if provoked, the fighter roared, lunging forward with frenzied speed, seeking revenge. His speed was incredible, like a whirlwind, but Minho exploded with speed that was not inferior. Quick as a flash, Minho took off, blocking the man's path and unleashing a thunderous punch without hesitation. His opponent screamed in utter panic. Impossible. What kind of monstrous speed is this? A devastating blow. Minho's punch crushed the fighter's face, sending blood spraying. But the danger wasn't over. Another fighter in a red cloak materialized like a phantom, his steel hand clamping around Minho's neck, cutting off his air supply. The man growled madly. "Anyone faster than me must die." The tables turned in an instant. Menon struck ruthlessly, jamming his fingers straight into the enemy's eardrum, causing the red-cloaked man to scream in agony and hastily release Minho. A critical blow sent him staggering back and eliminated him from the game immediately. The electronic board coldly displayed surviving 8 people. Having just escaped the scythe of death, Minho gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Menon extended a hand, his tone slightly mocking. Huh. You weren't planning on taking a nap right here, were you? Buddy. Minho took his hand, forcing himself up, replying just as toughly. "Don't worry. I have chronic insomnia. That won't happen." Menon narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings. "This is getting tricky." Minho frowned. "Why tricky?" And then they realized the eyes of all the remaining fighters were fixed on them like a pack of hungry wolves. They began whispering amongst themselves. "What's with those guys? Are they working together? Having another group besides ours is big trouble. We have to take them out. The last 4 spots must belong to us. There are 4 of us. They only have 3. Wrong. Excluding the kid lying down, It's 4 against 2. They exchanged sinister grins, hatching a cruel plan. Hu. This survival battle is surprisingly easy. Prioritize taking out the unconscious one first. One of them, apparently the leader, roared, "Let's go." And instantly, the entire group charged towards the trio, like a ferocious tide. Minho reacted immediately. Assuming a ready stance to meet the attack, he threw a punch like a thunderbolt. The force from the single blow not only knocked down the leading attacker, but also staggered the one behind him. Another fighter nimbly dodged sideways, evading the direct hit. He used his forearm like a pincer, locking tightly around Minho's neck and yanking him backward. Caught off guard, Minho couldn't defend himself and was dragged away in agony. Guk. My whole neck. In that critical moment, Menon appeared again like an avenging angel, his powerful kick shattering the attacker's face. But the peril hadn't passed. Another fighter, built like a bear, charged forward, using his entire body weight to pin Menon down, locking him securely. The dark-skinned man chuckled darkly, growling, "Caught in my grip. Don't even think about moving." Without a second's hesitation, Minho spun around, swinging his fist straight at the one holding Menon, but a shadow had been lurking behind him. The masked fighter delivered a vicious kick to Minho's spine. The blow was so powerful that Minho coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, seizing the golden opportunity. Yet another fighter shot forward like an arrow, leaping over the two engaged combatants. Heading straight ahead, his target was none other than Xianwu, lying helpless on the floor. "No!" Minho screamed in desperation. In the nick of time, Menon's free hand moved. Quick as lightning, he reached out. His fingers managed to grab the hem of the descending attacker's pants. That seemingly small tug was enough to divert his landing trajectory. Crack! The man's foot shattered the floor right next to Xianwu's temple. Instead of crushing his skull, Minho watched, holding his breath, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He missed. Now I need to subdue him quickly. But suddenly, terrifying cracks began to spread across the floor surface. They converged, circling an area precisely where Xianwu lay. In a fateful instant, the section of the floor beneath Xianwu abruptly shattered and collapsed. His body plummeted into the deep abyss below. No one could have predicted this horrifying turn of events. Sung Yan leaped to her feet, screaming in fear. "No!" Minho also roared in desperation, trying to wake his teammate. "Wake up, Kang Xianwu. Remember your mother." But only empty space replied where the floor section had just fallen. Xianwu was gone. The hope in Sung Yan's eyes vanished. Minho stood frozen, eyes wide, staring blankly down into the abyss. The enemy leader burst out laughing, his voice filled with glee. "Excellent. Now it's 4 against 2. Kill them all. Then we can leave." But then, Menon's chillingly calm voice cut in. "Who told you it's 4 against 2? The leader stopped short, whipping his head around with a bewildered expression. What? And there, below in the abyss, Xianwu had regained consciousness, standing firmly on the very piece of floor that had just saved him from the sea of deadly electric thorns below. Sung-yeon's bodyguard witnessed the unbelievable sight, exclaiming with joy, "A miracle." The broken floor saved Kang Xianwu. However, back on the platform, Minho was still pinned down by an enemy. Unable to break free, the fighter ordered his comrades, "I'll hold each one down. You guys deal with the one who just climbed up." Unable to resist, both Menon and Minho were slammed down onto the cold fighting floor. Down in the pit, Xianwu slowly lowered his center of gravity on the precarious platform piece. Then, with astonishing explosive power, he launched himself upward. The platform beneath his feet disintegrated into 100 pieces. Xianwu landed lightly back on the main fighting stage. Before the horrified eyes of 2 enemy fighters, the one holding Minho roared. "Hit him." He landed firmly, his presence overwhelming. The fighter with the black mask immediately rushed forward like a moth to a flame, grappling Xianwu tightly. "Gotcha," he chuckled smugly, his voice full of conceit. Hoo. What do you think? My family's secret chokehold is pretty good." "Right." Xianwu remained silent, showing no reaction. The blonde-haired man swaggered closer, a contemptuous smirk on his face. Hoo. Don't worry. We'll take care of you guys one by one." But then, his smirk froze as he heard groans of pain coming from the black-masked man. When he turned to look, The sight before him was unbelievable. Xianwu had effortlessly removed the black-masked man's hands from his body. Whoa, what is this? That bastard. The blonde-haired man lost his composure, roaring as he charged, launching a deadly strike at Xianwu. Die. But the outcome was the complete opposite. Xianwu not only easily escaped the chokehold, but also countered devastatingly. He grabbed the black-masked man, using him like a weapon, throwing him straight at his blonde-haired accomplice. Their faces collided with a horrific crunch. Both unfortunate souls fell backward, sprawled out, their game ending in excruciating pain. The statistics board coldly updated surviving 6 people. Menon glanced at the one still trying to hold him down, smirking. I'm getting bored too. How about we end this little charade? The other man's eyes widened, confused. You. What are you saying? Without warning, Menon used his strength to spring off the floor, dragging the man holding him up into the air, mid-air. While Menon seemed thoroughly amused, the other man descended into sheer panic, screaming hopelessly. Help. Save me. Please save me. His cries were desperate, but his hand remained firmly locked in Menon's grip. Crash. The poor fighter's entire body slammed hard onto the shattered fighting floor, while Menon landed lightly on top of him, completely unharmed. After just that fateful fall, the fighter was instantly killed. The statistics board changed again. Surviving 5 people. Xianwu slowly advanced towards the last man pinning Minho. The man trembled, stammering please. Wait. Wait. Please spare me. Utter fear was starkly visible on his face. Terrified, he hastily unlocked his hold, releasing Minho, but as he backed away, his back hit a solid obstacle, someone's lower leg. Trembling, he slowly turned his head, his voice cracking. Whoa, what's this? Standing imposingly behind him was none other than the legend of this arena, Han Minsu. Minsu shot him an ice-cold glare, his voice devoid of emotion. Get lost. Unless you want to be the last one eliminated. The words were like a death sentence. The man's face went deathly pale, and he scrambled away frantically. Out of Minsu's sight, Minho clenched his teeth, muttering in shock and resentment. What? Han Minsu. He's participating in this survival battle too. Minsu smirked, raising his heavily bandaged arm. Humph. Thanks to that crazy old man, my reputation took a serious hit. Seeing his nemesis, the one who had harmed his comrade, rage exploded within Xianwu. He lost all reason, roaring as he charged like a wild beast. Shut up. You damn mud XX. However, in just a fraction of a second, Minsu used that same supposedly useless arm to block the blow and counterattack. The protective bandages flew off, revealing an arm that was still perfectly fine. He chuckled mockingly, his voice challenging. Oh, you thought you actually had a chance to win if I was really injured. Kid, shut your mouth. You bastard, Xianwu screamed furiously, lunging again. But just then, a swarm of drones suddenly appeared, filling the sky above the fighting stage. An electronic voice announced, "Game over. All combatants cease hostilities." Both Xianwu and Minsu were stunned, forced to halt. What? Minsu looked clearly surprised and annoyed. Damn it. Why now? He glanced around, assessing the situation. That was Minho. He had just taken down the 5th person. The statistics board coldly updated only 4 survivors remain. The arena master's voice echoed throughout the venue. With this result, the final 4 winners of the bloody survival battle have been officially determined. Portraits of the 4 valiant fighters appeared sequentially on the large screen. Han Minsu, Kim Minho, Menon, and Kang Xianwu. In the VIP area, Sunyeon's bodyguard couldn't contain his elation, shouting, "Yeah." The young miss herself let out a long sigh of relief, a heavy burden seemingly lifted from her heart. The master continued his announcement. Thus, the roster of the top 20 elite fighters participating in the selection event is complete. And now, before the main event officially begins, we will allocate precious time for the 16 VIPs to have private meetings with the players they are particularly interested in. Meeting in Room 3. Meeting in Room 5. Compact drones flew one by one to the chosen fighters, relaying the important messages. Xianwu also noticed a drone slowly approaching his position. The drone emitted a clear electronic voice. You have received 2 meeting invitations, one in Room 16 and one in the recovery room. He frowned slightly, 2 places, it repeated robotically. Which room do you choose? Xianwu just lowered his head, clicking his tongue softly, his voice slightly weary. TSK. Do I have any other choice? A short while later, he entered the recovery room. As instructed, Xianwu lay quietly inside the advanced treatment pod, surrounded by medical staff closely monitoring his vitals. Minsu was already waiting there, asking probingly, "Did you come here thinking I was the one who invited you?" Xianwu replied coldly. "No," he stated bluntly. "As long as it can help me recover quickly, I'm willing to follow anyone." Minsu nodded, informing him, "The maximum time I can assist you is 3 hours. After exactly 3 hours, the VIP selection event will begin immediately. Therefore, during this short period, I will exert all my efforts to support your treatment and recovery." A medical staff member gently placed an anesthetic mask over Xianwu's face. Min Seok continued speaking, his voice laced with deep insinuation. "Both Cha Seung-yeon and I need you greatly, Kang Xianwu. But the most crucial point is, who ultimately brought your parents here?" Right. Xianwu's consciousness gradually faded into darkness. But deep within his mind, he kept telling himself, "Dad, just hold on a little longer. Please hang in there." Meanwhile, in the VIP waiting area, Seung-yeon's bodyguard was fuming, arguing fiercely with the messenger drone. "There are only a few minutes left. Why can't you let us meet Kang Xianwu?" The drone simply repeated the programmed response. Player Kang Xianwu has decided to dedicate his entire precious 3-hour meeting time to someone else. The answer struck like lightning, causing the bodyguard to grit his teeth in fury. What? Just a few short seconds later, the image of the master reappeared on the large screens. And now, without further ado, we will officially begin the round of 16 selection event. The bodyguard was agitated to the extreme. "Can't we even say one word to Kang Xianwu as he moves to the arena?" The drone firmly refused. Consultation outside the permitted time is strictly against the rules. He ground his teeth, muttering furiously, "Damn it. What the hell did that blasted scout say? Kang Xianwu didn't even bother meeting us once." Suddenly, a strange sight caught his attention. Zeongyeon Hut, at some point, taken out a star-shaped hair clip and put it on her head. Looking quite innocent, the bodyguard stammered, completely baffled. Miss, why did you suddenly do that?" She looked up, offering a mysterious and confident smile. Hey, maybe you could call this my own personal lucky headband." He became even more confused, only managing to utter, Finally, the most crucial moment arrived. The life or death selection officially began, with the fighters, displaying a variety of emotions, gathered below the main arena stage. The master raised his voice, resonating throughout the arena. "A warm congratulations to the 20 most outstanding fighters who have officially entered the prestigious round of 16 selection event. The elite competitors include Han Minsu, rank 17 Kaliarnas, Cam, rank Sado Elite Gurkha Mercenary, Ryan, rank Do Boxing, Go Kyung-ho, rank Tiga Combat Taekwondo, Lev, rank Stiri Mysterious Systema, Matayirim, rank 5, Luhan, rank 6 Kung Fu, Ko-Yoon, rank 7 Traditional Taekyon, Kento, rank 9 Kyokushin Karate, Faitun, rank 10 Muay Thai, Michel, rank 11 Savate, Wu Sung-Biom, rank 13 Judo, Bishop, rank 12 Wrestling, Cal, rank 14 Lam, Ricardo, rank 15 Jiu-Jitsu, Kubon Chul, rank 16 Street Fighting, Amanda Grochi, rank 8 Capoeira, Kim Min-ho, rank 18 Boxing, Menon, rank 19, and Kang Xianwu, rank 20 Street Fighting. The master began explaining the core rules. Players with higher rankings hold the crucial priority right to first choose the VIP they wish to partner with on the path to conquering the championship title. However, it must be noted, if the VIP chosen by the player decides to refuse, that player must immediately return to their original position and nervously await the unpredictable second round of selections. After the 16 fortunate teams have finalized their partnerships, the fate of the remaining 4 players will be immediate elimination from the game. His voice emphasized with cold finality. Menon turned to whisper to Min-ho, a calculating smirk playing on his lips. "Hey buddy, bottom rankers like us better be smart and aim for the VIPs who look the weakest." Min-ho looked utterly surprised. "What?" He explained the strategy. The more powerful the VIPs, the more strong moths they attract. If we try to squeeze in there and don't get picked, by the second round, there's almost certainly no chance left. Minho still didn't quite understand. No chance in the second round. Why be so pessimistic? Menon chuckled dryly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Because those VIPs have massive egos. My friend, they'd rather choose no one than have to pick up someone who's already been bluntly rejected by another. Minho continued asking, still unable to grasp the crowd's motivation. Then why does everyone flock to the powerful VIPs anyway? Isn't just receiving the huge prize money satisfying enough? Menon let out a knowing chuckle, as if seeing right through others' intentions. Haha, you're still so naive. They're thinking about the distant, glorious future after this tournament ends. It's not just about breaking into the highest echelons of society, but about turning a force capable of manipulating everything, far beyond mere money, into a steadfast ally, backing them up. And most importantly, he lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with cunning. They're also secretly weighing how much the power they gain can cover up, even erase, the crimes they've committed, and might continue to commit in the future. Hearing those stark words, Minho couldn't help but shudder with disgust. He clenched his teeth, frowning. What a bunch of lunatics. He cracked his knuckles, saying resolutely, whatever the case, at least the four of us referring to the group that survived the deathmatch should pick different VIPs to increase our chances. As for me, I think I'll go to GDF Investment Company, since I already had a prior arrangement with them anyway. The female fighter Amanda Grochi also spoke up. I'm aiming for the Jihan Group. Menon whistled appreciatively. Ooh, the Jihan Group. Who? The second largest conglomerate after only the mighty Du Xin Group. Just as expected, from the 8th rank fighter, chosen wherever she wants to go. He smiled slyly, beginning to calculate his own move. In that case, the VIP I'll choose must be the least prominent, the one with the least competition. How about Cha Seung-yeon of Dicom Entertainment? Hearing Menon mention that name, Seonwoo's eyes flickered slightly with surprise. Menon turned fully towards him, asking, Hey, Kang Seonwoo, what about you? Decided who you're going to pledge yourself to yet? Seonwoo maintained his cold, stern expression, betraying no emotion whatsoever. Meanwhile, in the Hosen Group's VIP section, Cha Woo-yeon looked down at the arena, his face unable to hide his disappointment and fury. Damn it. I can't believe that brat Kang Seon-woo still stubbornly managed to survive. Min-sok stood beside him, reporting in a monotone voice that nonetheless held considerable surprise. During Kang Seon-woo's body scan in the recovery room, I discovered something astonishing in just a short 2-hour period. He showed recovery capabilities and muscle density increase, far exceeding all predictions. Although doping is impossible and his current abilities probably can't compare to the top fighters on the list, however, throughout his participation in the matches, his body has developed at a rate not inferior to those who succeeded with the initial doping dose. He couldn't hide an excited smile. This is truly a rare case, outside all the data I've ever analyzed. Therefore, honestly, I absolutely cannot predict how his future will unfold. The harsh reality is, Kang Seon-woo is currently the most unpredictable and mysterious fighter in this entire tournament. Contrary to Min-suk's enthusiasm, Cha Woo-yeon grew even more furious. Damn it. No matter what, I absolutely cannot let that Kang Seon-woo fall into Cha Seung-yeon's hands. Rest assured, Kang Seon-woo would never go to Cha Seung-yeon, Min-sok stated confidently, glancing quickly down at his own forearm. The scrawled text, supposedly from Seon-woo's mother, had somehow appeared there. Min-sok explained confidently. Because he received a message from his mother, a line with very touching content. Kang Seon-woo, when you come home, Mom will make you delicious bean paste soup. Make sure to return healthy. Son. Implying Min-sok fabricated this message. The master's voice rang out again, urging, Now, time is running short. Fighters, please step forward quickly and stand before the VIP you trust and choose as your partner. The iron-soled boot of a heavyweight fighter stepping forward caused a section of the hard stone arena floor to crack loudly. The first VIP made his choice. Vice Chairman Cha Ik-hyun, the powerful eldest son of the Hosen Group, decided to side with fighter Cam, rank 1, a notorious Gurkha mercenary. Immediately after, VIP Park Dong-soo, chairman of Fine Life, also made his decision, choosing Ryan, rank 2 fighter, a promising boxer. Witnessing this, Minho clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with hatred towards Ryan. That's right. You're the only boxer here. Just you wait. I'll definitely wipe that damn smirk off your face in the upcoming match. Menon glanced at Xianwu, shrugging. So ranks 1 and 2 have found their places. Shall we start moving too? Gang Xianwu. It's time for you to make your final choice. But as Xianwu began to step forward, his direction left, Menon stunned and confused. He stopped, hovering right between the positions of the two fiercely opposing VIPs, Cha Woo-yeon, the ambitious department director of Hosen Group, and Cha Sung-yeon, the young president of DCOM Entertainment. And then, to everyone's astonishment, Xianwu suddenly stepped towards Cha Woo-yeon. This unexpected action made Seung-yeon's loyal bodyguard's heart stop, muttering in panic. Hook, what the hell is happening? Isn't it supposed to be us? In contrast, Cha Woo-yeon looked extremely pleased, a sinister and gloating smile evident on his face. Yes, come here quickly. Boy. Finally, I'm about to witness Cha Sung-yeon's face crumble in disappointment and humiliation. Xianwu stepped fully into the selection square, designated for Cha Woo-yeon. He burst out laughing triumphantly. Unable to conceal his utter satisfaction, Seung-yeon stood frozen on the spot, her eyes wide as she stared at him, shock and hurt clearly visible. But suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, Xianwu let out a weary, exasperated sigh. Then he slowly raised one hand, his voice deliberate, enunciating each word clearly. My mother. You see, she's someone who absolutely does not know how to cook bean paste soup. Finishing coldly, he pointedly raised his middle finger straight at Cha Woo-yeon's face in defiance and insult. This audacious and unexpected act left both Cha Woo-yeon and the nearby Minsu stunned, then grinding their teeth in utter fury and embarrassment. Conversely, Seung-yeon's disappointed expression suddenly brightened. As if a heavy weight had been lifted, she broke into a wide, radiant smile. Huh. You really know how to pick 'em. He decisively turned his back on Cha Woo-yeon, walking straight to the left. Where Seung-yeon stood, the master's voice announced, officially confirming the final choice. Cha Sung-yeon, president of DICOM Entertainment, has chosen to partner with Kang Seon-woo, rank 20. Street fighting. At this moment, Seung-yeon curiously looked at the unusual hair clip on Seon-woo's mother's head, asking politely, Ma'am, may I ask, what is this? Seon-woo's mother smiled gently, her eyes shining with quiet pride. This. You could perhaps call it Seon-woo's favorite headband. Hearing this answer, Seung-yeon couldn't help but giggle. Pfft. Haha. That guy who always looks like he's attending a funeral, with a personality as rough as a rock, actually has a favorite headband. That's unbearably cute. Seon-woo's mother added, her voice tinged with nostalgia and sadness. On Seon-woo's 6th birthday, he set foot in an amusement park for the first time. And cruelly enough, it was also his last time. Her words startled Seung-yeon, who immediately asked, his last time? Why was that? She nodded slightly, explaining, yes, dear, because my family was living in hiding back then. Concealed. Going outside was a huge risk and source of fear for us. Having to live constantly on edge, careful about every little thing, made anxiety seep into our very beings, to the point where little Seon-woo became extremely sensitive to even the smallest, most trivial things others would never notice. And yet, that sensitive boy, on that single day of fun, threw a tantrum, crying and insisting that his mother wear the headband considered the biggest, shiniest, and most eye-catching one in the amusement park that day. Honestly, I couldn't refuse him back then, because I didn't know when he would ever get the chance to return there again. Not just because our family had to live in hiding, but also because my own health at that time was much worse than it is now. So, no matter how stressed and scared I felt wearing that conspicuous headband in a crowd, I forced myself to do it. Amidst the chaos of the crowd that day, I carelessly let go of Seon-woo's hand. While I was in utter panic, not knowing what to do, it was Seon-woo who found me. It was all thanks to that conspicuous headband. Perhaps for that very reason, from that moment on, he always carried it with him. Wherever he went. Who knows? Maybe now, seeing this headband, he might feel a little lighter and breathe a bit easier. Her voice choked with emotion. Xianwu's gaze was now fixed on Seung-yeon's profile picture on the large screen. The thing his mother was wearing on her head was truly the sacred memento from his childhood. In that moment, Xianwu knew for sure that his choice was absolutely right. The official announcement rang out Dicom Entertainment, represented by President Cha Sung-yeon, and Kang Xianwu. Street fighting fighter, connection complete. Menon watched the scene, scratching his head, looking bewildered yet carefree. Tesk. Cha Sung-yeon was clearly the one I aimed for first. All right then. As the senior here, I'll yield her to you. Then he turned to Minho, winking. Looks like you found your destination too. Right. Buddy. Minho clenched his fist, his eyes determined. Thinking. That's right. It's almost time. He recalled the tense exchange before the tournament began. The mysterious man had instructed Minho carefully. The VIP we are about to meet is someone who harbors a grudge as deep as the sea against President Go Yi-soo of CT Biopharmaceuticals, a colossal pharmaceutical empire, and also the one who hired that bastard Ryan, the target of revenge that you, Kim Min-ho, must hunt down at all costs. As long as you take down Ryan, even if you don't win the overall championship, he promises to fulfill any request of yours. No matter what it is. Minho couldn't help but be astonished at the time. Why? Why would he go to such lengths? The man explained with a lowered voice. Because his beloved daughter still cannot escape the painful grips of addiction, the main cause of which is the deadly painkiller produced by CT Bio. Saying this, the man pulled aside the door to the VIP room. Minho swallowed hard, looking inside nervously. The powerful man waiting inside offered a friendly smile, yet one laden with calculation. A pleasure to meet you. Young man, I have a feeling I've just found a trustworthy teammate. The announcement sounded again. Korea's leading investment company, GDF, represented by Chairman Jason Sarang, and Kim Min-ho. Boxing, connection complete. In another VIP area, a different powerful chairman was frowning as he listened to his secretary's report. Mr. Chairman, the first-ranked fighter Cam has decided to side with Vice Chairman Cha Ik-hyun of the Hosen Group. Hearing the name Cha Ik-hyun, this chairman ground his teeth, cursing silently. Cha Ik-hyun, that damned bastard, still has that arrogant face, looking down on others. Who? He was Hyun Ji-an, chairman of the Jihan Group, Korea's second most powerful empire. His secretary beside him cautiously scratched his head, looking worried. But will the fighter we're targeting agree to join us? I think the chairman's approach earlier was a bit overly aggressive. Hyun Ji-an burst into strange, almost maniacal laughter. What are you talking about? I was just expressing my most sincere and fervent affection. His crazed attitude made the secretary grimace uncomfortably. Just then, Amanda Grochi, the female capoeira fighter ranked 8th, stepped straight into Hyun Ji-an's selection square. Hyun Ji-an laughed loudly, his voice full of satisfaction. Haha. My love is for this exquisite capoeira. The connection announcement sounded. Jihan Group, Korea's second-largest conglomerate, represented by Chairman Hyun Ji and Amanda Grochi. Capoeira, connection complete. Witnessing the fighters pairing up one by one, Menon started feeling impatient. Highs. Am I the only one left stranded now? To increase the survival chances for a low ranker, nobody favors like me. He scanned the VIP screens, silently devising a survival strategy. I have to pick a VIP that absolutely no one else will bother with. If I accidentally choose the same one as another fighter, my chances of survival will decrease significantly. Menon continued scanning. Then his eyes lit up. Oh, this place. This place looks promising. His gaze landed on Chairman Hwang Moo-hyuk of the TV Skyon broadcasting station. Menon trotted eagerly towards that direction, muttering to himself. Amidst such a forest of giant financial conglomerates, who would care about the owner of a minor TV channel? Here, he chuckled, pleased with his plan. Truly, the survival strategy of this genius. Menon is unstoppable, but life isn't always as planned. Suddenly, he sensed two other figures standing looming right behind him. Menon froze, feeling something was wrong. He panicked internally. What the hell is happening? Has my perfect strategy been exposed? Fine. If so, I need to do something impressive to score points. No sooner thought than done. Menon abruptly leaped high into the air, Much to the utter astonishment of the two who were about to compete with him, he used a nearby support pillar as a foothold, launching himself even higher, in the blink of an eye, using unbelievable skill. Menon managed to climb onto the large screen displaying the VIP information, just by hooking the top of his foot onto the screen's edge. His legs trembled slightly from the exertion, but Menon still managed to maintain his balance, even raising both hands to form a large heart shape, directed straight at VIP Hwang Moo-hyuk watching from inside. Witnessing Menon's bizarre antics, Min-ho could only grimace wearily. Does he seriously think that stunt will actually work? However, it seemed Hwang Moo-hyuk had found someone on his wavelength. He appeared incredibly excited, even climbing onto his desk, shouting, "Wonderful. Menon, this kid is too interesting." His secretary could only helplessly try to intervene. Mr. Chairman, this is fighter selection, not a talent show." But Hwang Moo-hyuk kept his radiant smile, firmly declaring, "As expected, my final decision is," immediately. The announcement followed. Media, Mogul, TV, Skyon, represented by Chairman Hwang Moo-hyuk. And Menon, connection complete. Menon, still hanging from the screen, turned his head and yelled back towards Seonwoo. "Haekang Seonwoo, don't forget I generously yielded Cha Sung-yeon to you." Seonwoo could only chuckle upon hearing that, finding the guy rather amusing. Seeing things not go as planned, especially Seonwoo siding with Seung-yeon. Cha Woo-yeon boiled with fury. Damn it. They coordinated so well. In the end, everything went exactly according to that damned Cha Sung-yeon's wishes. Min Se-hyuk stood beside him, trying to reassure him with a steady but confident tone. "Calm down. Director. It's all right." Once Cha Sung-yeon was forced to pick a bottom-tier fighter no one else wanted, then Kang Seon-woo automatically becomes a completely useless pawn, not worth worrying about anymore. Cha Woo-yeon was still skeptical. Is the fighter that girl secretly contracted to replace Kang Seon-woo really that strong? Min-suk smirked faintly. "Not just strong. Much more than that. How the hell did you manage to lure someone like that to our side?" Min-suk answered succinctly, his voice cold. "I only needed to say one thing, that I would discard Kang Seon-woo without hesitation. And then, an unexpected development occurred. The person stepping into Cha Woo-yeon's selection square was none other than Han Min-su. Witnessing this, it was Seon-woo's turn to grit his teeth, his eyes spitting fire at the traitor. Min-suk smiled with smug satisfaction, completely triumphant. Finally, we have Han Min-su in our grasp. It was all just an elaborate chess game, using Kang Seon-woo as bait. Cha Woo-yeon still harbored some doubt. Could it be you were targeting Han Min-su from the very beginning, which is why you deliberately approached that brat Kang Seon-woo?" Min-suk shook his head. "Not exactly from the beginning, but during my deep investigation into Han Min-su, someone I could previously only admire from afar, the name Kang Seon-woo, whom fate coincidentally led me to meet, kept popping up in connections. Surprising, isn't it?" He looked at Cha Woo-yeon with a probing gaze. Min-suk continued recounting his intricate plan. "I was the first to recognize Han Min-su's terrifying potential, but because the institute director personally sponsored him, if Han Min-su didn't want it, no one could approach him. He was a closely guarded treasure. However, unexpectedly, the golden key to obtaining Han Min-su ended up right in my hands. Quite astounding, isn't it?" Even Cha Woo-yeon, always arrogant, could only utter 2 words after hearing the entire plan. "Krazy bastard." Min-suk laughed loudly, full of confidence and excitement. "Just wait and see. Director. Han Min-su under my guidance will definitely become a fighter on par with those legendary top 5. After the dramatic and surprising selection process concluded, only 4 solitary figures remained abandoned on the vast arena floor. The master's voice sounded again, carrying coldness and final judgment. All selection rounds are now complete. The 4 players who did not receive a selection from any VIP will be immediately eliminated from the competition. And now, I solemnly announce the final list of 16 teams that will officially advance to compete in the round of 16. The teams include 1. Cha Ik-hyun Vice Chairman, Hossing Group, Cam Rank Uno. 2. Go Yi-soo Chairman, CT Biopharmaceuticals and Ryan Rank 2. 3. Han Sang-soo Chairman, Aran Construction, Go Kyung-ho Rank 3. 4. Michael Lee Chairman. Pioneer Company and Lev Rank 4. Sank, Park Dong Su Chairman. Pine Life, Mate Rim Rank 5. 6. Cam Sahun Chairman. Cyber Money Science Soft, Luhan Rank 6. Sept. Hyunjian Chairman. Jihan Group and Amanda Grochi, Rank 8. 8. J-Roar Conoco Oil and Koyun Rank 7. 9. An Kyungzu Chairman. Hensroar Law Firm and Feitun Rank 10. 10. Go Woo Son Chairman. Snugon Hotel, Michel Rank 11. 11. Osu Chairman. Roan Trading and Cal Rank. 14. 12. Jihan. Chairman. On Air, Ricardo Rank 15. 3. Cha Wu. Yeon Director. Hosen Company and Han Min Su Rank 17. 14. Jason Saring Chairman. GDF. Kim Min Ho Rank 18. 15. Hwang Mu Hyuk Chairman. TV Skyon, Menon Rank 19. 16. Sha Zeung Yeon President. DCOM Entertainment, Kang Seon Woo Rank 20. After announcing the list, the master continued. Right now, the selected players will proceed with their respective VIPs to separate waiting areas and together watch the detailed match schedule for the upcoming round of 16. Seung-yeon's bodyguard seemed extremely excited. Finally get to meet Kang Seon Woo face to face. I've been eagerly waiting for this moment, but thinking about having to be with that guy with a face as cold as stone and a grumpy, unpleasant personality, I already feel a bit awkward, he muttered. Both stood formally, waiting before the large door leading into their team's waiting area. Creak. The door slowly opened. Seon-woo had already been waiting there. He slowly walked towards Seung-yeon. The young miss smiled gently. Looks like you've recovered quite well. Suddenly, without warning, Seon-woo reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. This abrupt action startled the bodyguard standing behind her, almost making him rush forward to intervene. Seon-woo hesitated, then began. So therefore, Zong-yeon giggled mischievously, guessing his intention. You want to say thank you? Right. Seon-woo's face flushed slightly. He stammered. Sorry. But, from now on, she cut him off, her voice confident and reassuring. Don't worry about that anymore. I've arranged for your mother to stay safely in a private, secure villa. So, no need to thank me. I simply invest in people who have the potential to help me achieve ultimate victory, she said, looking straight at him. Seon-woo hesitated slightly at her directness. The bodyguard then cleared his throat softly, reminding, Hey you can take your hand off the young miss's shoulder now. Seon-woo yolted, quickly retracting his hand, flusteredly explaining, no, that wasn't my intention. It's just, seeing my mother's headband made me so happy that Just then, the master's voice boomed again from the external speaker system, capturing everyone's attention. And now, the most anticipated moment. I hereby officially announce the detailed and thrilling match schedule for the round of 16. The matchups appeared sequentially on the large screen. Lev Rank 4 versus Kim Min Ho Rank 18. Error in source. Line 139 over 273 lists Rank 18. Ryan Rank 2 versus Michel Rank 11. Mate Rim Rank 5 versus Amanda Grochi, Rank 8. Menon Rank 19. Error in source. Line 139 over 273 lists. Rank 19 versus Koyun Rank 7. Cam Rank 1 versus Ricardo Rank 15. Han Minsu Rank 17 versus Feitun Rank 10. Kal Rank 21 versus Luhan Rank 6. And finally, Go Kyung Ho Rank T versus Kang Seon-woo Rank 20. Seeing the final matchup, Seung-yeon's loyal bodyguard couldn't help but feel indignant and extremely worried. Hook. Go Kyung Ho. Rank 3 again. This is just too much. Seung-yeon frowned, quickly analyzing the situation. To win the championship, managing stamina and injuries through each match is a crucial survival factor. Yet, facing Go Kyung Ho and his potentially one-hit knockout punch right in the first round, the bodyguard glanced at Seon-woo and became even more bewildered, seeing him maintain a strangely calm, ice-cold expression. What the heck? How can he act so calm as if nothing happened? But contrary to the bodyguard's anxiety, Seongyeon smiled with satisfaction upon seeing Seonwoo's demeanor. Look at that overwhelming presence. How could I possibly not invest in him? The master announced the next procedure. The order of the matches will be determined completely at random by the system. And now, please turn your attention to the arena to watch the very first opening match of the round of 16. The first match will be a peak confrontation between Cam rank 1 and Ricardo rank 15. The bodyguard immediately focused intensely, commenting, "Oh, finally, get to witness the true strength of the Gurkha mercenary reputed to be the strongest in the tournament. If we hope to win the championship, sooner or later, we'll definitely have to face him. Absolutely cannot miss a single moment. Must study his fighting style thoroughly," he told himself. Seonyeon couldn't help but wonder, Gurkha mercenaries, are they really that skilled? The bodyguard nodded, explaining with reverence, among the three most formidable mercenary forces in the world, the Gurkhas are considered the most battle-hardened. They are born and raised in the highest, most treacherous mountain regions on this earth. Because of this, their endurance far surpasses ordinary people, and life in the high mountains has forged them an incredibly fearsome physique. The reputation of the Gurkha mercenaries is so renowned that they have become an export commodity and even a major tourist attraction for Nepal. Seongyeon pondered. Their starting point was already so different, and now boosted with doping. They truly turn into monsters. The bodyguard discreetly gestured towards Seonwoo. "Miss, look at his expression facing that monster. It's like he's hearing someone else's story." Unnaturally calm. Hearing this, she proudly gave a thumbs up. That reaction slightly surprised Seonwoo. "Who?" The bodyguard quickly returned to the main topic. Anyway, among those famous Gurkha mercenaries, this guy Cam is the most well-known. Moreover, he was the champion of last season's tournament. Now, on the fighting stage, the two warriors stood facing each other, ready for a deathmatch. Cam, rank 1, Gurkha mercenary with strength-enhancing doping, and his opponent Ricardo, rank 12, Jiu-Jitsu expert, also with strength-enhancing doping. In the Jihan VIP chairman of on-air viewing box, he confidently told his secretary, "Surely no one will pay any attention to our Ricardo." "Right," the secretary smirked in response, "and then all of them will be stunned into shock. Just wait and see." The secretary analyzed further. That Cam guy has taken too many hits on his way here. He's probably not in the peak condition he was when he won the championship last year. Meanwhile, our Ricardo is the opposite. Up to this point, he hasn't let a single attack land, because anyone he attacks ends up with broken arms and legs. Just before the bell signaling the start of the match rang, the master announced, "We will proceed with the second round of doping." Quickly, a syringe containing the new doping agent was delivered by a drone before Ricardo. He grinned with delight, reaching out to take it. "All right, let's see this time, how much stronger you'll make me." He laughed loudly, then decisively injected it straight into his body. Instantly, an extremely powerful energy surged through his veins like electricity. It awakened the ferocious beast slumbering deep within Ricardo. He threw his head back and let out a wild, savage laugh. Ricardo smirked, a brutal grin spreading across his transforming face. The drone announced the result: player Ricardo, speed doping, success. Ricardo declared triumphantly, "Now I have speed too. Excellent. Now, no one can stop me." With that, Ricardo, possessing horrifying speed, shot like an arrow towards Cam. Cam also appeared highly interested, opening his arms wide in welcome. "Come at me." The instant Cam swung his arm to attack, Ricardo immediately dodged with incredible agility. Seizing the opportunity, he used his entire body to wrap tightly around Cam's arm like a python constricting its prey. Witnessing this, VIP Jihan leaped from his seat, yelling excitedly. "Got him!" Ricardo roared madly in his opponent's face. "Doesn't matter if you're rank 1 or whatever the hell. This is the end for you." He used all his strength, twisting his body backward violently, attempting to break Cam's arm. Jihan was ecstatic, laughing maniacally. "Cam's arm. That arm is definitely completely broken. Ha ha ha. I've caught the big fish." The Hosin group. But strangely, no matter how hard Ricardo tried, Cam stood firm like a mountain, completely unshaken. Ricardo wondered in panic. Why? Why won't he fall? Ricardo was slowly pushed away from his opponent's face. And then he realized with horror. What? His arm, which I thought was broken, is straightening back out. Why? Why is it that the harder I squeeze, the more strangely his arm straightens out? Suddenly, Cam slowly raised the arm that was locked tight. Ricardo gritted his teeth, a bad feeling rising within him. What is this? Got to dodge. Fast, but it was too late. Ricardo's neck was suddenly seized by Cam's steel-like hand. Cam used terrifying strength to crush his opponent's throat. Ricardo was in agony, his face turning purple from suffocation. Immediately after, Cam brutally slammed Ricardo's head onto the fighting floor with horrific force. His head impacted violently against the surface. Both Seung-yeon and Seon-woo were stunned by the brutal outcome. Minho was frozen speechless on the spot. Amanda also could not have predicted this turn of events. Only Menon seemed extremely excited by the swift and violent conclusion of the match. Even someone as arrogant as Minsu had to click his tongue in admiration. Ricardo's body remained planted upright on the fighting floor. Motionless. VIP. Jihan was utterly astonished by Cam's technique and endurance. Impossible. Cam clearly took so many attacks up until now. In the opposing VIP area, Cha Ik-hyun calmly explained as if he had known the outcome. But for Cam, those weren't exactly attacks. He simply chose to ignore his opponent's blows that lacked killing power, needing only to land a single strike to finish it. Cam looked down at Ricardo's corpse beneath his feet, a cold smile spreading across his face. A drone flew closer to assess the situation. It officially announced, "This round is over. Victory belongs to player Cam." Officially advancing to the quarterfinals, Cam, Gurkha Mercenary, Strength Doping X2. The master commented. That first match served as a demonstration, replacing the review of the second doping round's effectiveness. Its power and effects are now abundantly clear. Therefore, all remaining fighters will simultaneously undergo the second doping round right now. Minho looked at the syringe being brought before him, his expression complex. Amanda also hesitated slightly as she observed the syringe. Menon, conversely, seemed highly intrigued, leaning his face close to examine it. Only Seon-woo raised his hand, refusing firmly. "I won't use it." Seung-yeon looked at him, saying softly, "Well, it wouldn't have any effect on you anyway, so not using it isn't an issue, because to me, you're already like a special kind of doping." Seon-woo couldn't help but be surprised hearing that. "Who? What are you talking about?" he wondered. Suddenly, a loud, savage, and powerful roar thundered, the sound shaking their entire waiting room. Crash. The reinforced glass on the arena's ceiling suddenly shattered into countless pieces. Sharp glass shards rained down onto the fighting stage below. At the same time, Minho clutched his chest, starting to breathe heavily and with difficulty, his muscles bulging. A drone flew close to observe his condition. It announced, "System registering player Kim. Minho has successfully administered strength doping." Seeing this, VIP Jason Sarang smiled with satisfaction. "Good. Speed doping combined with strength doping. This is truly the most powerful combination." The master spoke again. "All players have completed the second doping round, and the next match will begin immediately. This match is an unforgiving confrontation between Michelle, the beast from the African continent, and Ryan, the monster currently ranked second overall." Hearing the name Ryan, Minho gritted his teeth, hatred flaring in his eyes as he looked at the large screen. VIP Jason sitting beside him also looked extremely furious. "Those damn CT Bio bastards. We need to analyze this match very carefully." He turned to Minho. "That Ryan guy has crazily enhanced his muscles with all sorts of doping, even before stepping into this combat zone. And due to excessive doping abuse, his mind is now completely deranged. No different from a zombie that only knows how to charge in and bite savagely." The mysterious man analyzed further. Ryan's sense doping has a special feature where enemy detection is pushed to the maximum, but due to the side effects of previous doping, he barely feels pain anymore. That means there's no way to disrupt his senses with ordinary attacks. Jason turned to Minho. "But you have experience suppressing opponents using sense doping before." "Right." Minho thought silently for a moment. Suddenly, the other man spoke again, breaking the silence. "But this time will be very different." Jason was surprised. "Who? Different how?" I explained. "The opponent you faced back then had only recently used doping. His body hadn't fully adapted to the newly enhanced senses. Ryan is completely different. He's had more than enough time to get used to and master them." Jason looked worried. "Damn it. But with Kim Min-ho's extraordinary speed, He can surely still overcome Ryan's sensory range. Right. He asked further. So, what about his second doping round? Which type did he choose? The mysterious man looked at the updated statistics board, answering, Ryan chose speed doping. This information stunned both Jason and Minho. Finding it unbelievable, Minho felt an extreme sense of conflict and pressure weighing down on him. Down on the fighting stage, the next two fighters quickly arrived. Ready for battle, Ryan, rank 2. Boxing, with sense doping and speed doping. When his opponent emerged, Ryan showed a flicker of surprise on his face. His opponent was Michelle, rank 10. Danby, with strength doping and speed doping. Ryan burst out laughing, his voice full of mockery. What's that? What's with the fist wrapped in all those ropes? Looks like all his senses are focused entirely on that right fist. He criticized with a superior air. This fighting style is too obvious. So full of openings, you don't even need special senses to see it. Immediately after, the official announcement was made. Now, the match between Ryan and Michelle. Begin. The two fighters faced each other. The air tense like a drawn bowstring. Michelle clenched his rope-wrapped fist, thinking internally, I have no other path but to win this fight. This is the only way. To save my beloved daughter. Ryan smirked, talking to himself. Let's see now. How effective will this new speed doping be? Let me see what you're really made of. He roared, then abruptly dashed forward. Taking the offensive initiative, Ryan threw a probing punch. Just by observing how Michelle dodged his arm, Ryan immediately realized, oh ho, looks like he used speed doping too. This guy is completely... He began analyzing his opponent with sharp eyes. Asterisk, straightening his body to hide all vitals, using the left hand only for defense. Without hesitation, Ryan unleashed a continuous barrage of punches. Roaring, let's see how long your left hand can last. Michelle was forced to use his left hand to try and block the storm of blows. As he struck, Ryan calculated. It seems his left hand only knows how to defend, but suddenly, Michelle launched an unexpected dangerous eye poke. Ryan was momentarily stunned. No defense at all from the right hand. A cruel thought flashed through Ryan's mind. So, what if I just break his left arm too? In the VIP stands, Go Woo-seon, director of the Snugon Hotel, yelled excitedly, Good. Michelle. Punch him straight in the eye. His secretary calmly explained. Indamba, using the defending hand for a surprise eye poke is a fairly common tactic. But then Go Woo-seon suddenly stopped, feeling something was wrong. Wait. Something seems off. His secretary also fell silent, bewildered. Who? Michelle's two fingers were horribly broken. Ryan had used his own forehead to block the eye poke. He smirked. You thought I didn't see that coming. Michelle gritted his teeth against the pain, raising his remaining fist. It's not over yet. He gathered his remaining strength, launching a decisive punch towards Ryan. However, Ryan maintained a terrifyingly calm expression, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What now? You sacrificed your fingers to block my vision, and yet, I still dodged it. At that exact moment, Ryan's neck bent at an unbelievable 90-degree angle, narrowly avoiding the punch, giving his opponent no time to recover. Ryan immediately countered, using his own two fingers to poke straight into Michelle's eyes. Michelle screamed in pain, reflexively clutching his bleeding eyes. Instantly, Michelle's entire abdomen was exposed. A fatal opening. Ryan seized the golden opportunity, attacking like a storm, relentlessly cursing. Idiot. Leaving yourself wide open like that. A continuous stream of brutal blows rained down on the weak points of Michelle's body. Michelle's carotid artery ruptured under the force of a strike. Even as his face endured the downpour of blows, Michelle's mind screamed, No, I can't. I can't fall here. His face took countless more cruel punches, witnessing his fighter being beaten like a sandbag. Go Woo. Sion's face drained of all color, stammering in fear. No. Impossible. A final punch sent Michelle flying backward across the fighting stage. A drone slowly flew closer, scanning his condition. It coldly announced, Player Michelle is unconscious. Ryan is officially the winner and advances to the quarterfinals. Minho stood frozen, watching the entire match from beginning to end, utterly bewildered. Damn it. If it were me, could I have dodged that bizarre neckbend? No. I definitely would have been punched in the eye before that. The more he thought, the more worried and pressured Minho felt. No. No matter what, I have to win. The master's voice boomed again, pulling everyone back to reality. Next up, we proudly introduce the fighters for the next match of the round of 16. The third match will be a confrontation between Go Kyung-ho, rank 3, with elasticity doping and strength doping. And his opponent is Kang Seon-woo, rank 20, using no doping whatsoever. Seung-yeon looked extremely worried. He'll definitely want to avoid blows enhanced by strength doping, but avoiding all damage is nearly impossible. The bodyguard added, most players who made it to this round of 16 have used strength doping. Miss, she wondered. So, how is combat taekwondo different from regular taekwondo? He replied, basically, combat taekwondo doesn't add any new techniques. This surprised Seung-yeon. Who? How so? He explained thoroughly. Original taekwondo itself was already an extremely powerful martial art developed for practical combat. It's just that later, when converted into a competitive sport like in the Olympics, many dangerous techniques were banned or restricted to prevent serious injuries to athletes. But now, all those forbidden techniques have been completely unlocked. That's the true nature of combat taekwondo. Go Kyung-ho rank 3. Combat taekwondo, with strength doping and elasticity doping, stood firmly on the stage, radiating an overwhelming presence. Seon-woo looked at the formidable opponent before him, resolving internally, if I take down this rank 3 fighter, I'll officially become a formidable high-rank fighter. The master announced loudly. Now is the third match of the round of 16, the match between Go Kyung-ho and Kang Seon-woo. Begin. Seon-woo quickly assumed a defensive stance, assessing, against taekwondo, it's better to stay low to the ground. Acting on his thought, Seon-woo launched himself forward, using speed and agility to rush straight at Kyung-ho. Got him, but completely unexpectedly. Kyung-ho suddenly lowered his center of gravity while simultaneously kicking upward with his heel. With just one wise and surprising movement, Kyung-ho's heel struck Seon-woo's face. Stay sharp, Seon-woo immediately told himself after the stunning blow. Right then, he forcefully grabbed Kyung-ho's ankle. Really got him this time, but the nightmare wasn't over. Kyung-ho calmly lifted his times, other times foot off the ground as well, and using it like a hammer, he delivered an extremely powerful kick to Seon-woo's temple. Witnessing the tense match, disadvantageous for Seon-woo, Seung-yeon couldn't help but exclaim worriedly. No. Kyung-ho stomped his foot down. The tremendous force knocked Seon-woo off balance, sending him sprawling onto the floor, but Seon-woo's will did not waver. He clenched his teeth. I absolutely cannot lose here. He immediately pushed off the floor with both hands. In a flash, Seon-woo countered with a powerful leg kick. As he struck, Kyung-ho immediately blocked with his forearm. Unable to hide his surprise, he thought incredulously. He took my hits twice in a row and still has the spirit to attack. Seon-woo's leg rose again, then came down with another kick. Kyung-ho was even more astonished. Again, Seon-woo's relentless barrage of kicks completely overwhelmed Kyung-ho, forcing his defending forearm closer and closer to his own face. Suddenly, Seon-woo performed a beautiful somersault in mid-air. He sprang up expertly and stably, standing face to face with Kyung-ho. Kyung-ho gritted his teeth, looking at his trembling arm. Bewildered. With this monstrous strength, that student kid must definitely be top 10. At least. Why? How can a mere student be this strong? Meanwhile, Seon-woo was also gasping for breath, anxiety creeping in. Damn it. My head is still spinning. If I get hit again, it'll be really dangerous. If I keep rushing in recklessly like this, he'll definitely counter. I have to neutralize those dangerous legs at all costs. He quickly identified his opponent's strongest weapon as the main target. Seon-woo began analyzing the fighting style. Traditional taekwondo usually doesn't have low leg kicks like low kick. So, when he attacks me again, I'll surprise him by countering low on his leg. He definitely won't react in time. Alright, that's the plan. Now, bait him into attacking. Acting on his thought, Seon-woo once again actively moved towards Kyung-ho as if preparing a direct assault. Kyung-ho saw this and wondered. He got beaten senseless by me and still dares to attack first. But this time, Seon-woo didn't attack immediately but kept moving back and forth unpredictably, trying to disrupt his vision and focus. In the VIP area, Chairman Han Sang-soo of Iran Construction, Go Kyung-ho's partner, sat slightly annoyed seeing the evenly matched fight. How dare he be so insolent towards someone in the top 3? His secretary replied calmly. Mr. Chairman, players in the top 5 usually never risk attacking with full force right from the start. They want to conserve energy for later rounds. They only attack just enough to defeat the opponent. Right now, Mr. Kyung-ho is probably just recalculating the necessary power to defeat his opponent most efficiently. On the stage, Kyung-ho constantly tracked Seonwoo's movements, always ready to counter. He thinks he can beat me with just this pathetic bit of strength. He immediately raised his leg high, preparing to strike. Sorry, kid, but I've never had to use my full strength, Kyung-ho thought, then immediately launched a powerful side kick aimed at Seonwoo's head. Just as Seonwoo planned, he instantly ducked low to evade the blow. He quickly directed his sharp gaze towards Kyung-ho's lower leg, shouting internally, "Alright, now's the time for the decisive calf kick." He immediately raised his own leg, aiming for the lower part of his opponent's calf. But once again, Kyung-ho disrupted all calculations. He unexpectedly lowered the trajectory of his kick. At the same time, Seonwoo used his hand on the floor to launch a counter kick at his opponent's supporting leg. However, completely unforeseen, Kyung-ho managed to execute a leg sweep times lower times than Seonwoo's kick. This surprise technique lifted both of Seonwoo's legs off the ground. Han Sang-soo observed the tide turning sharply in his partner's favor, cheering happily. Excellent. Taekwondo has that move too, the secretary replied. That's a leg sweep. Mr. Chairman. Sang-soo was surprised. A leg sweep, he explained further. It's a technique banned in official competition, so it's rarely seen. You could roughly understand it as the low kick version of a spinning kick. Kyung-ho quickly retracted into a defensive stance, while Seonwoo was forced onto one knee, his leg unable to support his body. Seonwoo felt a searing hot pain in his rear ankle, thinking, "Hook, if I hadn't intentionally fallen just now to reduce the impact, my ankle would definitely be shattered." Seung-yeon was restless, asking her bodyguard anxiously, "Is there no other way?" The bodyguard replied with a grave expression. The complex and continuous spinning kicks of combat taekwondo are just as unpredictable as capoeira, it continued. Especially when facing a top master like Go Kyung-ho, keeping up with his attack rhythm is extremely difficult. The young miss pressed. So that means he has no weaknesses at all, the bodyguard explained. Normally, each taekwondo kick consumes a lot of energy, so its inherent weakness is that stamina can deplete very quickly. But Go Kyung-ho is enhanced by muscle elasticity and recoil doping. Therefore, this critical stamina weakness is almost inapplicable to him. Kyung-ho stood there with an ice-cold expression, speaking with a superior tone. At this point, you should just surrender. Not stopping there, he even added a kind warning. From now on, I'll be using 100% of my real strength. Seonwoo still tried to force himself up, assuming a final defensive stance, thinking desperately, "Damn it. Is there really no way?" Just as he thought that, Kyung-ho suddenly raised one leg almost 180 degrees. His other leg bounced off the floor. What followed was an axe kick, descending with terrifying power. His foot came down like an axe blade. Seonwoo could only manage to evade part of the attack with all his might. Crack. The fighting floor immediately split open in a long, deep fissure under the kick's power. The surface trembled like an earthquake. Seonwoo was also knocked, sprawling by the impact. Kyung-ho's terrifying strength made Seonwoo worry about the coming end. Damn it. I clearly knew he was going to attack, but still couldn't avoid it completely, he muttered in pain. Where the hell did he fly out from? Instantly, he sensed something rushing towards him at horrifying speed. It was Kyung-ho's heel. He delivered a kick straight to Seonwoo's face with utter brutality. The devastating kick made Seonwoo's head ring, stunning him completely. While his mouth couldn't even close from the pain, he forced himself to scream in his mind. Stay conscious. No matter what. Block that damn leg. He repeated the action unconsciously, reaching out to grab his opponent's ankle. Got it. But the old script replayed. Kyung-ho calmly lifted his other leg. He delivered another merciless kick to Seonwoo's face. This blow completely disoriented him. His whole body flew straight backward across the stage, slamming hard onto the ground. Grabbing his leg still doesn't work. Xianwu wondered in a daze. No. Stay conscious. His eyes forced themselves wide open. Refusing to let himself fall, Kyungho gritted his teeth, seemingly realizing Xianwu wasn't completely out yet. Still conscious. So persistent. Gotta end this now. He immediately channeled all his strength into his legs, flexing his muscles and pressing down hard on the fighting floor. Then he leaped towards the motionless Xianwu, spinning to prepare a finishing spinning back kick. Kyungho roared, his voice echoing through the arena. It's over. His heel finally delivered an extremely powerful hook kick into Xianwu's abdomen. A gruesome thud sounded as fresh blood sprayed from the wound. Gut-wrenching pain from torn muscles shot straight to his brain, causing an extreme shock of agony. Kyungho roared, "Die!" Xianwu instantly spat out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock and pain. Although his body was shattered, Xianwu's consciousness remained. Very clear. Deep within his mind, he told himself, "That's right. I've always run away. Whenever I felt pain and fear like this, my body right now, like fragile glass, has shattered into millions of pieces. It feels like I'm being torn apart. But now, I can't run away anymore." The long-haired man exclaimed in panicked disbelief. No. Could the reason Kang Xianwu is strong without doping be? Just as he suspected, the man with a bandaged face smirked sinisterly. "I'm looking for where Choi Kang-hoon is hiding." It turns out he even changed his surname and first name. He is Kang Xianwu's father. With that, he urgently pressed on. Double the search team. No. Maximize it. Shane change. Simultaneously in another place. On Aramote Cliff stood an isolated villa. In a large room, a woman was sitting, observing a patient. Xianwu's mother was deeply saddened, confiding in her unconscious husband on the hospital bed. "I just didn't want them to discover our son." At this, her whole body trembled, her voice full of remorse. "I'm sorry. I let them take Xianwu." Her eyebrows furrowed, tears welling up in anxious worry. "All this time I thought I was protecting our son." Xianwu's mother sadly touched her husband. "But it turns out I was a burden." The more she spoke, the more her emotions surged, burying her face and sobbing. "Honey, please wake up." In that hopeless cry, no answer came back, but it seemed he could still hear her heart. His fingers unconsciously twitched. Scene changed to another location. Now in the recovery room, Xianwu lay on the bed breathing oxygen, his face worried as he thought, "I lost control again. That's how I survived. But if I'd been just a little slower." He frowned, his face gradually becoming serious in self-reproach. "This time I really went crazy. I wonder if my mind can stay sane from now on." Just then, Seung-yeon approached Xianwu's bed to check on him. "Do you feel like you're about to lose your mind?" Seeing her, he removed the oxygen tube and replied, "How could you?" She stated seriously, "I heard from your mother. She said it's the only way for you to live." Xianwu was in disbelief. "What?" Seung-yeon then explained, "The reason your father ran away from here was the same." Hearing this, he couldn't believe what he heard, making a skeptical and confused face. But then he calmed down and asked clearly, "What's that about?" She recounted the story. "I didn't hear the details, but when she saw you lose control as a child, your mother thought she'd have to tell you someday." Seung-yeon seriously recounted how to use the state of losing control to survive, revealing the whole truth to Xianwu. Her expression didn't change a bit. "When your father was experimented on here, this place didn't have a proper system." Recalling old memories, Seung-yeon explained, "They only recruited people with good physiques for body enhancement experiments, and almost all of them died from side effects. Everyone was deformed like a crazed monster." Among the piled-up corpses, but 3 survivors were completely normal. Among them were your parents. They struggled hard to overcome the terrible nightmare. Hearing this, Xianwu was a bit surprised. "Huh, my mother." Seung-yeon continued the past story. "Your mother achieved great results, but the after effects got worse over time. And your father achieved a superhuman body. A body completely different from ordinary people. At the same time, he also awakened self-healing abilities. Most wounds healed very quickly. Thanks to that, he attracted the attention of the elite. Then doping was developed based on your father's genes. Until now, and it became the current doping." Speaking up to this point, her face gradually changed. "But your father started to lose control. His body became stronger, but each time he felt like he was losing his mind. Eventually your father lost control and nearly killed many people. At that time, he was terrified. Then your father decided to escape from here. but security became increasingly strict. First, he had to reassure them with achievements, then find an opportunity to escape. In the past, Xianwu's father trained maniacally, practicing how to maintain sanity while losing control. Eventually, your father succeeded and used that power with your mother to escape. At this, Sung-yeon stared intently at him. The child born from the two best test subjects. She pointed at Xianwu and declared, "Is you." Hearing this, he was extremely surprised, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sung-yeon continued explaining. After learning all enhancement mutations were passed to you, your father did his utmost to stop you from fighting. Fearing discovery, Xianwu's face filled with resentment as he complained, so that's why he strictly forbade fighting and using drugs. At this moment, she suddenly mentioned the most important thing, and the last message your father left. Hearing that, he listened intently with some curiosity. Seong-yeon seriously reminded him, "Perhaps your father thought he couldn't hide it from you anymore. So he intended to teach you how to control yourself when you lose control." At this, Xianwu lowered his head in deep thought, pondering something. Seeing this, she continued to explain, "The method your mother knows is not to be afraid of the state of losing control." His eyes widened and his mouth agape. He looked up expectantly. Seong-yeon quickly said, "Only when you feel pleasure from losing control, and that joy grows." At this, she raised her hand to her mouth and bit down hard. "Then you must bite your hand to stay lucid. If you're no longer afraid, you can control it." Xianwu frowned, gritting his teeth and blaming himself. "Damn it. Dad had to go through things like this." Not stopping there, Seong-yeon continued to remind him, "In my view, besides using the berserk state to win, there is no other way. You can't escape this massive organization. When both the elite and politicians back it," she approached him, then comforted him. "And the last important thing your mother messaged," Sung-yeon recounted, "is to find a way to actively trigger the berserk state." With a serious expression, she placed her hand on her chest with determination. "Your father used the method of closing his eyes, then inducing a heart shock. I don't know if it will work for you, but..." After this sentence, the two stood silently looking at each other for a long time without saying anything. After calming himself, Xianwu sighed with a heavy heart. Seeing this, Seong-yeon asked curiously, "What are you doing?" He clenched his fist, swung it hard to the side, then replied, "There's nothing left but to try." At that moment, a flash of light appeared. She exclaimed in bewilderment, trying to stop him. "Wait. If you lose control in your current state, then..." In the room enveloped by a blazing red light, a shadow mysteriously flitted past. In a private room of the arena, a man in a black suit observed the match. A second later, his expression changed, exclaiming in disbelief, "What is this?" Down in the arena, a large Tai Chi diagram was formed by a contestant. This person was Luhan, ranked 6th. The martial art he just demonstrated was Kung Fu. Seeing that scene, the man in black glasses was extremely excited. The higher up, the more terrifying monsters there are. At this moment, Seong-yeon opened the door and entered. Seeing her, he turned to look. "You've arrived." She walked in while probing. "How is the situation developing?" This person replied with a troubled expression. "Just now, Luhan, the Kung Fu user. 1. This is insane." The combination of fluid Kung Fu moves and doping-enhanced physique, he faced the arena, then continued. "It's like watching a martial arts movie. I can't believe my eyes." Then this person turned to remind her. "And the next person to enter the quarterfinals is Han Minsu." Watching that guy easily defeat his opponent in an instant, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly a terrifying dominator. Any opponent helplessly becomes a target." Speaking to this point, this person's face gradually became serious. Among the contestants who reached the quarterfinals, it seems there's no match. Kang Xianwu can't win. The man stood seriously again and asked, Can Kang Xianwu's burst ability be utilized?" He continuously discussed. According to Kang Xianwu's mother, the more proficient he becomes with the burst ability, the stronger he'll be, but at this point it seemed difficult to say. Seong-yeon hesitantly stated that he said he'd try to awaken it, then punched himself in the chest. She raised her hand to brush her hair as she recounted. Then he passed out immediately. Hearing this, the man exclaimed in astonishment. "Oh." Seong-yeon continued. The doctor said he fell asleep again. This person broke out in a cold sweat, looking a bit worried. It seems maintaining the burst ability for too long exceeded his limit. She then replied, "We want to know if he can use the burst ability on his own." Crossing her arms, sitting arrogantly on the chair, Seong-yeon said expectantly, "We'll have to wait until the next round to find out." At this moment, the voice of a mysterious person announced, "Now, the next match is..." The battle between Lef, ranked 4th, and Kim Minho. Both of them were already on the fighting stage, their eyes meeting pensively. Among them, Chairman Jason of Korea's top investment firm GOF had high hopes for his fighter, and Chairman Michael Lee of the military company Pioneer was also eagerly awaiting the match. Seeing the opponent, Chairman Michael rejoiced inwardly. How lucky. The opponent is such a novice fighter. This time I must make Lef the champion. He lowered his head and gave a cold smile, and use his body as a model to start the human weapon project. On the other side of the room, the chairman of the opposing faction also observed very carefully. Jason turned to ask his subordinate, "What is this system of martial art that Lef learned?" That subordinate with a vacant look replied, "It's an extremely special martial art, originating from Russia." Hearing this, he was very curious. "Special?" The subordinate explained. "It's like a Western military martial art, and importantly, it also incorporates movements similar to Chinese Tai Chi Chuan." Jason exclaimed with skepticism mixed with some vagueness. "Huh, Russian and Chinese martial arts?" That subordinate gave a sinister laugh and replied, "Rumor has it that sports scientists and physiologists from the National Security Agency scientifically analyzed Chinese martial arts, then applied it to Western martial arts to perfect it." Hearing this, the chairman couldn't help but worry. "Damn it. Even if I don't understand what it is, Kim Minho has to adapt quickly." Looking down at the arena, Jason speculated, "If he gets injured here, he won't have a chance to win in the quarterfinals." Scene changed down to the fighting stage. Looking at the opponent's body in a stationary state, Kim Minho was puzzled. At this moment, Lef stood in a relaxed state, staring intently ahead. Minho raised his hands into a defensive stance, calculating in his head. "What's this?" He's completely relaxed, like he's about to sleep. Is he underestimating me? He didn't dare look away, analyzing calmly. He successfully used doping to increase his vitality. If the match drags on, I'll collapse first. I must. With determined eyes, Minho told himself, take him down by KO, even if the opponent is in the top 5. Thinking this, he then slammed his foot hard on the floor. A killing intent emanated. I still have speed second to none. Minho focused all his strength into this move, gritting his teeth, thinking, just try to dodge this. No sooner had he thought it, he stomped his foot, rushing his opponent at breakneck speed. Killing intent from Minho made the ground crack and fly up. With an agile body, he dodged from side to side so his opponent couldn't keep up. Seeing him off guard, Minho seized the opportunity, throwing a punch towards Lef's face. However, beyond expectations, he easily dodged, ducking low and creating a series of afterimages. Seeing this, Minho exclaimed in astonishment, did that punch just now miss? And in the next second before he could react, Lef struck, punching him once in the stomach, sending Minho flying. Feeling pain deep in his bones, he couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? However, Minho quickly regained his composure, slamming his feet down to break. Damn it. After that blow, a light aura emanated from Lef's body, enough to make dust fly. Minho on this side, panting heavily, wondered to himself, was he lucky to avoid my punch or? Thinking this, he looked at his trembling fist and began to doubt reality. Or is it because I haven't adapted to the strength doping? With no time to waste, Minho re-entered a fighting stance. I just have to try again. No sooner said than done, he quickly rushed towards Lef, punching hard at his stomach. However, this move was still seen through by Lef. He nimbly dodged to the side. Minho learned from the previous blow. Seeing this, he quickly jumped to the side, shouting, trying to knock me down again. Then he swung his fist straight at Lef, but missed again. He was extremely agile, dodging blow after blow. Then Lef even swung his fists continuously at Minho's stomach, causing his body to start bleeding. Feeling pain like he was about to die, Minho's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing that scene, Chairman Jason couldn't sit still. How can he keep up with Kim Minho's speed? Down on the fighting stage after being punched directly in the chest repeatedly, Minho still stood firm and jumped back. However, his strength was no longer as strong as before. He struggled to defend himself. At this moment, Minho suddenly smirked faintly. Seeing this, Lef wondered in confusion. Is he trying to act fearless? Then he adopted a martial arts stance and taunted, smiling won't change the difference in our strength. Just as he finished speaking, Minho still rushed forward with great speed. Lef remained calm, ready to receive the blow. Looks like learning is useless for you. Just as expected, he used the same move, lightly gliding to one side, creating a series of afterimages. However, unlike before this time, Minho managed to spread his legs wide, ducking even lower. With frenzied eyes, Minho swung his fist mockingly. So you weren't keeping up with my speed. You just got used to dodging attacks. Too sudden and too surprising, Lef couldn't react. I can't stop. And a second later he took a punch right under his chin. Blood splattering everywhere. Minho used too much force in this punch. So much that Lef's skull cracked into many pieces. Then losing his balance, he was sent flying far away. With this blow, Lef fell heavily to the ground. Witnessed by everyone. Seeing his opponent down, Chairman Jason jumped for joy. Well done. However, his subordinate coldly reminded him. It seems it's not over yet. Hearing that, he was deflated. What? And just as the subordinate said, Lef staggered, struggling to stand up with throbbing pain in his head. Seeing this, Minho calmly and slowly walked closer. He coldly uttered, "Sorry, but I don't have time for you." Then Minho slowly reached his hand forward, touching his opponent's body. Then he gently pushed Lef, who, having exhausted his strength, immediately fell to the ground unconscious. Seeing this scene, Chairman Michael tore at his hair and shouted in outrage, "It can't be like this." Through the match surveillance camera, after 3 seconds, it was confirmed Lef did not get up. The mysterious person's voice rang out, "Lef is unconscious this round." Then he confidently announced the winner. Player Kim Minho advances to the quarterfinals. Hearing this, Chairman Jason laughed joyfully. My choice was indeed correct. On this side, the subordinate also grinned mysteriously. It seems Kim Minho is ready. Ready to meet Ryan. Scene changed to another place after watching the match. Seeing his next opponent was Kim Minho, Ryan laughed with great interest. A very watchable battle. Two formidable opponents facing each other. Back at the greenhouse, the long-haired man inside was Chairman Hyunjian, Korea's second largest enterprise. He laughed loudly with excited eyes, exclaiming, "Is it our turn?" Seeing that expression, his subordinate turned to ask, "You look very nervous." Seeing that, Hyunjian blushed awkwardly and replied flustered, "Although I like strong girls. You don't think I have special feelings for Amanda Grouch, do you?" Hearing that, the subordinate teased, "Huh, you have special feelings," Hyunjian angrily shouted. "Still don't get it. What's important now?" Immediately after, he became serious. "Isn't it about maintaining our nickname in this match?" The subordinate analyzed carefully. A 10-second knockout. It seems this match will be difficult. The opponent is a former assassin from the top 5 bounty rankings. Looking down at the stands, he continued, "Moreover, she's a monster who successfully used strength doping twice. Just one hit, and it could be instantly fatal." Below in the stands, the two opponents were also ready to enter the arena, looking at each other as if they wanted to eat each other alive. At this moment, the mysterious voice from the screen announced, "And now the match between Mate Rim, ranked 5th, and Amanda Grouch, ranked 7th. The match begins." As soon as the words ended, Tae Rim exclaimed with a disappointed voice, "What a pity." Hearing that, the girl asked bewilderedly, "What?" This guy smirked with sharp eyes, taunting, "I only know how to win by killing my opponent." Amanda Grouch calmly sighed helplessly. This made Tae Rim wonder. A sigh. The girl wasn't scared at all, but very calmly taunted back, "So you're confessing your love by asking me how to win?" Provoked by those words, the other guy angrily growled, "What, are you crazy?" Without many words, he rushed forward to attack, threatening, "Let's see. If that neck is torn open, will you still talk so much?" However, when Tae Rim's hand just touched her, Amanda's body turned into an illusion. While he was still disoriented, the girl attacked from the side with a powerful kick. Unable to react, Tae Rim's hand was kicked once. The bones in his hand shattered. He shouted in panic, "My hand is torn open. I can't feel it." Regaining his composure, this guy quickly counterattacked. "Anyway, my specialty is kicking." However, as soon as the words ended, he was kicked in the leg by Amanda, who ducked low, causing him to lose balance and fall backward. Not stopping there, she put her hands on the ground in a handstand, putting all her strength into her legs. Finally, she kicked Tae Rim straight in the stomach, ending the match quickly. All attacks were too fast, making him unable to react and continuously beaten. Thus, in just 10 short seconds, Amanda easily defeated her opponent. Tae Rim still couldn't believe the truth and wondered, "Did I lose?" Looking at this guy lying on the ground, the girl spoke up. "How to win without killing the opponent?" Amanda coldly uttered a cool line, "Just be stronger than them." Immediately after, the other person's voice announced, "Amanda Grouch advances to the quarterfinals." After seeing that scene, Hyunjian's eyes shone brightly with loving praise. "Truly, my darling." On another side, a guy with a wide mouth laughed excitedly. "Is it my turn?" He stuck out his long tongue, his eyes cold and sharp, asserting, "It'll be hard to hide it this time." The announcement rang out, The next match is a showdown between Go Yoon and Menon. Go Yoon always maintained an emotionless face as he stepped onto the fighting stage. Jar Roar, the chairman of the oil corporation. Oil was also present, observing, "I'm so moved to see Mr. God." Go Yoon saw dignified again. The person next to him also had to admire and praise. A person who once suffered accident after effects and couldn't walk now stands on the fighting stage. This place is truly magical. So have I somewhat repaid Mr. Go Yoon, who almost died saving me? Or, it continued, have I dragged him into an even worse hell? Hwang Moo-hyuk, chairman of TV Skyon, sat on the platform commenting, "Menon, this guy also finds the other guy's doping combo as interesting as I do." The young man just said, "Pain nullifying doping is understandable, but skin doping has only appeared in Menon since Kai showed up." Moo-hyuk replied, "He got this far without strength or speed doping." He coughed a few times, cough cough. What kind of creature is he anyway? In contrast to Go Yoon, Melon with pain-nullifying doping and skin doping had a grotesque face that kept smiling, as if scaring a child. He didn't beat around the bush but went straight to the point. Two masters don't need any probing. Let's fight head-on. Few words, many actions describes Go Yoon. He delivered a kick straight to Melon's face. The surprise attack made him unable to dodge in time. Blood flowed from it like a waterfall. Just one simple kick made his opponent fall. Not stopping there, Go Yoon continued with a finishing stomp. Melon raised his hand to block. Truly terrifying. Taking the opportunity, he picked up a nearby stone. Then he threw it straight up. Go Yoon immediately dodged. The stone continued to fly high. It hit the arena ceiling, creating a shocking explosion. Go Yoon after that blow immediately jumped back, landing safe. He looked up at the ceiling, which now had a hole in it. He was puzzled, frowning and thinking to himself, "What now?" Melon's eyes were bloodshot as he smiled sinisterly. "You don't intend to go easy on me, do you?" He glanced up at him. "Go easy. You still have time to joke around." "That's right. An old man like you probably understands what time is money means." He jumped up, preparing a spinning kick. Learning from last time, Melon counterattacked this time. A powerful punch hit him in the eye. He grinned mischievously. "Did you think I'd just stand still and take it?" The battle was about to enter its exciting part. Go Yoon concentrated intently. "All right. I'll finish you with my special technique." Melon's body gradually warmed up. He lunged like a hungry tiger. "I'll attack first this time." He struck as fast as lightning, flashing past Go Yoon. Did he dodge it? It was too surprising that he dodged and even counterattacked with a decisive move. Melon was no less capable, easily avoiding the blow. "Did you think I couldn't dodge that?" He did a flip. The thing to avoid isn't the kick. When one leg was dodged, the other leg kicked out, hitting the target. Dispelling his contempt, Moo-hyuk clutched his head in amazement. "Ah, what the hell is this? Why is a Taekyon master using capoeira techniques?" The young man quickly said. "It's not capoeira," A explained. "This is a Taekyon technique, called a two-legged handstand kick. You can use both legs to attack, or use one leg to intimidate, while the other focuses power for the kick." Returning to Melon, he propped himself up on the ground, feeling unconvinced. So that was a desperation move. Then he showed that signature grotesque smile. "That's disappointing. I didn't feel anything." Go Yoon was instantly beside him, as if teleporting. "No way." He jumped high, raising his hand to strike. "My axe is the messenger of death." The punch landed on his head heavy as a meteor, not giving the opponent time to breathe. Melon glanced up at the flesh axe he introduced and laughed heartily. With a head harder than stone, the pain from his hand traveled to his brain. Melon proudly declared, "Sorry, but a newbie like you can't beat me." Next was an iron head technique, slamming into Go Yoon's head. The attack tore through the air, its power making even the air tremble. His eyes widened. "I feel an unbreakable wall. He's clearly a doper too. Or is he an alien?" After the headbutting contest of hardness, Go Yoon was sent flying. The atmosphere became even more lively with cheers and shouts. The camera started to fly in for a close-up. The announcement rang out. Go Yoon is unconscious. Menon officially advances to the quarterfinals. Moo-hyuk jumped up ecstatic. Yes. The mysterious person announced all quarterfinalists have been determined. Melon added, as if comforting his opponent. "Don't be upset. Beating me was always impossible." He said it as if it were obvious. "I've been doing this for over 20 years. The match is over. Welcome to the quarterfinals." The winning faces were revealed. Advancing to the next round, the bald man suddenly said, "I can't believe we made it to the quarterfinals." Cha Sung-yeon asked for opinions. Who should we fight in the quarterfinals? She gave her assessment. No one is easy. Even considering the lowest-ranked regular fighters. Second knockout. Amanda Grouch, who hasn't let a single punch land. Boxing genius. Kim Minho. Not only the fastest, but also enhanced with strength. At this moment he added, and there's also the annoying and strange Melon. He not only withstood all blows, but has never been to the recovery room. His opponents always fall in a state of panic. No one understands why. She asked for more information about the remaining contestants. What about Luhan? I've never seen him strike. Truly someone to avoid. He gritted his teeth. He's completely different from all other fighters. Kung Fu moves displayed through a super physique make him seem like an alien. His regular ranking is also second among the 8 quarterfinalists. He affirmed. Truly someone to avoid at all costs. The crowds cheering below continued unabated. Now we will announce the first quarterfinal matchup. On Kam Soo-hoon's side, representing the chairman of Cybermoney Science Soft, is Luhan. He will fight Kang Seon-woon, representing Cha Seung-yeon, chairman of DCOM Entertainment. Hearing Luhan, the young man was stunned with fear. But Cha Seung-yeon said, "Great," which made him a little confused. He didn't understand. What's so great? She then explained. Because he's the most valuable among the bosses we're betting on. He gritted his teeth. Stunned and bewildered by the answer, Kam Soo-hoon received the notification and was also somewhat shaken. The opponent is her. The person next to him spoke up. This girl is really bold. Daring to bet against all VIPs in the quarterfinals. Soo-hoon was extremely excited. How formidable does she think student Kang Seon-woo is? That she dares to bet her entire company. Kang Seon-woo's muscular body covered in large and small scars stepped onto the fighting stage. Luhan maintained his composure. Assuming a fighting stance, the announcement rang out. The first quarterfinal match, Luhan versus Kang Seon-woo, begins. Seon-woon thought to himself, it would be best if I can win without releasing my power. I have to test his level first. He quickly lunged like a hungry tiger at his opponent, to test his opponent's skills. But surprisingly, Luhan caught his leg. Then he channeled chi into his palm. A precise palm strike hit Seon-woo's stomach. He was counterattacked in an instant. Unbelievably, Kang Seon-woo tilted his head back, screaming internally, "I'm going to die." Kang Seon-woo's entire body was hit so hard he flew several meters and fell to the ground. He stared wide-eyed at the shattered ground and yelled, "I need to release my power." Luhan, gaining momentum, rushed forward again. He flung Kang Seon-woo up, then swung his arm, preparing to unleash a terrifying punch. As expected, his entire body took the full force of that terrifying punch, causing Kang Seon-woo to lie flat on the ground again. Blood splattering everywhere. He didn't know what else to do but stare at the arm in front of his chest. Cha Seung-yeon, seeing this, couldn't help but panic. Her mouth agape with worry for Kang Seon-woo's current situation. Half of his body was embedded in that solid wall, leaving only his 2 long feet outside. Luhan took a step forward, calmly letting the camera fly to Kang Seon-woo to judge the match. Suddenly it flew up into the air, surprising him and making him look up. Luhan glanced at it, wondering, why isn't the match ending? Just then, deep within that wall, a dark energy gathered around Seon-woo. Inside, Kang Seon-woo's eyes lit up, a sinister smile appearing. Outside, Luhan also raised his hand, ready to knock him out. Then there's only one way to end it. Without thinking much, Luhan used all his strength to charge forward. Just then, he burst out of that deep hole and kicked him straight in the chest. Kang Seon-woo lowered his head, showing an extremely smug expression. Luhan, suddenly attacked, stared wide-eyed, his lips pressed tightly in confusion. What the? He suddenly changed completely. In a flash, he turned the tables. Luhan jumped up and kicked him straight in the face, then told himself, indeed, there's no need to go easy on a kid. He intended to finish Kang Seon-woo with his legs, but unexpectedly, he lay down. Dodging that dangerous blow, Kang Seon-woo assumed a handstand position, kicking Luhan straight. His entire body was flung into the air. Luhan couldn't help but be surprised by his ability. He did a flip, then slowly landed on the ground. Luhan lightly touched one foot to the ground. One up. His hands clasped together like ancient martial arts masters. Kang Seon-woo glanced curiously. What is that? Is his body made of rubber? It feels so uncomfortable to hit. He clasped his hands together and nodded. All right. To fight a wild beast. I must become a wild beast too. Having said that, he got into a stance. His 10 fingertips curled down, then extended forward. Luhan's posture resembled a roaring tiger. looking incredibly powerful and majestic. Lu Han spun around, unleashing a punch and a kick that sent the other two flying. Blood splattering everywhere. Kang Xianwu leaned back. Surprised by this blow, he couldn't help but be astonished. What's this? What kind of movement is this? Did you think I'd keep losing? Kang Xianwu regained his composure. He lunged forward, swinging his toned arm straight at the opponent. Unexpectedly, he spun around, then used a mystical technique, summoning a green energy that wrapped around Kang Xianwu's arm. For a moment, he panicked. His movements changed again. Kang Xianwu was ambushed by something sharp right on his left cheek, causing him to grimace and endure the oncoming pain. Kang Xianwu pulled it out with his hand, causing his blood vessels to start oozing. Kang Xianwu squinted and roared in pain. He looked puzzled. Where did that suddenly come from? Kang Xianwu stepped back, pensively observing the back of Lu Han's extended hand. He anxiously wondered, what on earth is that thing? Not long after, he rotated his arms, creating 4 ferocious snakes that lunged straight at Kang Xianwu's face. This was the famous snake fist technique. Because he was completely unprepared for this situation, he was continuously attacked by those snakes. His whole body covered in wounds. Kang Xianwu couldn't turn the situation around. He could only watch helplessly as they relentlessly tore at him. The bald man with sunglasses looked worriedly, assessing the situation. I heard he traveled all over the country to train in animal-mimicking martial arts like 5-form fist or elephant form fist. But keeping up with those movements seems difficult. Of course, Kang Xianwu couldn't give up easily. He regained his composure and lunged forward, telling himself, I must catch him and take him down at all costs. Just as Kang Xianwu reached out to grab Lu Han, he used Monkey Fist and flew upwards. To his astonishment, a kick like a thunderbolt struck Kang Xianwu's back, causing his entire body to slam hard into the ground. Once again, blood spurted out. Finishing him off, Lu Han calmly retreated. He still squatted down in a defensive posture, carefully observing his opponent's condition. Suddenly, Lu Han's pupils flashed red, filled with killing intent. He whispered a sentence. He who can mimic natural forms will rise to the top. Instantly, Lu Han used all his strength to run forward at the speed of light. He reached out his hand, preparing to grab Kang Xianwu in an instant. Just then, he was propping himself up with both hands on the ground, his eyes wide open, a sinister smile appearing. That's right, just relax my mind a little. Just a little. Suddenly, Kang Xianwu pushed off and sprang up. He performed several beautiful somersaults in midair, heading straight for Lu Han, which surprised him and made him pause. Lu Han frowned contemptuously, finally giving up. What good are those childish somersaults? He wouldn't give up. While Kang Xianwu was still doing a few more somersaults, Lu Han had already jumped up, extending one leg, preparing to kick him. Then let me finish it. Kang Xianwu paid no mind to the current situation. He just bowed his head, hugged his knees, and did a few more somersaults. Sensing the opportunity, Kang Xianwu sprang up, kicking Lu Han hard. His entire body was slammed to the ground instantly. This one blow wasn't much to Lu Han. He quickly sprang up, dodging to the side. Lu Han pressed his feet and palms to the ground to regain his balance. He gasped, panting after the recent counterattack. Lu Han deceived himself. I was just temporarily flustered by movements I've never seen before. Kang Xianwu once again used his spinning special move to charge at Lu Han. This type just needs to be knocked away. However, unlike his calculations, wherever Kang Xianwu somersaulted, he managed to dodge. Suddenly, his 2 hands shot out and grabbed Lu Han's arm. Kang Xianwu was like a non-stop rolling machine, conveniently pulling him along. Lu Han's face turned pale. Not a drop of blood left. He was endlessly shocked. What is this? Before he could resist, Lu Han was slammed to the ground by his force, causing the earth to shatter into small pieces. Lu Han's head hit the ground, and he couldn't help but panic. This isn't normal human strength. I have to find a way to escape. Having thought that, he immediately flew to the side, dodging once more. Lu Han coughed up fresh blood. He felt extremely uneasy. He can't continuously use such a terrifying technique, yet Kang Xianwu's whole body kept somersaulting straight towards him without a second's pause. Lu Han could only gape, his eyes wide as saucers at the scene before him. Illogical, I have transformed into natural forms and laws. But this is like... He collapsed to the ground, his mind imagining him as the world globe spinning above his head. Lu Han suddenly realized something. It turns out there are still things I can't do. While he was still lost in thought, Kang Xianwu stomped straight down on Lu Han, his hands raised high, demonstrating extreme power. Luhan's entire body was beaten badly. He struggled to get up, but couldn't knock Kang Xianwu away. The debris from that collision flew everywhere in the mystical green energy. The bald man clutched his head and burst out laughing as if overjoyed. Cha Sung-yeon also unconsciously smiled at the satisfying scene. Kam Sehun in the stands, seeing this, couldn't help but get frustrated and slammed his hand on the table, his head down, gritting his teeth. After a while, Kang Xianwu finally let go of Luhan, his whole body covered in crisscrossing wounds, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood from overexerting himself. Kang Xianwu quickly covered his mouth. He bowed his head and opened his mouth wide to take in more oxygen. Kang Xianwu kept encouraging himself. Don't fall. Try hard. The camera buzzed and flew in front of Luhan to check the situation in the arena. After careful examination, the voice from the camera announced, due to Luhan's unconsciousness, the first person to enter the semifinals, it flew in front of the panting Kang Xianwu's head and declared, is confirmed to be player Kang Xianwu. The bald man raised his hand and shouted excitedly, "Won. Did we win? Really?" Cha Sung-yeon crossed her arms looking smug. This is just the beginning. Because we won this round, Chairman Kam Sehun will be on our side. At the same time, Cyber Money Science Soft's chairman, Kam Sehun, scowled and cursed. Damn it. I was led by the nose by that brat. The bodyguard standing beside him inquired, are you really going to turn your back on the Hosen group? He growled in reply, better than turning my back on this place. Causing his companion to just say, Kam Sehun regained his composure. He hesitated and said, but to be honest, Kam Sehun put on a cunning face. He vaguely revealed, the bet here isn't just one. On the screen, another mysterious shadow appeared. The MC cleared his throat and announced, so now we will announce the second quarterfinal match. The giant door slowly opened. The opposite door was also activated. The next person to enter was Amanda Grouch with a killer face. The opponent was a blonde-haired young man with eyes full of dark energy and rippling muscles. Two mysterious people watched Han Minsu's match, assessing and admiring. It's very interesting to see such finger techniques. The man wrapped in bandages except for his eyes wondered, why did Han Minsu, an ordinary student, practice this kind of martial art? The man in black glasses standing to one side adjusted his glasses and replied, perhaps because he suffered from a serious illness since childhood. His body was weak, so Minsu was always obsessed with strength. Memories flooded back. When Minsu knelt trembling before the image of a man holding a championship belt, the boy admired those called the strongest. Staying up all night to watch videos of them, he meticulously studied fighting techniques in his room. Because of his poor health, Minsu rarely went out, staying home all day, researching fighting techniques and martial arts. But he looked at his trembling hands with a vacant gaze. Since when? Just watching wasn't enough. The boy longed to become strong, and this obsession surpassed imagination. He practiced with a knife, his body exhausted, perhaps realizing his weak body couldn't win in unarmed combat. He became interested in weapon-based martial arts. Like that, the boy lived like a madman, dedicating year after year to learning martial arts. The old doctor with glasses slowly recalled the past. What truly astonished me was one day, he locked his door, fasted, and spent many days practicing swordsmanship. Then when he came out, he only said one sentence. Minsu panted exhaustedly. Dad, his face was sickly and crazed. If someone can kill the strongest, then they are the strongest. Right. His face was bewildered, his mouth agape, as if he couldn't believe what he heard and had to exclaim, truly chilling. How could such a gentle child, returning to the present, he quietly recounted to the man in the scarf. But I couldn't stop the boy. Because even though he was always tired, sickly, when immersed in martial arts, he seemed to come alive. His face was full of hardship. But after that, I didn't need to stop him anymore. Hearing that the man was surprised, that person calmly continued. Because his body had completely weakened, he couldn't do anything. While Minsu struggled with a hellish sense of failure, with that he spread his arms. He came to this place. Then he tiredly bowed his head. All right. If living well this way, then I have to accept it. Back to the battle between Han Minsu and Amanda Grouch. His golden eyes looked at her with excitement, accompanied by a confident smile. I can't control it. The thrill of defeating the strongest here. He got into an attack stance. When that feeling isn't there, only pain remains. Kill them all. Minsu lunged forward, his 2 fingers ready to stab forward. Laughing and shouting. D. He stabbed straight at her. A red light flashed, creating a small explosion. The dust and smoke cleared, revealing Amanda Grouch had blocked the blow. Indeed, completely different. Faster and stronger. He quickly withdrew his hand from her grasp. He was surprised. His face wrinkled in disbelief. She grabbed my finger. My finger almost broke. Suddenly she somersaulted, her hands reaching for Minsu. He exclaimed in surprise. "What's this?" He shouted contemptuously. "If you stick your face out like this, I can't help but stab it." But to his astonishment, she dodged Minsu's dangerous stab. Amanda Grouch performed a perfect somersault and landed where he stood. The surrounding earth and stones were pierced and flew up. He jumped back in panic. Cha Wu-yeon stood up in astonishment and shouted, "What's happening?" Couldn't he dodge? The bodyguard next to him reassured him. No. It seems he couldn't even avoid it. He looked over doubtfully. What? Looking again, he saw a large bleeding wound on Minsu's back. Seeing that, Hyunji-an laughed excitedly. "Oh my god, everything is going according to Amanda Grouch's plan." Chairman of Jihan Group. Hyunji-an. But the bodyguard standing next to him objected. "No." Hyunji-an also stood up and asked doubtfully. "It's not." The bodyguard slowly explained to him. Amanda Grouch just used her final move for a 10-second KO. But currently, Han Minsu hasn't been KO'd. As he spoke, he quietly looked down at the stands. And this is the first time Amanda Grouch has met an opponent like this. Jian said, "Ah." In other words, her dedicated attack had no effect. Amanda Grouch panted heavily, readopting a high alert stance. She looked at Minsu and analyzed in astonishment. His movements are creepily refined. Not the movements of a conventionally trained fighter, but he stepped closer to her. The two face to face. Surprising her, he lowered his face, his eyes wide with a demonic smile. "You can keep up with my movements. Truly amazing. To meet someone like you in this place." With that, he raised his hand into an attack stance. "This is the first time I've wanted to kill someone like this." Despite his words, she looked at him coldly. "That's right. If I can defeat someone like you, I can prove to myself," but just as he shouted, "that I am the strongest," he immediately took a somersaulting kick from above straight to the face. Blood splattering, Minsu crashed to the ground from Amanda Grouch's surprise attack. Surprisingly, he used his right leg to plant himself, his body rotating 180 degrees, a dangerous upward thrust. However, she leaned back and dodged it. Unexpectedly, he attacked with his left hand before her astonished face. "I'm ambidextrous," but his attack was lightly dodged by her with an aerial somersault. While he was in the air, she planted both hands on the ground. Amanda Grouch used her hands as a fulcrum and threaded her leg through, kicking Minsu straight in the stomach. He gasped in astonishment, his body spurting blood. He stumbled backward, losing balance while Amanda Grouch somersaulted after him, her leg already positioned to attack. Jian was excited, his fist clenched with an eager smile as he shouted, "Finish him." A spinning kick hit Minsu straight, the surrounding earth and stones flying everywhere. He gritted his teeth, enduring in pain, but surprisingly, her foot started to spurt blood, startling her. His fingers, at some unknown point, had stabbed deeply into her foot. She groaned in pain, her face contorted. He sat in the stands and shouted in shock, "No way." His fingers decisively pulled out of her foot. Amanda Grouch winced in pain and coughed. He smirked gleefully. "I've severed all your ligaments and tendons. You won't be able to stand anymore." She let out a sigh. Amanda Grouch slammed her hand on the ground. Minsu was a bit confused, wondering what she was doing. She used just one hand to prop her entire body up. Amanda Grouch whispered, "One hand is enough," saying that she spun around, her legs swinging out in a wide attack. He quickly dodged the blow, his face showing clear confusion. Dodged it. She didn't hesitate, seizing the chance to kick him in the face. Minsu couldn't dodge and took the hit. He was sent flying, blood spurting out with him. Yet he stubbornly yelled, "Impossible. How can she generate force without a standing leg? Any slip-up and she'll die instantly." True to his word, Minsu didn't give up. Quickly bending down and retracting his hand, he aimed his hand at her face, but Amanda Grouch dodged it. She leaped backward, landing softly. Though he missed, Minsu still looked quite satisfied. Wiping blood, he said, "One hand is enough, huh? You've reached your limit." Amanda Grouch's bleeding foot lifted off the ground. She stood on just one leg, panting. Minsu flashed a sinister smile, raising his hand for a final showdown. Well then. Just peacefully. She paid him no mind, thinking to herself, I came here to know what a life and death battle is. My true limit when facing the death god. Amanda Grouch thought for a moment, then said something no one understood. Thank you. She stood up straight, her arms spread wide. Amanda Grouch's eyes turned dark. Now I truly, she thought to herself, I want to try betting my entire life. Right after that statement, she tensed with all her might. Her muscles bulging so much, her shirt nearly tore apart. He stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Amanda Grouch placed her hand on the ground again. But this time it was to launch herself, charging straight at him. So fast. In a split second of thought, Minsu had an idea. Just avoid the kicks and it's over. But this time it wasn't her legs, but her large hand swinging towards Minsu's face. Amanda Grouch's entire hand nearly pressed into Minsu's face. She mercilessly delivered a slap to his face. Minsu was sent flying, his mind still wondering, what is this? Not stopping there, Amanda Grouch seized the chance to leap onto Minsu's head. She spread her arms wide. Minsu felt a surge of fear. Too dangerous. Before he could think much, two heavy weights slammed straight into his head. The entire space seemed to freeze at that moment. He desperately tried to use his last bit of strength to stab his two fingers into her thigh. Amanda Grouch continuously pummeled his head. This time she smashed Minsu's face, sending blood splattering everywhere. The kick sent Minsu flying all the way to the wall. Minsu bounced up and down like a ball. Hyunjian, sitting up here, saw the scene unfold and got excited. Did she finally win? Suddenly he made a strange expression that caught his attention. There. That thing. Blood trickled down both of Amanda Grouch's thighs. She could barely stand. Only now did Amanda Grouch realize. When did this happen? Both legs have lost feeling. Even he was almost collapsing, unable to do anything. Despite seeing his friend injured, he remained calm as if nothing happened. What's important is how much Han Minsu can recover. Minsu's whole body trembled. His eyes were dazed, he thought to himself. A feeling of mental numbness and full body paralysis. I've experienced this many times since I was a child. Minsu's hazy eyes looked at her, struggling. Even in worse situations. I always got up to survive. Though incredibly tired, he stubbornly stood up. Minsu got into a fighting stance even with his head bleeding. Amanda Grouch let out a sharp breath. She didn't want to lose either, muttering, All right now. Amanda Grouch raised her sturdy arms, determined. Even if my heart shatters, I can't stop. She used her large, strong hands for support. Amanda Grouch yelled, signaling the beginning of the end. It's over. Saying that, she leaped forward, darting like the wind. Amanda Grouch charged with determination. This one blow. She held onto that firm will and rushed forward. Minsu stood dumbfounded. Amanda Grouch yelled for motivation. I've bet my life on this. He thought. I thought I'd forgotten this feeling. Am I? Am I feeling scared? A massive hand closed in on Minsu's face. This blow was many times stronger than the last, sending him crashing into the cracked wall. Minsu coughed up blood. He fell shortly after. Minsu's bloodied fingers looked as if he had plunged them into something else. It turned out, before being sent flying, Minsu had given Amanda Grouch a hole right in her stomach. She was stunned. Since when? Amanda Grouch suddenly remembered a second before the disaster. Now, I have nothing left. She collapsed after that thought. In the stands, Hyunjian tensed up seeing this scene. So did that strange man. Xian Wu was even more worried. His face contorted. Amanda Grouch lay motionless on the battlefield. Minsu's condition wasn't much better. It seemed both were completely exhausted. He called out softly, a mix of anger and worry. Amanda. He stood beside, looking down, and whispered, Now it's a battle of who wakes up first. A surveillance camera zoomed in on their faces. Minsu twitched slightly. He immediately rejoiced, shouting loudly. He moved. Below in the arena, Minsu slowly opened his eyes, wondering, What happened? He thought to himself, Am I dead? Minsu's slightly opened eyes came into view. The system immediately announced, because player Han Minsu has regained consciousness, Han Minsu officially advances to the semifinals. He joyfully slammed the table and shouted, Amazing. He is. Cha Yin Wu. vice chairman of HS Group. Over here, Sungyeon sat with her arms crossed silently. The bodyguard said, Cha Yeon-woo won, so their side will gain more influence. She smirked a mysterious smile. No, she will definitely side with us. She looked at Amanda Grouch, lying motionless on the battlefield. The two guys over here stood helplessly. Even he was trembling with anger. Damn it. The other side must be ecstatic. Though Hyunjian was furious, he still gave orders. Check Amanda Grouch's condition and use every method to treat her. Yes, sir. He looked into the distance helplessly. Hyunjian's eyes were bloodshot as he called out, Cha Jian-woo. The strange man completely covered up appeared again. Yes. Now we will announce the order of the next match. With a mocking gaze and a contemptuous smile, Ryan entered the ring. With an ice-cold face and powerful punches, Kim Minho began the fight. The man standing in the stands was CEO Jason of GDF Korea's top investment firm. He muttered, Has this moment finally come? The young man standing beside him was also incredibly excited and expectant. Just win this match, and you can stop selling the drug that addicted your daughter. Jason grimaced worry flooding him. I've wagered everything on a gamble with that drug dealer Koi Soo. If I lose, I'll have to invest all my assets into that crazy pharmaceutical company. The other guy haughtily asked with sarcasm. You dare make such a bold choice when facing Ryan? He sighed sadly. This is the only way. Jason affirmed to himself, if not now, there won't be another chance. I just need to beat that bastard Ryan. Down below, he stood confidently with a look full of contempt. Ryan saw his small frame and was disgusted. Another damn boxer. He scoffed. Foolish idiots. Ryan was thinking. With mankind's scientific and technological capabilities, Ryan accepted injecting drugs into his body to become a more evolved human. Before many had mocked him, throwing down their gloves against him. Enraging Ryan. Weakling insects who only know how to run their mouths, calling me deceitful trash. He stood beneath a large bag, determined. I must prove my strength to these insects who don't appreciate my power. Ryan continuously injected drugs into himself to satisfy his physical strength, by killing them with these very fists. Since getting the drug, he started sending more people to meet their ancestors. Even though he'd proven it countless times. He grimaced, veins popping out in anger. But the thirst keeps rising, driving me insane. Back in the present, he stood in the middle of the arena, elated. Then this wonderful place appeared. After a moment of thought, Ryan sneered. And you even brought the little brother of the guy I killed here. The eyes of a wild beast lit up. This is so much fun. His face darkened considerably, his voice full of harsh criticism. Pathetic. Ryan knew he was talking about him, and his temper flared. His facial muscles contorting. What? Kim Minho looked down on him contemptuously. Using drugs, yet only daring to sneak attack an injured athlete. And then claiming you're strong. He issued a challenge. Come here, you dog. I'll show you what true strength is. Called pathetic. Ryan scowled in stunned disbelief. What? Minho's face darkened as he scoffed. Using drugs and sneak attacking an injured fighter. You dare call that strong? With hatred in his eyes, he declared, Come here, kid. I'll show you what real strength is. He bitterly gritted his teeth and taunted. Yeah, your brother ran his mouth just like that. And then he dropped dead. Hearing this, Minho angrily swung his fist. Shut your mouth, you dog. On the other side, Ryan also rushed forward. His speed almost tearing through the wind. Both fighters swung their arms, simultaneously landing powerful punches on each other's faces. Taking the hit, he thought in alarm. What is this punch? Minho was also in disbelief. What is this pain? I just have to overwhelm him with speed. So he quickly lowered his stance. Ryan didn't flinch and grinned brightly. Minho immediately threw a left hook. As the blow came, Ryan leaned away to dodge it, followed by a faster and stronger right hook. However, Ryan also easily leaned back to evade this move, leaving Minyu quite surprised. Next was a straight, but he still dodged every attack as if untouchable. Every time a punch flew, Ryan would dodge it neatly, as if he were just playing around mid-fight. Minho's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before him. Inside the waiting room, chairman of CT Biopharmaceuticals, Go Yi-soo, watched the match. His highest speed is nothing special, the assistant beside him said with wide eyes. Sensory doping lets him read an opponent's intent before they act. It is hard for anyone to land a hit on Ryan. Back in the arena, Ryan lowered into a defensive stance. How can I pretend not to know when you're this naive? Minho coldly replied. Alright, let's see how far your predictions go. Finishing his words, his feet moved so fast, creating a series of afterimages. Minho dashed forward, moving at a dizzying speed, running back and forth before his opponent, like an elusive shadow. The next second, he unleashed a flurry of punches, but he managed to raise his arms to block them. All the blows were read by Ryan. Minho frowned as his face showed clear frustration. He laughed smugly and said in a cold voice, "It's useless." Then Ryan suddenly stomped hard on Minho's foot, pinning it down with enough force to crack the ground. Then he raised his fist and shouted, "You only trust in your speed." "What, now that your foot is pinned?" Minho frowned, breathing heavily, and replied, "Alright, just don't lift that foot." The two were seen exchanging extremely fast punches, too quick for an ordinary person to follow. Ryan yelled, "I told you it was useless." Minho warned him, "Hold my foot tight, it's just getting started." Then a new series of punches immediately rushed at Ryan, barraging him like a storm. A right straight, then an uppercut and a right hook rained down. Ryan gritted his teeth, struggling to block under pressure. He shouted with his voice full of helplessness, "You're too fast. How can you think of the next move so quickly?" Ryan yelled while dodging. "First, I will make some distance to simplify his attacks, then counter." As soon as he said that, he immediately lifted his foot off of Minho's. Then he quickly backed away to maintain the distance. However, he was too fast, appearing before him in a flash, making Ryan think in disbelief. This next attack is... Minho put all his strength into his arm and yelled, "It is a straight, you punk." In that instant, they both landed a devastating punch squarely on each other's faces. After that punch, the surrounding dust was instantly blown away, as if torn apart. Minho was pushed back by the force of the impact. On the other side, Ryan was also thrown back, skidding across the ground. His face was covered in blood, and he panted heavily. He was no better off coughing hard than saying, "Looks like you're no different from your brother." Hearing this, Minho's face darkened, and he fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Ryan's eyes widened in shock. As he saw something, he growled with a determined look in his eyes, "If you want to land one punch on us, you have to be ready to take one too." He coughed wearily. Minho continued in a breathless but confident voice, "That is right, to keep up with my speed. The only opening you can find is by taking one of my hits." Ryan sneered, "If we both take a hit, it's obvious who will die first." He smirked and added, "I wonder if your ultimate weapon is still intact." Then Minho rushed forward like a lightning bolt, appearing instantly in front of him, and at the same time, they both punched each other in the face again. Minho was hit square on the forehead, his head snapping back. But Ryan was different. He was jabbed straight in the eye. He screamed in pain, "My eye." Not stopping there, Minho threw another punch. Next is your sense of hearing. A devastating blow landed right on Ryan's face. He could not react in time, taking the full force of the painful blow. Ryan's vision started to blur. His senses were shattering. Minho yelled with killing intent, "Next is your sense of smell, you brat." Immediately, another punch landed right on Ryan's nose, sending blood flying. At this moment, he recalled his manager's words. Ryan's senses are focused on sight, hearing, and smell. He said that how well Kim Minho could adapt to these three senses was the key. Minho gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into his arm. "No need to adapt," he roared loudly. "I just have to destroy those senses and it's over." Without giving Ryan time to react, a furious fist came flying. He was beaten badly, his face contorted with panic in his eyes. "I can't dodge anymore, I'm going to lose." And the next second, that punch hit his face. Ryan's entire body was violently thrown backward by the force. Ryan's face was bloody and distorted as he thought resentfully, "How could someone like me, who risked his life to be strong, lose to this weak insect? But my senses." He saw the powerful punch coming from Minho, doubt and indignation rising in his heart. "How dare you look at me like an insect?" Right after that, Ryan took the devastating punch to his face. Without being able to resist, he collapsed with his mouth wide open in pain. "I can't feel anything." Meanwhile, Minho thought seriously, "I don't need to use energy for movement anymore. I'll pour all my speed into this punch." And so he gathered all his remaining strength into his fist. Minho rushed forward while thinking, "Brother, please watch me now. See how strong I've become." He unleashed a continuous barrage of steel-like punches like a storm. He gave Ryan no time to rest as he charged, punching him repeatedly with all his strength and burning rage. He was in extreme pain and screamed pleadingly, "Please stop." A blinding light erupted in midair, along with a desperate echoing scream, "Please spare me." And after a long, hard-fought battle, Minho landed the final blow, sending Ryan crashing into the wall. Watching the whole fight, Jason leaped to his feet, holding his head, his face filled with extreme joy. In contrast, Yisu's face was filled with utter shock. The man with his face wrapped in bandages was also quite stunned by the fight. From the rubble, Ryan collapsed to the ground unconscious. Covered in his own blood, Minho stood there, looking coldly at his fallen enemy. His own body was also battered, his clothes soaked with blood, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A voice announced, "The match is over," with Ryan being unable to continue fighting. That person declared, "The third contestant advancing to the semifinals is Kim Minho." Hearing the result, Jason was so happy he couldn't sit still, screaming loudly. Meanwhile, Minho looked up to the sky with tears in his eyes. "Brother, did you see it?" "I did it." The secretary picked up the list to look. "It seems Kim Minho really is." As he said this, he gave a sinister smile. Able to become the strongest person in humanity, the mysterious person on the screen spread his arms. Now for the final match of the quarterfinals. The first contestant to enter the arena is Ducom. With a confident and provocative smile on his face, his opponent is Melon, who stepped onto the stage, sticking out his tongue with a crazed excitement in his eyes. In the secret room, the bandaged man spoke. A battle between Melon, the one who overcame all types of doping. He raised a hand to his face seriously. And Cam, the pinnacle of the new doping line. The subordinate next to him adjusted his glasses and asked, "Since when was he here?" The bandaged man replied, "Not since when. He has been here from the very beginning." He rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. Among the 3 survivors of the first doping batch, and one of them is Melon, a man possessing monstrous strength. He stepped onto the stage, a confident smile on his face, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. On the opposite side, Ducam also slowly stepped up, his hands clenched as his whole body tensed, ready to fight. A voice announced, "Well, then the final match of the round of 8 will now begin." As soon as the words were spoken, Ducam quickly placed a hand on Melon's shoulder. He grinned smugly and said, "I didn't participate in the last season, so I'm really curious." Ducam started to throw a punch, his mouth yelling, "I wonder if someone who has been on drugs for 20 years can even take a single punch of mine." Melon stood still, taking the full force of his powerful punch without dodging. The blow was so powerful that he was pushed back, creating a shockwave that rippled through the arena. But contrary to expectations, Melon stood his ground, his body only slightly swaying. With glowing red eyes, Ducam asked, "Still standing?" On his side, the punch had caused the flesh on Melon's stomach to sink in deeply, the mark of impact clear, as if tearing through his body. However, in an instant that strange abdominal muscle had healed itself, the flesh returning to normal as if it had never been hurt. Seeing this, Cam froze an O escaping his lips. Full of astonishment and caution, he looked up with a bright smile still on his face. "So it's my turn now, right?" With those words, Melon moved like the wind, appearing in front of Ducam. A devastating punch flew straight into his chest. It was clear that this punch was much stronger than the one before. Ducam's eyes widened, his face showing clear panic as he witnessed the scene before him. Looking behind him, he saw blood splattered all over his back. The skin on his back had split open. Melon's voice asked, "How was this old man's punch? Want to trade one more blow?" Hearing this, Ducam couldn't help but burst out laughing. He bent down, his eyes dark as he yelled, "You want to punch me again?" Ducam smirked. "What trade?" At that moment, he stomped his foot hard on the ground cracking slightly under the pressure. Immediately after he channeled all his power into his arm, Ducam sprang forward like an arrow. "You think you'll have a next turn?" And so Melon took a devastating punch to the face. Taking the full force of the punch, Melon was immediately sent flying. The impact was so terrible that his neck snapped with a sickening crack, his head jerking back at a horrific angle. Hugh and the other person's eyes widened in horror. "His neck is broken." As the dust gradually settled, Melon's image became clear. His head hung low, his body motionless. Ducam's lips curled into a smug smile, his eyes not leaving his opponent. "Well, that's great." Thinking he had won, he said, "Thanks to the experiment you've dedicated your whole life to." Ducam laughed proudly and shouted, "You've created a supreme being like me." But then Melon's leg moved, making him pause. Even with a broken neck, he could still speak. "I'm the one who should be thanking you." Melon's head snapped up, looking demonic. "You voluntarily became a sacrifice." Then he lunged forward to attack. "For the experiment I've dedicated my whole life to." Caught off guard, Ducam was punched in the stomach. The blow was quite painful, and he couldn't help but look shocked with wide eyes. From where the punch landed, the skin on Cam's stomach was deeply indented. Seeing this, a director gritted his teeth in horror, Xian Wu's eyes also widened in astonishment. When he saw it, Du Cam collapsed to the ground. Blood splattering all over the arena. Melon stood still, his fist clenched, held out in front of him. The camera flew quickly to the scene to observe the situation. After seeing Du Cam motionless, a voice announced, Du Cam is unconscious, so the last person in the semifinals. The mysterious person announced is Melon. After defeating his opponent, he put his hands up to snap his own neck back into place. The boss of TV Skyon was so excited he slammed the table and jumped up. Fantastic. The department head of Hosen Group, Cha Wu Yan, was also very happy. What a sight. I wish I could see the look on my arrogant cousin's face. He frowned with a sinister smile. Now I just need to win the prize, and my cousin will be at my feet. The secretary next to him replied, not so sure. This Melon guy. It's impossible to tell how strong he is. Very quickly, a while later, a muscular hand was covered in sensor wires. The man observing Melon's physical condition exclaimed in amazement. Incredible. He lowered his head. Finally, the regeneration ability has awakened. The bandaged man entered. My dream is about to come true. Melon smirked and replied, no. He sat up with a mysterious smile. The peak of regeneration already belongs to someone else. The scene changes to Xian Wu standing alone. With a cold expression, a bodyguard exclaimed in admiration, truly impressive. He looked at the screen and said, Room 10 was considered the weakest. The guard looked at the semi-finalists and listed, but they have 3 people in the semifinals. It continued. Unfortunately, Park Woo-sik and Amanda Grouch were both defeated by Han Minsu. Hearing this, Xian Wu scowled and grunted in annoyance. Then he approached Seung Yeon and asked, did everyone get out safely? She turned away and stammered. About that. Seeing this, he shouted angrily. What is it? Did something happen? Seung Yeon said seriously. Although we monitored inside and out carefully, strangely enough, she turned to report. We couldn't find any trace of anyone leaving. Xian Wu shouted in surprise. What? He was extremely furious and asked, so where in the world did they disappear? The scene shifts to another place. A sealed iron door. Inside, a piercing scream echoes, along with splatters of fresh blood. Back at the arena, the bandaged man spoke. Now introducing the 4 outstanding semifinalists. The first is Han Min-soo, with Kali Arnis as his martial art. Next up is none other than Melon. His martial art is a question mark. The next person is Kim Min-ho. His martial art is boxing. And finally is Kang Xian Wu. His martial art is street fighting. The mysterious person growled. And now for the schedule for the first match of the semifinals. That would be Minsu. With a sharp gaze, he walked onto the stage, and his opponent is Xian Wu. Looking at that expression, he gritted his teeth in annoyance. The mysterious person continued. The match will begin once the fighters have safely recovered. In another scene, a breathing tube extends down into the water. A man with a muscular body floats in the water, a respirator covering his mouth. In his dream, he thinks of a name, Kang Seon Woo. The past is relived. I am now a martial arts master. He looks at the thugs and judges. I have enough power to wipe out street thugs. This guy's face is drenched in sweat, thinking, I must interact with true masters, real powerhouses, that thugs can't even compare to. He contemplates. There's only one person worthy of standing with me. Just then he walks past someone. That person is none other than Kang Xian Wu. He's covered in sweat watching his retreating back. That's right, Kang Xian Wu won't treat me like a newbie like those other guys. Hyunjian looked at the notebook in his hand and his silhouette. Just look at this martial arts notebook and it's clear. His eyes carried a murderous and confident aura. Only I am worthy of being your opponent, Kang Xian Wu. Someone called out to him. Hey, Kang Xian Wu. That person teased. Stop showing off and come hang out with us. Xian Wu turned his head and gave him a warning look. Get lost. That group of people was angry and surprised. Hyunjian, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. A disdainful word from Kang Xian Wu. For the arrogant who think they're so great. Remembering that cold gaze and the words, get lost, the smile on his lips became more pronounced. Pathetic fools. Only I am worthy to be friends with Kang Xian Wu. Outside the school grounds, the clock ticked. Xian Wu's hand held the martial arts notebook. His eyes showed a soulless expression. Alone in the classroom, he sat in contemplation. Looking at the object in his hand, Hyunjian threatened. You must be shocked, right? To know there's another genius at your level. The next day, his silhouette was on the hallway. Hyunjian was tense, his face covered in sweat. Today I'll talk to him. His steps halted. As he bumped into something, he looked down at the ground in surprise. The martial arts notebook lay on the floor. Hyunjian cursed. What the hell, who dared to touch my notebook? He reached down to pick it up. Kang Seon-woo must have been looking all over for this. Hyunjian told himself. Alright, I'll return it and start a conversation. We already have a connection. In a deserted corner of the school, he slowly approached him. Hyunjian glanced at the scene with disgust. It's those annoying fly-like thugs again. Seon-woo was indifferent. Get lost. Hyunjian, like a fervent fan, silently supported his idol. That's right, that get lost sounds so satisfying. A word full of contempt for fools. His expression darkened, carrying an unpredictable air. No matter how much you struggle. The only martial arts genius worthy of Kang Seon-woo is me. Hyunjian approached to start a conversation. Hey Kang Seon-woo. He cheerfully held up the notebook. You dropped this, didn't you? Actually, He suddenly raised his hand. Saozing Hyunjian to panik. Seon-woo's voice carried a murderous intent. Hey. He showed a deathly expression. Get lost. Hyunjian was terrified. His face drained of blood. He ran away as fast as he could. Help me, just kill me. Because of his speed. He tumbled to the ground. Hyunjian cried out in pain. Someone please kill me. He buried his face in the ground, dejected. Damn it, I can't even run away. Someone like me should just die. Hyunjian was unconscious in the emergency room. No, this insect must die here. He woke up with fire in his eyes. Not me. Back at the fighting ring. A powerful Seon-woo stood there. Hyunjian called out loudly. Kang Seon-woo. He looked bewildered as he continued to speak. Look closely at the martial arts notebook you once scorned. He advanced like a whirlwind. Let's see what you'll do now. A punch landed straight on Seon-woo's head. He was furious, his face covered in blood. He moved around sinisterly and continuously. That's right, keep running until you have nowhere left to go. Hyunjian kept chasing. And Seon-woo kept dodging. In a continuous flurry of moves, Seon-woo endured horrific bone-deep pain. No part of his body was unscathed. He snapped angrily. You bastard. He furiously turned to counterattack. He dodged away and powerfully retorted. Even if you try to avoid the vital spots, you'll still end up as a pile of meat. Seon-woo's body was covered in blood. With countless overlapping scratches, he panted exhausted, thinking about his strategy. This guy isn't just fast. He's precisely analyzing my weaknesses. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Hyunjian continued to move at a dizzying speed. He delivered another critical blow. That made Seon-woo falter. He wearily raised a hand to defend himself. Coughing continuously, Hyunjian extended his hand mockingly. What the hell are you doing? Move. He darted like lightning. Appearing everywhere to launch a relentless assault on Seon-woo, he defended helplessly, his mind racing. Why does this guy always attack where I least expect it? I'm going to die at this rate. Hyunjian relentlessly mocked him. As he had the upper hand in the fight. How shameful to be cornered. Drops of blood slowly trickled down Seon-woo's muscular body. Sweat pouring non-stop as he was being overwhelmed. He gestured with his hands, his eyes deep. Raising your hands, huh? Are you trying to copy that old man Park Woo-sik and read my intentions? Hyunjian smiled savagely, getting into a throwing stance. Then let's see you try. Minsu pressed down with a lot of force, tightening his grip fiercely around Seon-woo's neck. Seong-yeon, sitting below and witnessing this brutal scene, was incredibly worried. Feeling a burning anxiety deep in her heart, Seon-woo spat out a huge mouthful of blood as Minsu continually and powerfully squeezed his muscles with relentless pressure. Minsu gave a derisive, cruel laugh, saying, "What a shame. Not only couldn't you touch my fingers, but you also hit your own heart in the process." He kept using his hand to stab and punch fiercely, making Seon-woo's body turn bright red from all the pooled internal blood. Suddenly, Seon-woo flashed a terrifying smile. His glowing, reddish eyes flickering, intensely visible one moment and hidden the next. Minsu started to panic, clenching his teeth and wondering, what in the hell is this scumbag trying to pull now? He abruptly pulled his hand back, then focused a massive amount of energy onto it, screaming loudly. Vanishing point. His finger, with its tip now pitch black, was thrust forward with terrifying, destructive power, but Minsu's action was instantly swept aside by Seon-woo, who directly slapped his hand away with a fierce, counter-attacking force. Minsu's two fingers seized up and stuck together completely, from the totally unexpected and lightning-fast counterattack. He looked down at his fingers in agonizing pain, his entire body reacting violently and intensely to the blow. Minsu, unwilling to give up the fight, kept unleashing his technique, yelling, "It's not over yet. Man, you can't keep up with this attack." The two tightly clenched fingers were moved in a rapid, continuous succession of strikes, attacking from every direction. However, his speed was accurately judged and calmly caught by Sion 1, who effortlessly snagged his attacking hand. Minsu completely panicked when his signature technique was flawlessly countered and understood in an instant. Sion 1 used his free hand to grip Minsu's shoulder, as if he intended to utterly crush the bone to dust. Sion 1's eyes were bloodshot as he growled in a low, furious voice, "This kick is the one that Uncle Park Woo-sik, the man you insulted, taught me. So take this." He shifted his weight forward, his foot slowly lifting up, and then forcefully shoved Minsu backward. Minsu gritted his teeth, suddenly realizing he had fallen into a vulnerable, dangereux position. Sion 1 lifted his other leg and drove a direct, powerful kick straight into Minsu's calf muscle. That focused strike made him scream in agony as every single splintered bone inside his leg was fractured and broken. Minsu clamped his mouth shut to suppress the pain. Horrible. Sickening sensation spreading throughout his whole body. He thought, "Not again. This can't be happening again." He violently wrenched his trapped hand free, and then immediately launched another barrage of techniques. Minsu lost all emotional control, charging forward like a disparity. Wild beast, howling, "This cannot keep happening like this. I refuse." Sion 1, on the other side, welcomed the charge, channeling all his hatred and resentment into his own counter, thinking, "You should have stayed down and quiet the first time." Man, Sion 1 forced Minsu's head downward, acting like a victorious lord reclaiming his lost territory. Minsu's face slammed hard into the ground, and shattered fragments of the flooring sprayed violently into the air. Wu Yan, watching from above, yelled out in obvious distress and annoyance, "No! Stop this at once." The sight completely overwhelmed Sion 1's body, and he collapsed, utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. Sion 1 finished the technique by standing tall and breathing heavily. While Minsu lay completely defeated on the arena floor, Minsu was going absolutely insane. His voice fractured, but he still couldn't stop maniacally laughing. Sion 1 stood firm, like a triumphant king, listening to the defeated opponent's rambling confession. Even with his body utterly battered and bruised, Minsu was still arrogant, saying, "Nothing has fundamentally changed between us. You and I are just a couple of total losers who don't even have a single true friend. And you look down on me by trying to play this making friends game in a place like this. In the end, everyone just ends up dead anyway. So tell me, man, how does it feel to lose the very first real friends you ever made in your whole life?" Sion 1 calmly replied, "Losing them. You say, well, I'm going to be seeing them again soon. Aren't I?" Minsu erupted in laughter, sneering, "You idiot. Only the winner is allowed to escape from this hellhole." Sion 1 heard that and shouted in disbelief, his anger flaring. "What the hell are you talking about?" Minsu mocked him, saying, "Did you seriously think this place was some sort of pharmacy specializing in making performance-enhancing doping serums? Did you honestly believe this was some kind of fun playground where you could just enjoy the thrill of the fight?" Sion 1 panicked, kneeling down and shaking Minsu's body, urgently asking, "Then where in the world are all of them right now?" Minsu looked sorrowful, whispering, "You and I, we're just labrats. Nothing more, nothing less." After delivering that chilling line, he instantly lost consciousness and fell into a deep, low, unresponsive coma. Sion 1 completely lost his composure, screaming, "Wake up. You bastard. Tell me right now where they all are." The automated drone device announced, due to Han Minsu being rendered unable to fight, Kang Sion 1 officially advances to the final round. Even though he was declared the winner, Sion 1 stood in a state of utter helplessness, gazing vacantly and soulfully into the distance. The screen projected, "The time has now come to determine the final competitor who will face Kang Sion 1 in the championship final. Will it be Kim Min-ho, the man possessing the ultimate speed and the most elite reflexes in this entire auction hospital, or will it be Melon, the fighter who boasts an unbeatable body, who has never suffered a single injury? Not even once. Let the final preliminary match begin." the announcer dramatically declared. Both fighters stepped into the ring and immediately assumed their fighting stances, ready to unleash their techniques. Minho meticulously scrutinized his opponent, looking for any exploitable opening or weakness. Melon advanced, his voice full of challenging arrogance. Is it Kang Seon-won? Or is it actually you, who stands as my rival? Minho was taken aback and surprised by his peculiar, strange words, asking, "Wait, what did you just say?" Melon's face was contorted like a living demon, and his voice held a sinister, wicked tone. "I'm talking about who I consider to be my strongest opponent here." Of course, after delivering that arrogant, bold statement, he backed away, significantly lengthening the distance between the two fighters. Minho was slightly unnerved by the enemy's palpable oppressivora, muttering, "What the heck is this feeling? Is he really trying to destroy me?" Facing him was Melon, looking exactly like a predatory beast preparing to ambush its prey. Melon spoke with lofty pride, saying, "In this battle arena, there's no such thing as a surrender, and you can't deliberately concede. Ultimately, one of us has to fall down. It's just too bad for you that I have become something that simply cannot be knocked down by anyone." Minho relayed Melon's words back to him, concluding, "So, the only way to end this match is for me to be the one to fall." Melon stretched out his hand in a mocking, yet accurate, gesture of praise. "Precisely right." Minho became enraged, his voice getting louder as he stated, "To be honest, ever since I first stepped into this arena, I've also wanted to know exactly where my limits truly lie." After saying that, Minho charged forward as fast and fiercely as a gust of wind. He launched his opening move with impressive, blinding speed, but Melon quickly and easily dodged the attack. Melon put his two hands up, flashing a sly, cunning smile, saying, "I got you now." However, Melon was momentarily stunned because Minho, full of overconfidence, was quick enough to evade his attack entirely. Minho miraculously appeared right behind Melon, who hadn't even noticed his presence until it was too late. Minho unleashed an upward kick, striking Melon directly in the back of the head. Melon managed to duck and evade the blow, internally marveling, "That speed is absolutely insane. Man." Melon immediately spun back around, throwing a powerful punch right toward Minho's face. Unfortunately for Melon, Minho swiftly seized the advantage, delivering a straight-on technique right into his opponent's face. Melon spat out a large amount of blood, exclaiming, "This insane speed and raw striking power. He's the best fighter I've ever seen." Minho, on his side, focused all his energy on his target, thinking, "I need to constantly aim for his head to completely disrupt his orientation and balance." The two fighters blurred past each other, resembling two competing leopards on the open savanna. Melon's attack narrowly missed its mark, because Minho had instantly reappeared behind his back. Minho formed his hand into a massive, powerful fist, thinking, "I've got him from behind now. The fight is over." But, unfortunately, Melon's fist shot out simultaneously. Even though he hadn't turned his head to look, Minho was momentarily frozen in shock, then hurriedly scrambled to avoid the strike. He immediately tensed up, retreating backward to significantly increase the distance between them. Minho pondered seriously. What the heck was that? He was clearly facing away. So how did he manage to punch me? Standing before him was Melon, who possessed a rubbery, incredibly resilient body. Minho was horrified, thinking, "Holy crap, what kind of joint movement is that?" Melon manipulated his weight, and his muscles slowly extended, making his arm grow significantly longer. Minho watched the bizarre spectacle in utter shock, thinking, "It's stretching out again. What's going on?" Minho mentally theorized. Is he using his muscles to stretch his bones out and turn them into weapons? Then he uses muscle contraction to pull the bones back in man. This opponent is exhausting to analyze, Minho thought. Worn out, he finally asked himself, just how freely can he actually control his muscles and his body? On the other side, Melon gave a cunning, wicked smile, saying, "As expected, he truly is the best. I haven't landed a single blow yet, which means that I also..." He looked like a demon, slowly becoming more stimulated by the energy in front of him and starting to reveal his true power. Melon's eyes glowed fiercely, a sinister, bloody red color appearing in the gloom, and his voice turned dangerous. "I guess I'll unlock a little bit more power." He concentrated all of his strength, forcing his body to undergo a breakthrough transformation to its highest state. Minho's teeth were clenched together as he watched, his anxiety and concern starting to peak. Melon's body became noticeably larger, bringing with it formidable, deep-seated hidden abilities. Minho reassured himself. Now is not the time to worry about his physical strength. I have to go all out and finish this with one final, decisive strike. Minho's body also focused its energy, preparing to launch the game-changing technique that would determine the final outcome. One side radiated light, and the other side was steeped in murky darkness. Both fighters charged toward each other, fighting for the championship title. Melon excitedly stuck out his tongue, completely bloodthirsty, yelling, "That's right. Come on, bring it on." Minho got into a ready stance, shouting, "Time is completely up for you." Minho's body vanished as fast as a strong wind due to his absolutely incredible speed. Both fighters struck their opponent directly in the face, as if intending to rip their enemy apart. Melon was hit with massive force from Minho's punch, his face snapping violently to one side. Minho also had to absorb an immense amount of energy and power from Melon's own strike. They collided directly, causing the ground to shake violently and sending thick smoke swirling around them. A localized seismic event occurred, and the immense gravitational force sent both fighters tumbling far apart. Jason was absolutely startled, his eyes wide open, unable to close his jaw in sheer disbelief. Mu-hyuk was also extremely horrified when he witnessed the sheer magnitude of those two powers clashing. Below the stage, both Minho and Melon's bodies lost all strength and slowly fell to the ground. The two men lay collapsed, with the ground around them densely scarred and marked by the impact of their battle. Minho's body was completely exhausted, having lost all strength, and he lay crumpled on the cold ground, seemingly unable to get back up. Melon wasn't faring any better. His entire body was utterly depleted, and he lay motionless on the ground, as if all his life force had been drained away. Jason nervously spoke up. What in the world just happened down there? Suddenly, Minho slowly managed to sit up despite his battered, exhausted body. Minho stood upright, but he remained completely motionless and unresponsive. In stark contrast, Melon was still lying completely still on the ground below. The automated surveillance drone was continuously tracking and analyzing their physical states. Minho was utterly stunned and asked himself, "Did I actually win this thing?" Someone spoke up, cutting off his thoughts and surprising Jason. "It doesn't look like it. He's actually been unconscious for quite a while now." Down below, even though Minho was standing, his nervous system was no longer moving or responding. After a moment's rest, Melon slowly dragged his battered body and managed to sit up. Mu-hyuk saw this and was overjoyed, saying, "As expected, I knew it." Melon slowly advanced toward Minho with obviously tired, heavy steps. He whispered into Minho's ear, "Your doping data is going to be incredibly useful for the new race of people we're creating." Melon then lightly pushed Minho's body. Minho immediately toppled over like a statue, crashing to the ground. The surveillance device reported, due to Kim Minho's unconscious state, Kang Seon-won's final opponent will be Melon, who now stood supremely arrogant and highly enthusiastic about the next match. Seong-yeon, positioned high up, spoke out, "Finally, it's the finals. I just hope Kang Seon-won doesn't get any other stupid ideas in his head." At the same moment, Seon-won violently pushed the door open and walked in to confront her, demanding, "You know what's going on, don't you?" She advised him, "Calm down. If you're asking about the missing people, I really don't know much about this place either." Seon-won became furious upon hearing her answer, and he let out a low growl to vent his frustration. Zong-yeon continued speaking, causing him to momentarily tense up. "However, I do know that there are certain areas here that even the top VIPs can't access." Seon-won was alarmed, asking, "Where is that place?" She reassured him, "Calm down. What exactly are you planning to do? Are you really planning to storm that place while your parents are still missing? You must win the tournament and get out of here first, and only then can we plan our next move. As long as the arena's management team doesn't disappear too," he replied through clenched teeth. "I cannot just sit around and do nothing until the management disappears. At the very least, I need to know if my parents are alive or dead." Seong-yeon guaranteed him, "There will definitely be an opportunity. I'm also building my own influence here. But first and foremost, you have to win this tournament, and just stay alive." Her words directly impacted Seon-won's innermost feelings. In another undisclosed location, Pools of blood were splattered all over the ground. A deep wound on a man's arm was slowly regenerating as it was submerged in a chemical solution. Sahun placed his hand on the glass, observing Melon, noting, "As expected, the regeneration speed is certainly increasing rapidly." The director spoke up. "We only need a little bit more data, and then we can finally complete the project. We're just missing the final piece of the puzzle, the father of Kang Seon-won." Suddenly, someone rushed in, shouting in a panic, "Director, we've located the hiding spot of Kang Seon-won's parents." The subordinate reported breathlessly. The director instantly froze upon hearing such significant news. The subordinate pointed, "They're hiding in the private villa of Chairman Cha Sung-yeon." The director was astonished. "Cha Seung-yeon? Is that right? Right under our noses, that woman is a clever trickster." He marveled, a hint of admiration in his voice. The subordinate reported, "We've already surrounded the area and are moving in. We should capture them soon." At the secluded villa at the foot of the mountain, a group of men suddenly launched a full-scale assault and siege. The subordinates lined up in formation in front of the locked main door. One man violently kicked the door, sending it flying off its hinges with a loud crash. A woman inside spun around in shock, her face pale, looking at the direction of the deafening noise. Back at the arena, the announcer proclaimed, "And now, please welcome the two incredible fighters who have made it to the championship final. First up is Melon, the man who just won the hard-fought match against Minho. And the next competitor is Seon-won, the fighter who defeated Minsu in a truly brutal bout." He then declared, "The final match of this arena tournament will now officially begin." Seon-won felt a surge of powerful determination, thinking, "I can end this now. All I need is for this match to be over." Melon spoke with a challenging smirk. "You just need to push yourself to the maximum, and this experiment will be complete. Though, of course, to reach the maximum, I'll only get there by taking you out." Melon's face twisted into an expression of crazed anticipation. Seon-won questioned him urgently, "Who are you? And what do you mean by completing the experiment? Why did you help me from the very beginning?" Melon leaned in close, and his next statement astonished Seon-won. "I realized it right away. From the very start, you are the son who inherited your father's unique genetic code." Melon became visibly excited. Seon-won was horrified, his shock instantly turning to rage as he demanded, "What are you talking about?" Melon taunted him maliciously, "Because the person who lured your parents into this place was actually me all along." Melon spoke with complete arrogance and lofty pride. Upon hearing the devastating truth, Seon-won's body immediately stiffened, as if he had just been struck by a massive bolt of lightning. Overwhelmed by sheer anger, the bottled-up pressure inside Seon-won immediately caused him to cough up a huge spray of blood. Melon continued to provoke him. "So, what now? Do you want to try and finish me off? Or are you just going to stand there?" As his fury reached its absolute peak, Seon-won's body grew tense and suddenly became fully charged with overwhelming power. Melon continued his cruel verbal assault. "Your father will soon be brought here, and your entire family. They will perform together for the grand finale of my experiment." After saying that, he eagerly raised his fist. Seon-won's eyes shone brightly, undergoing a major transformation. Like the ever-shifting depths of the darkest ocean, Melon poured all his strength into a single, brutally powerful, direct punch aimed right at Seon-won's head, causing the surrounding air to intensely vibrate. Seon-won completely lost control, clenching his jaws so hard that his facial muscles were visibly strained, radiating intense, pure fury, and he uttered each word slowly. "Fine. I'll play your game." After saying that, he leaped up with a single thrust, causing the ground beneath him to violently shake and crack. He drove his foot straight into Melon's stomach, like a swift punishment for his arrogant and foolish words. Seon-won moved with the majestic power of an eagle spreading its wings, soaring and claiming the sky. Then, Seon-won used his strength to forcefully press Melon's face down onto the cold floor. Underneath his hand, the petrified, horrified face of Melon was visible, his eyes wide and rolled back. The spot where Seon-won slammed him created a deep pit, with the ground utterly pulverized and destroyed. The cracked earth created a deep fissure, as if a new and brutal dimension was about to be opened up. Below, the large crowd of spectators couldn't help but panic, their terrified eyes following their every aggressive movement. Melon's face was covered in bloody scars, but he couldn't hide the sheer arrogance in his voice as he spat out. "Not even close to enough." He was violently thrown high into the air, his body spinning rapidly before crashing back down onto the ground with a massive impact force. Melon roared fiercely, his body erupting with a blinding light, and he immediately lunged straight through a thick wall, causing the entire space to shake violently and sending fragments scattering everywhere. He dove down from above like a fiery red arrow, while Sion-won clenched his fist, ready to meet the heaven-sent blow. Melon looked like a true demon, his words dangerously wicked. If all your awakened power amounts to is this weak garbage, then you might as well just drop dead, he said, before charging down like a terrifying hurricane. He was exactly like a blazing devil, his body on fire, determined to utterly crush his prey. Sion-won was struck, the impact piercing his body like a sharp knife through the heart. Both sides confronted each other in a state of high tension, each determined to secure the victory they desperately craved. One of Sion-won's arms snapped off at the shoulder, and his blood heavily soaked the arena floor. On the other side, Melon venomously snarled, his murderous intent surging. That's right, I don't need a cheap imitation. I've already found your father anyway. He revealed a piece of information that made Sion-won's blood boil even hotter. Sion-won's eyes suddenly became intensely strained, his eyelids trembling slightly as if he couldn't hide the fact that a visible and agonizing wave of deep anxiety was spreading across his face, seemingly pulling his mind into a deep, inescapable abyss of fear. He spat out a harsh warning, saying bitterly, "You are no longer necessary for this project." Melon, still surging with aggressive energy, eagerly prepared his attack stance. While Sion-won remained completely dazed and unresponsive, Sion-won's mind suddenly reeled, and he thought fiercely, "No way. I still have my father to worry about. I can't quit now." Melon seized the critical moment while Sion-won was utterly depleted of energy and launched a terrifying, focused punch straight into his abdomen. Melon's hand punched and ripped clean through Sion-won's body, brutally crushing and destroying his internal organs one by one. Zeong-yeon, witnessing the gruesome sight, immediately tensed up and screamed at the top of her lungs, "No! Stop this at once." The view from the stands clearly showed that Melon was in complete control of the fight, while Sion-won could only endure the agony, unable to mount any defense. He leaned in close to Sion-won, mockingly jeering, "Don't be so resentful. You idiot. I'm about to send your father to follow right after you." Suddenly, Sion-won raised his hand and clamped down tightly on the muscles of Melon's penetrating arm. Sion-won's powerful grip caused Melon to look utterly shocked, and he exclaimed, "What the hell is this power?" Sion-won's initial wounds, including his fractured arm, began to rapidly regenerate, and Melon cried out in pure terror. It's regeneration. Immediately after, his terror gave way to pure, overwhelming excitement, and he cheered. Finally, he's showing his true colors. Sion-won gripped Melon's wrist tightly and demanded, "Why did you people go to such extreme lengths to do this to us? What did our family ever do to you people?" Sion-won's eyes slowly opened. Blazing with the absolute peak of pure hatred, Sion-won erupted, violently tossing Melon high into the air, his voice filled with intense sorrow. "What did we ever do wrong to any of you?" Melon completely ignored Sion-won's painful question, only responding with sheer, overwhelming excitement, shouting, "Incredible." Sion-won poured all his strength into the counter, forcefully slamming Melon down onto the hard arena floor so hard that the ground beneath him cracked. Emitting a deafening, piercing splintering sound, Sion-won fought like a wild animal, driven by a primal need to avenge his own kind. He shouted each word with burning intensity. "What are those paltry, worthless little pieces of money that would drive you to do something so absolutely monstrous?" Sion-won's fists relentlessly rained down blows, focused solely on one single spot, Melon's face. The impact site of the savage battle cracked and shattered the ground, forming a deep, jagged crater. Sion-won continued to punch with savage brutality, screaming, "In the end, I'm the one and only masterpiece of your entire sick experiment, aren't I?" Melon used his remaining strength to leap backward, distancing himself and escaping the relentless, passive position. Melon wiped the blood from his face with his hand, roaring, "All right. Now I'll use my full power to show you the truth. I'll show you who the successful creation really is." He lunged forward with the speed and ferocity of a leopard on the grassy savanna. Melon clenched his hand into a fist, preparing to unleash his decisive, ultimate technique. Melon unexpectedly threw all his power into a single, massive strike. his scream echoing throughout the entire space. "It's far too late for you to dodge this one now. Don't you dare try to evade this. You filthy dog," he roared, forcefully ordering Sion-won to stay put. Melon delivered a heaven-shattering punch, and Sion-won countered by using his head to absorb the immense force. Every bone in their bodies felt as if it was about to fracture and shatter into countless pieces. Sion-won grabbed Melon's temple, and a look of complete bewilderment washed over his face. Sion-won threw his head back and yelled, his voice carrying clearly, "Please, for the love of God, get out of our lives already." Sion-won slammed his own head directly into Melon's face, creating a deafening, earth-shattering impact noise. A cloud of thick dust and smoke obscured Melon's face. But, deep inside, a sliver of wicked joy crept in. And he thought, "This guy, he really is my creation." No doubt about it. After that earth-shattering collision, the two combatants flew apart, with a thick mist of smoke covering the entire ring. Zeong-yeon, watching from her elevated position, I couldn't see anything, and her face clearly showed confusion and deep worry. Melon's body was sent flying, crashing through the door he had entered earlier, and his impact left a long trail of destruction on the ground. Melon collapsed among the piles of cracked concrete, his entire body devoid of any remaining energy. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, along with several of his broken teeth. Standing before Melon, Sion-won was leaning on the wall, hand on hip and breathing heavily, a figure of exhaustion and victory. Sion-won spoke wearily, saying, "The prize money, or whatever it is, all the cash you people want, just take it all. But please, just leave us alone." Melon interrupted him forcefully. "What we truly desire isn't anything as trivial as mere money." Sion-won was shocked and asked again, "What did you say?" Melon exposed the chilling truth. The masters of this place aren't those 16 VIPs or anyone else. The true superhumans who are running this world, the thing they are trying to achieve, is immortality. He emphasized the word, his eyes honoring their deepest, most disparity aspiration. Sion-won heard this and gritted his teeth, full of outrage and contempt for such a crazy, insane goal. Melon continued, "The sheer ambition to become a godlike entity by attaining absolute immortality. No one can possibly stop these great superhumans. And I mean that your family will absolutely not be able to escape this place. I guarantee it," he confirmed, laughing with savage glee. All of Sion-won's suppressed emotions reached their breaking point, and his face was contorted with pure, unadulterated hatred. Melon used his last ounce of strength to speak each word, explaining that when the power and intellect, the excellent essence of humanity, conferg, we, too, can become godlike entities, you should consider it an honor to be the result of that monumental research project. Sion-won angrily growled, scolding them, "You guys are totally insane." It continued, "Very soon, your parents will also arrive at this place, and they will undergo the final experiment." Melon said, then slowly closed his eyes. He saw the scene and was so enraged that he was completely flustered. Sion-won desperately screamed, "Hey, wake up. What do you mean, where are my parents?" An aerial monitoring device was recording the whole process from above. It announced, "Due to Melon being unconscious, the final winner is player Kang Sion-won. End of the match." The sound echoed the result to everyone. Suddenly, the monitoring device was violently and intensely attacked. He angrily struck out with immense force, as if unleashing all his stored-up emotions externally. The danger alarm device blared, bathing the entire area in a red light. The loudspeaker announced, "Emergency. All personnel, arm yourselves and eliminate the escaped and crazed experimental subjects from Level 1 laboratory." Sion-won's face was strained and bewildered. He hadn't grasped what was happening and yelled, "What?" Suddenly, bullets came flying chaotically toward him. Outside, many soldiers from the organization were closing in, trying to subdue Sion-won. They screamed, "The Level 1 experimental subjects are destroying the entire system. This place is beyond saving. Guns cannot stop that guy. Forget the orders, we have to escape immediately." As soon as the sentence ended, he was hit and sent flying a long distance. The guard fell sprawled on the ground after being unexpectedly attacked. He was terrified, his face stiff and drenched in sweat, pleading, "Save me." Suddenly, blood spurted everywhere, creating a horrifying and dreadful scene. The experimental subject completely lost emotional control. causing his body to mutate and transform into a true monster. The entire arena descended into panic. With screams echoing all around, Seonwon gritted his teeth in fury, realizing, all of them are in that laboratory. If I want to find the laboratory, first I must save Cha Seong-yeon. In the stands above, Seong-yeon's bodyguard urged her. Director, we also have to find a way to escape this place at any cost. I will send an escape request to the staff outside the door. However, the outside door was kicked open, and a research team guard flew in with it. The man was kicked through the door, causing chaos in the space. One of the research subjects, having lost control, approached her menacingly. Seonyeon was terrified and confused, thinking, it can't end like this. Before that monster could attack her, Seonwon appeared to save the day. Seongyeon was astonished, glancing at him with a look of urgency, but with just one punch, Seonwon instantly knocked out the rebel in a flash. He was sent flying backward, hitting the wall and creating cracks upon impact. The experimental subject's body was tightly pinned to the wall, as if crucified. After delivering the blow, he stood breathing heavily from exhaustion. While everyone stared in shock, Seongyeon was amazed, her eyes shining bright, and she called out the name, Kang Seonwon. The three people stood there, blankly looking at the mess unfolding outside the room. Seonwon spoke up and demanded, hurry up, it'll take you to the forbidden area you said was inaccessible. She was surprised. What? He yelled loudly. All of them are there, I can't just abandon them. Hurry, following Seonwon's shout. They began to move quickly. The three people arrived at a secret entrance, emitting a strange light, and Seonyeon noted, here it is. Her subordinate panicked. Oh my god. Look at this situation, it's too dangerous. He seriously requested. Right now. It might actually be safer near me, hurry up. Because we don't know what will happen to this place. The three people ran inside as quickly as possible, not daring to waste another second. Elsewhere, a bloody foot being dragged on the ground was evidence of the turmoil. Mark's tired and strained breathing filled the area. He was carrying two unconscious people in his arms who couldn't move. Mark sighed with helpless exhaustion. My body won't move. Please. Just a little further. He prayed to overcome this hurdle. Mark's eyes grew dim. He didn't want to open them anymore, and he said powerlessly, I can't go on. In Mark's blurred vision, he suddenly saw a small figure flash by. He watched the small body moving and wondered, who is that? Gradually, Seonwon's silhouette emerged in front of Mark. You. Is that you? He hugged the man tightly and cried out in pain. Uncle Mark. He was overjoyed, shedding tears of happiness. Seonwon. Seonwon patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. Let me take over. Before the two could finish talking, a scream rang out from outside. Where do you think you're going? No one is allowed to leave this place. Because my experiment is not over yet. The director spread his arms menacingly. If you don't want to see your comrades sacrificed, you'd better not move a muscle. Just stay here obediently and await my experiment. The man pulled the lever. The door of the room where Seonwon was standing gradually began to lower, separating them from the outside. He stared in panic as the light slowly narrowed. No. It's all over. Seonwon's eyes became dull and filled with desperate helplessness. The door narrowed until only a sliver of light filtered through the gap. He stared intently at it and wondered, did it stop? Suddenly, screams from outside attracted Seonwon's attention. What is that? Surprisingly, the door was pulled up once more, bringing with it a sense of hope. He was stunned, assessing the strange occurrence. The door is opening again. The people trapped inside looked outside with confusion, unsure of what awaited them. Before everyone's eyes was the sight of the director being impaled by a hand straight through his body. He turned his head in horror and asked, how could you? Before the director could finish speaking, the other person pulled his hand back, and the man toppled forward. The director's body lost all strength and fell to the ground, his breathing slowly weakening. Seonwon watched the scene in shock, unable to believe it. Don't tell me. Kang Daniel appeared kindly. Seonwon, let's go home. Son. Before him was the person Seonwon had missed so much, and he called out loudly, Dad. Before the father and son could exchange words, dangerous growls echoed from behind them. The man screamed in panic. Hurry, move. After receiving the order, everyone immediately moved as quickly as they could. Despite their weakness, Kang Daniel tightly grasped the door control lever in his hand. Right after they escaped, he immediately pulled it down, closing the door. The director was unwilling to accept defeat. This experiment must be completed. At this moment, what awaited him were countless monsters, creatures born from his own research. The director's body was ripped apart, leaving only his arm reaching out in vain for help. The space gradually darkened to pitch black, with only savage growls remaining. The arena announced, Code Zero will destroy the entire facility. Following that, a countdown began. 5. The clock continued to retreat by another second, making the atmosphere even more stifling. Slowly, only tiny seconds remained. Preparing to end everything, immediately, a massive explosion occurred, sweeping away and obliterating all the previous structures. In the end, the combat treatment area was buried by the self-destruct program, and that secret vanished forever, simply because they kept silent. Thanks to the help of friends at the large corporation that Seong-yeon's father acquired, after winning the bet at the combat treatment area, she successfully put her 2 corrupt older brothers in jail and normalized the Hoshin group. Inside the office, Seong-yeon leaned back in her chair and complained, I'm so tired, so exhausted. I wish I could go to school like him. That would be so nice. Cutting back to the school scene, these were Seon-won's thoughts. Above all, thanks to Seong-yeon's father's help, I was able to fulfill my mother's wish, which was to graduate, and my father's doping effect, which we thought had completely disappeared, is rumored to have reawakened after he was severely injured. Just like that, we began to find peace. And finally, my father was able to open a boxing gym. At this very moment, Kang Daniel was meticulously wiping the floor clean. Mark came to visit and laughed. Even though he still has many shortcomings, please take care of my son. The other man politely replied, What are you talking about? Compared to the protection my son received, teaching him like this is nothing. Besides, my trainer is also very... Wait a minute. Why can't I see the trainer anywhere? Trainer, where did you hide this time? Kang Daniel searched around. Suddenly, Kim Minho rushed over like the wind and appeared before him. He scratched his head awkwardly and explained, I apologize. I was using the restroom. Kang Daniel looked at the floor and knelt down helplessly. I told you to walk slowly, Kim Minho apologized. I couldn't control myself. Amanda Grouch walked in from the door and spoke up. Uncle, why does he come every day even though he doesn't box? The man wondered. How is this going to turn out? Kang Daniel was dissatisfied. Because he keeps showing up. I don't see any customers. He was annoyed because there were too many people downstairs. And they were all just reporters. Kang Daniel looked out the window at the crowd below and clutched his head in despair. Seong-yeon had just arrived and raised her hand in greeting. Uncle, has Kang Seon-won arrived yet? He was surprised. What am I going to do when even the CEO of the Hoshin group comes here? Seon-won just arrived, rubbing his hair in astonishment. Everyone is here already. Kang Daniel saw his son, and veins popped out on his face. Kang Seon-won, please, take your friend and go. He ordered his son to comply in exasperation. Seon-won heard him and gave a forced smile, contemplating. My body is still restless, but I'm not a monster anymore at least. I don't see myself that way anymore. In another place, an angry voice echoed down the long corridor. Did the experiment in this place really fail? Melon slammed the picture of Seon-won down on the desk and firmly stated, No, our desire has only just begun. His face was etched with intense craving and strong belief.